Please be seated, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to January 28th meeting of Regina City Council. Before we get to the agenda and the work at hand, just a couple of points of procedure for members, particularly in the gallery. We have a long agenda. We have 38 delegations on several reports that will definitely take us into 2 nights of meeting. So after discussion with members of council, we are going to suggest the following: that we will finish the debate tonight at 11 o'clock sharp, and we'll consider 2 rounds of delegations this evening. The first will be on rideshare, and the second will be on the Cook property on Albert Street. For those who are delegations and other reports, you will be heard on Wednesday, the next meeting of City Council at 5:30. So for those who want to speak at any other issue related to, for example, the Recreation Master Plan, that will be considered with delegations on Wednesday at 5:30. So you can stay if you'd like to, but your item will not be on the agenda this evening. So with that, a couple of other comments, and then I'll ask for a couple of motions before we go forward. It is a long night tonight. It will be a long night on Wednesday night. And just to refresh for members of council, many delegations, I'd ask you to be pointed in your questions only and no long preamble as we talk to delegations. We have 19, for example, on rideshare. The debate takes place at the report stage, not with members of the public. With respect to motions and the main motion, I'd ask you to stay to your 5 minutes on main motions and 3 minutes on amendments. And I'll have my clock to keep us moving forward in an expeditious way. So if we could be economic in terms of that, that would be helpful. So I would ask that we first have a motion that we have a stop at 11 o'clock tonight. 11 o'clock, seconder, Councillor Bryce. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. A second motion would be helpful if we agree that that we would have our next meeting of City Council on the remainder of the agenda for Wednesday. That would be the 30th at 5:30. Councillor Bryce and seconder. Councillor Barshiani. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Which one is that? Last item on the agenda. The Heritage Building Rehabilitation?
Yeah, Sacred Heart Academy. Those will be done.
Yeah, that will be done on Wednesday. Yep. With that, I'd ask for a confirmation of the agenda as amended. Councillor Bryce. Seconder. Councillor Hawkins. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. And the minutes from the previous meeting. Councillor Barshiani moves those. A seconder, please. Councillor Young. Discussion, errors or omissions on that? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we have a few reports before we get to the first round of delegations. We have delegation of Mr. Jason Carlston related to the Dream Development Zoning Bylaw Amendment for the Eastbrook Phase 2. Mr. Carlston, if you could come forward and identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Yes, Your Worship, thank you very much. Mr. Williamson couldn't be here this evening. Just here on behalf of Dream to answer any questions, and very appreciative to be on the front end of tonight's agenda.
Okay. Any questions or comments of the delegation? Councillor Murray and Councillor Flake, are you on the phone? We do have 2 members of council who are actually out of the city right now. Councillor Murray? I think Councillor Flake will join us around 6 o'clock, I believe. I guess not. Okay. Councillor Barshiani?
Your Worship, I understood. I thought these were going to be at the next meeting, so I will remove myself for these items.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Noted in the minutes. Any questions of Mr. Carlson? I think you can get off pretty easy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Councillor Young, do you want to take us through the Eastbrook Phase 2?
I'm moving 19.2 of the Regina Planning Commission. Can we have a seconder, please?
Second for it, please.
19.2. There's a
19.2?
19.1. We're doing 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Seconder? Okay. Councillor Hawkins?
Regina Planning Commission recommends approval of CR 19.2 to rezone the lands within the, oh, wait a minute. No,
It's 19.1.
it's 19.1.
Yes.
Sorry. I move 19.1, an application by Dream Development to rezone land within the town's concept plan that was approved by council on April 25th, 2016 to subdivide parcel D and change the land use. The two parcels labeled D1 and D2 are divided by a north-south lane. The changes align with the concept plan and puts the commercial activity near two main arterials, Chuka Boulevard and Aaron's Road in D1, and reserves D2 for residential multiple housing. This proposed change is consistent with the policies in the OCP, which provides for mixed neighborhoods with a diversity of housing types and employment areas that provide a full range of commercial activities. This recommendation received unanimous approval by Planning Commission. I ask for concurrence, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Any discussion on the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have the second report on Rosewood Park Phase 1. Councillor Young, if you want to introduce that.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm moving 19.2. May I have a seconder, please?
Second for that, please. Councillor Hawkins.
Regina Planning Commission recommends approval of CR 19.2 as an application to rezone lands within the Rosewood Park concept plan that was approved on December 18th, 2017, which is in Appendix 3. It's the practice in land development to move land from urban holding to zoned areas when development is planned. The areas in question are the second stage of residential development in the Rosewood Park neighborhood, and the zones proposed are medium-density residential, residential semi-detached, and residential multiple housing. This zoning follows the concept plan in the OCP. It's located within a low-sensitivity aquifer protection overlay zone, and so it's required to comply with protection performance standards that are reviewed by the city at the building permit phase. The Commission gave unanimous approval to this recommendation. I ask for concurrence, Your Worship.
Councillor Young, are you doing the bylaws as well? Councillor Bresciani is out of the room and can't do that. It doesn't matter. Anybody can do it.
Okay.
Councillor Young.
Okay. I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaws 2019-1, 2019-2, and 2019-3 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaws 2019-1, 2, and 3 be read a second time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council has completed its reviews of the associated reports and is now considering the following bylaws requiring public hearing. 2019-1, respecting the proposed rezoning within Rosewood Park concept plan area. 2019-2, respecting the proposed rezoning within the town's concept plan. And 2019-3, respecting the proposed amendment to introduce landscaping requirements for 1 and 2 unit residential dwelling units. If there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council on any of these proposed bylaws, I would ask that you indicate your interest at this time. There is no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call the vote on second reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that council hereby consents to bylaws 2019-1, 2, and 3 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaws 2019 1, 2, and 3 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Councillor Bresciani back in the room. Okay, so we'll continue on with our delegations with rideshare. The first delegation is Ashley Namath. And Crystal Beaudry. If you could identify yourself with the record, who you are, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation and maybe questions afterwards.
Thank you. I'm Crystal Beaudry, the Executive Director for the CNIB in Saskatchewan, and with me is my colleague Ashley Namath, who's our Advocacy Lead for Saskatchewan. CNIB is very supportive of ride-sharing services such as Uber and Lyft, which we're hoping will come to the City of Regina. These services will allow our clients greater access at a reduced cost. Ride-share apps are also accessible for an individual who's blind and partially sighted. 72% of individuals who are blind and partially sighted are unemployed, and for those who are employed, they're living on incomes of less than $20,000 per year. Ride-share offers a more affordable option. While we're in support of ride-sharing services, we also want to make sure no one is left on the curb. We've been successful in working with companies such as Uber to stop people from being denied access due to having a guide dog. But we also want to make sure that the licensing ensures that every company that enters the market is accountable under the same rules. So I'd like to turn it over to my colleague Ashley to speak from first-hand experience on being left on the curb and on the accessibility of the system.
As somebody who's blind, living in the community, taking a cab is a great option. However, the accessibility of it isn't always there. So when I get into a cab, I can't pay for my cab ride with my debit card independently. I also can't order a cab through the app. Many of those apps are not accessible for me to use. Whereas with Uber and Lyft, I'm able to track my ride through GPS and know exactly how much it's going to cost and pay through the app independently. So I never have to give my PIN out to somebody else. As well as being left on the curb, I've been left standing on a curb many a times in weather just like this today because I have my guide dog with me. And it's an unfortunate thing that happens every day in our city. So we'd like to make sure that within, the ride-sharing platforms that it's made sure that people aren't left on the curb when it comes to guide dogs.
Thank you.
Good. Anything else you'd like to add? You have a few minutes left on your time if you'd like.
No,
Okay.
we're good.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from members of council? You made yourself very, very clear. Thank you so much.
Thank
You
you.
can return to the gallery. Our next delegation is Carla Harris. Ms. Harris, if you could identify yourself for the record, your name, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
I'm here to represent myself today, but also I think a lot of people who aren't entering this discussion publicly. So through you, Mr. Chairperson, council members, and the whole audience of Regina residents here today, thank you for the chance to address council. Let rideshare come to Regina, but not without responsible policy to protect all riders. I was sexually assaulted by a taxi driver in 2016. He was convicted of that assault, and it took until last week for him to be sentenced. 2.5 years. When I was assaulted, the Regina police were able to place a hold on the driver's Class 4 license while the case went through the court system. And because of that requirement for a Class 4 license, during those 2.5 years, the man who assaulted me was not allowed to drive any other cab and put other people in that same harm's way. If the proposed policy on the floor today had been approved before my assault, the man who attacked me while driving that cab would have been able to switch to a rideshare company because he did not have a record on his books yet. And he could have driven for 2.5 years until he was found guilty and his name finally had a criminal record. This proposed bylaw needs to add the Class 4 license requirements to rideshare and provide police with this tool to protect all Regina residents. For the majority of Regina's residents, if they personally don't like rideshare or taxis, they have that ability to opt out of using all of these services. But some of us do not have opportunity to opt out. Many disabled people, newcomers, residents of low socioeconomic backgrounds, seniors, and youth all rely on vehicles for hire because we have to here. Buses can meet some of our needs, but if any of us were to have a job on a Sunday that goes into the evening, or if we need to get to different parts of the city or attend a last-minute doctor's appointment, none of us have a ride option without placing our safety under this concern. For many of us who fall into these minority margins, you making changes that affect our lives on an everyday basis, this is not for the fun of getting a ride home after a night on the town. This is especially important to me as a disabled person who cannot drive, which makes me ask if City Council recognizes how this may affect many other friends from our disability community, which is 20% of Regina's population, who may never be able to choose rideshare if those cars are not adapted for wheelchairs. That is less than 20%. That is an 8% of people with disabilities that use wheelchairs. But those wheelchair members, I want to know how that 7-cent tariff is actually going to provide any opportunity for our community. You need a concrete plan for how that fund would actually be directed to provide better accessibility options for residents of Regina who need this assistance. Accessibility is a human right. The Class 4 license doesn't just provide protection from sexual predators. Regina Police use the Class 4 license, or have in the past, to hold other situations that threaten passengers, such as just someone driving dangerously or verbal abusive. Of course, the majority of drivers are not threatening, and I appreciate them myself being a regular taxi rider. But we must have protections for those who may do wrong.
Sarah, you have 1 minute left in your presentation.
To give security to Regina residents using rideshare, require all drivers to hold a valid Class 4 license. Introduce these protections for rideshare today and reintroduce them for taxis at your next meeting. We cannot lower the bar for our residents. Weak policies put people at risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions? Councillor Flego or Councillor Murray, do you have questions?
Not at this time, no questions.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Flego. Okay. Councillor Massinelli then.
Thank you. Through the chair. Concerning the rideshare industry, do you have any opinion on the mandatory enforcement of a camera system in the cars? And by the way, thank you for sharing your experience for others to hear. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Chair? Sorry. Yes, remind me your question.
What's your opinion on video recording of the rides?
Thank you. Video recording is valuable. However, it would only be fully secure if we actually make it law. So in the current system, for example, in my cab company that I was riding in on the night I was assaulted, the person had, for some reason, the camera was not working. I can't reflect on whether that was the person's decision or that was a problem with the car, but when a camera stops operating, even in the companies that operate them for the drivers, It does not force the driver to stop driving. They can continue, and they could continue for entire 12-hour shifts without a camera running. They're not forced. So this already isn't actually, like, a camera in the vehicle is only adequate if it is on at all times and people are forced to pull over and not drive potential victims if that camera's not operating.
Thank you. One more question. I understand your interest in the Class 4 license. You are aware that that's a provincial legislated item and not at the power of our council to either test for or legislate?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I wonder about this because I have seen other bylaws from other cities where some things are, like, decisions are made or by the city on what they want to happen within their riding. So I actually think that that's something that SGI is opening for consideration, but I don't think it's decided as law because I know as a fact in Waterloo specifically, only because I have friends there, the Uber policy has things specifically regarding both like the accessibility tariff and there's another one on providing, I'm terrible. I wish I would have brought that logo.
I have the report open right help right now. So
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. No other questions? You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for your presentation and answering questions. Next delegation is Christopher Strain. Welcome, Mr. Strain, to City Council. You can identify yourself. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards.
I'm Christopher Strain for the Regina District Labour Council. Mayor, councillors, on behalf of the Regina District Labour Council, I'd like to express some concerns with the proposed regulatory framework and identify some potential solutions. At its October 29th meeting, Council passed a unanimous motion to become a 100% renewable city by 2050. Yet, having no cap on the total number of rideshare drivers and no maximum vehicle age will impact greenhouse gas emissions. Vehicles made within the past 10 years were built under higher fuel economy standards than older vehicles. The increased travel by rideshare vehicles versus ordinary passenger vehicles compounds this problem. Rather than looking at the average travel per individual driver, we need to consider the increased emissions from the rideshare fleet as a whole. Virtually unlimited drivers in cars of any age competing for limited trips means an oversupply of vehicles deadheading, driving around, or idling while waiting for new passengers, further increasing emissions. Transportation accounts for over 21% of the province's greenhouse emissions, yet staff reports are silent as to rideshare's impact and the added cost of reaching Regina's eventual renewable city goals. Public transit is key to achieving a renewable city. Regina is continually investing funds into operating a modern bus fleet, and earlier this month brought in lower fare options. There's again talk of a transit route to the airport. Yet the staff reports are silent as to the effect of rideshare on our transit system and mostly ignore the experiences of more than a dozen U.S. states and cities. It has been shown that rideshare's main competition for passengers is public transit and results in a 6% drop in bus ridership. About 60% of rideshare trips are diverted from transit, walking, or biking. A renewable city would want to see more of these, rather than lure people back into sole passenger automobile trips. The supplemental report admits cities are bringing in new regulations over concerns about pollution and air traffic, but is silent as to the potential for those problems in Regina. Cities are also losing revenue in the wake of rideshare services. In Chicago, it was estimated the city lost $40 million per year in parking fees, licenses, and permits, as well as transit fares. In response, cities and states have adopted per-ride fees ranging from 10 cents to $2.75 American, dedicated to funding transit. New York City recently stopped licensing rideshare drivers while it reconsiders its own rules and brought in a minimum wage to boost the low wages drivers typically earn after expenses, helping families really make ends meet. Councilors should consider carefully the decision they make tonight. To prevent an increase in emissions, Council should enact a strong vehicle age requirement and act to prevent a glut of drivers into the rideshare market. Council could even go further towards its renewable city motion by phasing in a requirement for hybrid or full electric vehicles. Council should consider a dedicated per-ride fee on rideshare trips to ensure that as rideshare grows, we maintain a high-quality public transit system with affordable fares and frequent service, reducing traffic pollution and overall energy use. Others have cited the positive experience of one Toronto taxi company. Yet Toronto brought in a minimum charge for rideshare trips. Council should ensure we do the same here. As councillors are surely aware, some residents insist that public transit services be profitable. This was even cited in the decision to end STC service. As it so happens, Uber and Lyft are not even yet themselves profitable companies. As we change our regulations to suit them today, Council should consider how Uber and Lyft will someday operate when they're required by their own investors to become profitable. We've heard a lot about impaired driving, yet drunk driving deaths in our province reached a 60-year low in 2017. Policy options such as regulating off-sale hours, lowering blood alcohol content limits, limiting points of sale should be considered as part of a broader strategy. Will rideshare companies commit to helping our province bring in a broader impaired driving strategy?
Mr. Strain, you have about a minute left.
Our drivers deserve a fair wage, whether transit, taxi, or rideshare drivers. 91% of those surveyed said fairness to drivers was important to them. It is better to err on the side of caution today to prevent irreparable harm to our transportation industries and the working families who depend on them. Council should adopt a framework that allows Regina to achieve its own renewable city goals, instead of contributing to a race to the bottom on drivers' wages and public services for the benefit of remote and currently unprofitable tech firms. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions from members of council? So you made yourself very clear. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and move on to our next delegation. Chris Rotker. If you could identify yourself for the record, your name, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Curtis Retker. I'm here representing myself. I come before you tonight to strongly urge City Council to approve the proposed ride-sharing regulations as they are currently laid out. In particular, that the city does not limit the number of ride-sharing drivers in the city and does not set minimum fares. I believe we should be removing, not creating barriers for ride-sharing companies such as Uber and Lyft. The essence of having ride-sharing is about having more options, especially at peak times, for affordable transportation. I realize the taxi cab industry has a large lobbying voice using safety and other concerns as a red herring for the fact they do not want competition. I'd like to emphasize their agenda does not align with the citizens of Regina, as the recent City of Regina poll shows 87% of respondents want true ride-sharing. I do not believe Regina has special safety needs different from the hundreds of other cities ride-sharing is safely operating in today. I have personally utilized ride-sharing services numerous times, and I can confidently say I have always felt extremely safe. Furthermore, the vehicles were immaculately clean, the drivers personable, with some instances going above and beyond. I also have the ability to see my driver's rating before I enter the vehicle, creating another layer of safety assurance. As mentioned, ride-sharing greatly assists in having options during peak times and events. I have literally seen people fight over taxi cabs during major events in Regina. With such major events as the NHL Heritage Classic and potentially the 2020 Grey Cup coming to Regina, the need for ride-sharing is even more critical to be in place to safely move an influx of people around. In closing, ride-sharing is a better customer experience in every conceivable way, potentially helping to reduce drinking and driving, helping the struggling restaurant industry, and offering more convenient and affordable options for visitors and citizens of this city. The government of Saskatchewan is on board as they've cleared the way for ride-sharing in this province. I'd like to ask City Council to do the same with an approval tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions of the delegation? Oh, there are none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Tom Malima. If you could identify yourself for the record as you did at Executive Committee, and who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
I'm Tom Malima. I represent myself. Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. It's not a question of whether the people of Regina want rideshare. I think the question is if the people of Regina want a safe rideshare. On a CKRM daily web poll, the day after the Executive Committee meeting held on January 16th, it asked, should rideshare be on the same level playing field and the same rules as taxis? The general consensus was yes at 85%. This speaks for itself. I'm not even sure why we're debating this. The question that the Chamber of Commerce put to the public was biased. It only gave you the choice. Do you want rideshare? Since there wasn't an option of voting no, and if you voted yes for rideshare, do you want it to be on par with taxi regulations or not? These are the questions the Chamber should have asked. This sounds a lot like the Fifth Estate program that they did on October 21st, 2018 on how rideshare companies put the pressure on the Mayor and City Councils with a flood of emails. The cost of a camera is $1,000. Isn't that worth anybody's safety? Also, to be used as a tool by the City Police to help crime? The recommendation of the administration was not to have cameras. Here's an example of why cameras should be in all vehicles for hire, not just taxis. As a certified installer of the city-regulated cameras currently used in taxis, on January 19, 2019, at about 3:15 p.m., I had a call from a constable of the Regina City Police. For the video footage, they required the flash drive out of the taxi for a crime, not even related to the taxi or the driver. They needed it because the taxi was used to transport the people involved in a crime. He needed this drive to assist as evidence in the investigation to possibly solve a crime. This is why the camera footage should be kept encrypted. With SGI's new regulation regarding rideshare drivers, they are only required to get a criminal record check and not a vulnerable sectors check. Taxi drivers who hold the City of Regina taxi badge are required to get a full criminal record check done with a vulnerable sectors search. This is for the safety of the customers. This is why the city should issue rideshare drivers a badge. This is also to keep track of how many and who those rideshare drivers are. The city should also have a rideshare decal for vehicles. This would assist in keeping track of them and to know the real number operating in the city. This helps to ensure that the rideshare vehicles are kept up to standards and who they need to call for an annual inspection performed by the city. On Monday, January 21st, 2019, CNN did a live broadcast on Uber called Stressed Out and at Risk, inside Uber's Special Investigations Unit. In this broadcast, they spoke of the internal investigators that were tasked dealing with the burden of nearly 1,200 cases a week, not just basic complaints. This team was tasked with handling the most severe incidents reported to the company in North America, including verbal threats, physical and sexual assault, rape, theft, and serious traffic accidents. Currently, we have a total of 18 accessible taxi licenses, with one not operating since November 2018. There are 2 others that have recently been in accidents that are not on the road. These 2 are contemplating on whether to invest and purchase new vehicles. It's all dependent on the outcome of how the new rideshare platform and regulations is rolled out. I myself, as a holder of an accessible decal, will not be putting any more money into purchasing another accessible vehicle. I will be returning my decal to the city when the vehicle that is currently operating on it is no longer operational due to age restrictions by the city or if not repairable. In my opinion, the likelihood of finding operators for an accessible decal will be very challenging, to say the least. When they try to lotto them out, similar to the challenges the city is facing with the seasonal lotto decals. In closing, I think the fairest and safest option for the transportation industry and the people of Regina would be option 3 of the recommendations, with a few small tweaks, and not relax any taxi regulations just to accommodate rideshare. In Regina, we're not followers, we're leaders. Where am I now? We should lead the way on how rideshare should be operated in a safe manner and not make the same mistakes other jurisdictions have made and are now in the process of trying to change them. I'd like to thank you for listening to my concerns regarding rideshare.
Thank you, Mr. Malima, for your presentation. Other questions? Apparently there are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. And we'll go on to our next delegation. Michelle O'Carr. Good evening and welcome to Regina City Council. You state your name for the record, who you represent.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship and Council. I'm Michelle O'Keery, and I'm the Regional Manager for MAD Canada for Saskatchewan and Manitoba. On behalf of MAD Canada, I'm urging City Council to support the passage of ride-sharing rules that will enable commercial ride-sharing to begin operating in Regina as soon as possible. Crashes involving alcohol and/or drugs are the leading criminal cause of death in Canada. Every day, on average, 3.5 Canadians are killed in crashes involving drugs and/or alcohol. But everyone has the power to prevent impaired driving, and having safe, convenient, and reliable transportation options is very much a part of the solution for us. Most impaired driving incidents happen late at night and during the weekend. In cities where ride-sharing companies like Uber and Lyft operate in Canada, rush hour for ride-sharing is not first thing in the morning or directly after work when people are heading home, but it is late at night when the bars close. As a result, these companies help provide people with safe ride options when they need it the most. Jurisdictions across Canada and around the world have taken action and are beginning to see positive results due to ride-sharing. Research at Temple University compares rates of alcohol-related crash deaths in cities before and after Uber was available. While there are a number of factors that affect impaired driving trends, findings from this research concluded that arrival of Uber in a city has led to 3.6 to 5.6% decrease in the number of people killed in alcohol-related car crashes. By establishing provincial or city rules to enable ride-sharing, Regina has an opportunity to provide a framework for an industry that will provide more safe ride options and lead the way in the fight against impaired driving. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming out tonight. In your presentation, you cited that many times the attractiveness of this transportation would be late at night after bars close and such. I agree with you totally. Knowing that there's vulnerable people after they've been drinking, do you think it'd be a smart idea to have cameras in the cars for incidents that may happen with someone who's maybe not quite as aware after many drinks, or accusations against a driver from someone who's not quite in the right mind?
Well, I think when you actually look at ride-sharing companies and how they work, they screen their drivers. The user actually books through an app on their phone. They're provided with the license plate, the driver's photo, and the name of the driver. And in addition to that, their route is completely tracked via GPS on their phone. So they can let somebody know when they're on their way. They also have to check with the driver. The driver will let them know that they are indeed the driver that's supposed to pick them up by checking with their name. So there's a tracking app the entire time that they're in the vehicle. Additional safeguards include, for me, someone who's a woman, if I was out at a bar late at night, I can order from inside of the bar that I'm in, hotel, restaurant, whatever it might be. I don't have to leave the premises until my ride gets there. So I'm told when they're arriving, and then I can go out. So I'm not stuck on the side of the street making that call or trying to hail something. So as far as safety is concerned, I would say that this is a very safe option for people who are looking for reliable transportation late at night.
What about from the aspects of people who might be part-time drivers dealing with maybe not a lot of experience in drunk people, incidents that may happen, liabilities? There's two sides to it, and both sides seem to come back to one of my residents, so I'm trying to find the best system I can. Any comment on that?
I guess, can you elaborate on what these situations might be?
In dealing with lobby efforts on this issue, it's been brought to my attention that, there's two sides to a problem. Oftentimes dealing with drunk people at the end of the night for an inexperienced driver or someone who may not have that skill set quite at startup. There might be problems for them as well. Accusations from both sides, social media, all types. I'm wondering if it seems to have taken a long time to get to the point where we had recording in our cabs, and I'm wondering if right now isn't the best time to implement to alleviate some of the problems they had in the past getting to that point. I'm just looking for opinions for interested parties.
Certainly. So I believe that the provincial legislation has that it cannot be a new driver. So it wouldn't be inexperienced drivers that would be driving. So this isn't someone who literally just got their license and is on a learner.
I mean more to the transportation system.
Yeah. Again, I think this is something that's working in a variety of jurisdictions across the world. We're seeing that it works. There are policies in place with these companies and how they deal with anything that goes on with their drivers. And I think from our perspective, we trust the processes that are in place, and this is something that when we've worked with these industries, that they have answered those questions to the best of their abilities and to a way that we feel very comfortable with as an organization that does advocate on behalf of ending impaired driving and ensuring that people do have safe and reliable transportation.
Some of the questions I asked, were they vetted through your organization? Is that something they've had dealings with on other municipalities, and is this like accurate information they found when adapting the rideshare legislation?
Sorry.
Some of these suggestions I've made, have they been vetted by your organization in other municipalities, and have you received feedback from experiences they may have had for things like the cameras? Has it been discussion in other municipalities as well?
So we've worked with Uber on a national scale, and so anytime that we have concerns about things like, should your drivers be found to be impaired, how do you deal with that? There are policies in place that we feel comfortable with. Should there be issues such as sexual assault, any of those types of things that would be brought forward, those are things that our board of directors has gone through with them that we feel comfortable in working with them on a national scale. And so that's very much how the partnership with us has gone forward, and we feel very comfortable with the policies that they have in place. In addition to that, I would say that, again, this is something that is working in a variety of jurisdictions across the world. It's not just here within Canada, it's not just here within Saskatchewan, but all over the world that this is something that is working. And I don't think that there needs to be excessive changes to that here in Regina when we see it working elsewhere.
Have you had any other experience with other companies besides Uber? This policy is to do with rideshare in general, so I'm expecting there will be more companies than just Uber. Have you had any experience with Lyft or some of the others?
We are an anti-impaired driving organization, not an advocate for any specific ride-sharing organization, but we do believe that ride-sharing has an impact on the amount of impaired drivers on our roads, and we do have, the research from Temple University that backs that up.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Flagel or Murray, do you have any questions?
No questions at this time.
Okay. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. We'll move on to our next delegation. There shouldn't be any, to ask people to refrain from participating in the debate. I know it's hard sometimes, but just the rules require that. Thank you very much. Leslie McNabb is the next delegate. If you could identify yourself for the record who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation and maybe questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Patrick Vino, and I'm the staff rep for Regina and Saskatchewan South for the United Steelworkers. Beside me is Malik Umar. I'm here today basically representing the drivers of Regina Cabs specifically, and we wish to speak to the importance of fairness in the vehicles for hire regulations. While we do not dispute the fact that the TNCs are coming to many cities and that the public believes that it's a good thing, we believe there should be a level playing field. So that's where we're at. What we do want to speak to is the fairness and the safety issue. The people who drive taxi cabs for a living are professional drivers. They have obtained Class 4 licenses, criminal record checks, training, and have invested time and money to become professional drivers that they are. We are requesting that Council strongly consider the following. A, we believe that all drivers should be licensed the same. This would be for the safety of the public. Whether you do this as a living to support your family full-time or for extra cash, you should at least be able to pass the CRC and the Class 4 license requirements. That would make it a fair for all and safer for the people using these services. The drivers who have dedicated themselves to providing this service in Regina to the residents for many years, and the prospective new drivers would benefit as well. We should not be lowering the standards on safety when it comes to Uber. The best way to level the playing field for the existing professional drivers is to consider alternative methods of licensing and allowing local drivers and companies to compete, as the City of Saskatoon is currently seriously considering. I'd like to thank you for your time, and do you have any questions?
Thank you very much for your
I will go
presentation.
further on that one. As Brother Patrick, we still have 3 minutes. So as Brother Patrick mentioned that we do want a level playing field for everybody, and the best level playing field for the drivers is a SAS plate model, which we proposed in the last meeting, and I would like to give more copies to the City Council so they can have reviewed this plate proposal
We
models.
have that already, actually. I think you distributed it at the executive committee meeting?
Yes, there's a little bit changes if you want to look at the new plates. So this plate is the best level playing field for the drivers. And these license plates will be not sold or it's to anybody or transferred to anybody. Only the drivers who will be eligible to have those plates, they will drive the cabs as long as they have license. And when they want to done their driving cabs, they will simply give back to the city and city can issue to the next available drivers. And we don't want to see the flood the market either. So that's why we are recommending that one driver should be allowed to operate one vehicle, so that way it will not flood the markets. And those plates cannot be transferred. In previous, when the city issued the licenses to the drivers, unfortunately, some broker even refused to take those licenses, which was really sad because the drivers want to own his own business too. And if the city issued the license, the company should take those licenses because during the peak times, the city does need more cabs, regardless how much TNC or Uber comes in the city. So taxi business will stay theirs, and they should take the plates. So these plates are for 12 months. So even if the company refused to take those license plates, the drivers have an option to open a new company and to make their living. So we strongly recommend that kindly consider our tax plate proposals, or at least you can send back to the administration for further review. And we are more than happy to work with all stakeholders on this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Stevens.
Malik, thanks for coming out today. Just one question through the chair. Would it be fair to say that what you're proposing here has more to do with reforming the taxi bylaw than it does imposing on the current report and TNC specifically?
Yes.
Okay.
All we want that the city should consider this proposal, and administration can give us feedback to the city councils, and we can move further how we can work that.
So that's a specific policy recommendation, but you're making reference and comments about how we should regulate ride sharing. But what you want to see predominantly is a change of how we regulate the brokers and the licensing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Thank you very much for your presentation. You can return to the gallery. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Justin Reeves. I believe this is your first time in City Council. To identify yourself for the record, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there could be questions afterwards.
Hello, everyone. My name is Justin Rivas. I'm representing myself. I'm born and raised here in Regina, lived here my entire life, and I hope that remains true until the day that I die. I'm proud to be from this city. I'm proud to share stories of this city. In fact, in the process of telling stories about the city, I was named as the first ever ambassador for Tourism Regina in the city, and a lot of my work also takes me outside of the city, and as we spread the message of Regina and the amazing things around here, we get the privilege of traveling all over North America. And I've had the privilege of using Uber and Lyft in cities all across North America, from Calgary to Toronto to Atlanta to LA to Las Vegas and all these places. And every single experience I've ever had has been absolutely excellent in all of those situations. But I can tell you that at times we deal with some stereotypes from being from Regina. And when we go out there and tell people that we're from Regina, sometimes the pushback we get is not always positive. And they're like, why do you live there? Like, you know, what's going on? Now, we know why we live here, because of the amazing people and the quality of life and all the things that we have here. But we also know that at times we can be the butt end of jokes. And this issue with ride sharing is something that I'm very passionate about, because this speaks to a forward-thinking nature and the way that the new world is going. I would say in many ways we could compare it to Amazon. We have Amazon here. It's great. It's not necessarily fair to local businesses, but I'll tell you, good local businesses have adapted and found their new competitive advantage to new things that come into the world. And in the same way, I would say ride sharing it's new. It's not necessarily fair to the way that taxi companies were coming, but it's part of the new world. And I want to be proud that when we bring people here to the city, that when they land in the airport, they can use the same services that they have available in nearly every other major center in North America for the pride of the city. Another thing I want to talk about is the ability for our community to come together and to help tackle this issue of drunk driving. I'll tell the story of one night we were in Calgary. We were about 8 or 10 blocks on a cold evening last November, and we decided to grab an Uber to get back to our hotel. And up pulled this brand new BMW X5 with a guy in his 50s that was clearly very, very well off. And I got in and I said to him, sir, this is the nicest Uber that I have ever been in. Like, what are you doing here? And he said, you know what, one of the ways that I like to give back, I've done very well in my life, is Friday and Saturday nights on a lot of weekends, I get out here and I drive to make sure that everybody gets home safe. And the ability for our community to come together and help tackle this with just part-time drivers, especially on busy evenings. We've all heard stories on New Year's and other busy nights where people can't get a safe ride home for hours. The ability for somebody to very easily sign up for one of these ride-sharing services, maybe do it on the side. I've talked with a number of, people who are a little bit more advanced in age, retired, and it's just one thing. They love to get out, they love to give back, they make some cash on the side, and it becomes a really easy thing. And it's their way of our community taking care of problems together. For those reasons, I would be very much in favor of us passing ride sharing as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it. We have a couple of councillors who want to have questions. Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. Justin, thanks for coming out and providing your presentation to us. In your experience in multiple cities utilizing different ride-sharing services, one of the concerns that comes up is safety specifically. So just because you have experienced it sort of all over North America, if you want to talk about how safe it's been or maybe not safe in certain instances, you want to just talk about that?
Sure.
Oh my God, he's white and male.
Every single experience I've ever had in Uber or Lyft has been incredibly positive. The vehicles are immaculate, they're well cared for, and the drivers have been incredibly friendly. Working in the new world, I understand the value of this societal pressure that comes through the rating system and how important that is to drivers to protect their rating system. Now, I understand that there are terrible things that happen to people all the time, but in all of my personal experiences, I've felt incredibly safe, knowing that the vehicle's tracked from point A to point B, that you can identify the driver, the vehicle, the license plate. All of those things have contributed to excellent experiences, in my opinion.
Any other question, Councillor Murray?
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thanks.
Councillor Massanelli?
Thank you. Through the chair, once again, citing your experience, have you ever experienced Uber or Lyft vehicles where they are being recorded? Is that something that happens in other municipalities, or it's nothing you've ever experienced?
In none of my experiences, in probably 15 or 20 rides, I've never had a camera in the vehicle.
Okay, thank you. Reading your story about the X5 driver, do you think that sounds like the start of a Criminal Minds episode as well?
Maybe it could be. He was wonderful, though.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and we'll move on to our next delegation. John Hopkins. Mr. Hopkins, for the record, identify yourself, who you represent. And you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of Regina City Council. My name is John Hopkins, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Regina District Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today on behalf of our 1,200-member business organization to support the recommendations in Vehicles for Hire regulatory framework. I want to begin by saying that we're happy this report is here today. Over the past number of years, we have heard many members talk about the desire to see ride-sharing in our community as a transportation option. In fact, in a recent survey of our membership, 85% of respondents supported ride-sharing as a transportation option. Moreover, as of 9:30 this morning, 3,071 people have signed our petition to support ride-sharing as an option. Tonight, I hope we will be able to make ride-sharing a reality for the majority of the people in our community who want this option. There are a number of points I would like to address tonight. One, the need for more transportation options. There are not enough options right now. People in this community want more options, and many who have used ride-sharing in other communities love it, particularly young people. Two, those who use Uber and Lyft in other communities really enjoy the service and experience in part because of how it works with technology. You can see where the car is. You know who is picking you up. You know how much it's going to cost, and you can rate the driver, and the driver can rate you. Three, simply put, ride-sharing will cut down on drinking and driving, in part because supply will meet demand. Ride-sharing is something the City of Regina can do to help cut down on drinking and driving. 4, ride-sharing technology works, and it works well, in large part because it is a product of our time where more and more there is a symbiotic relationship between us and technology. Your Worship, I would argue that technology has improved our culture and our quality of life. We need to embrace technology like ride-sharing. 5, ride-sharing is safe. No cash. You can see who the driver is and you know what it's going to cost, what the cost is going to be, as well as the reality that the driver can see who they're picking up. According to a 2017 City of Calgary report, complaint levels dropped from 1,214 to 978 with the advent of ride-sharing. 6, Class 4 versus Class 5 licenses. The province recently enhanced safety by requiring annual driver safety checks of drivers wishing to use a Class 5 license to drive a taxi or rideshare. This is not and has not been required for drivers with a Class 4 license. It is possible for a taxi driver with multiple accidents with more than 12 demerit points to drive a taxi with a Class 4 license. With a Class 5 license and the same demerits, you wouldn't be able to drive a rideshare because of SGI's new stringent rules. 7, this service is common in most communities across Canada and has not resulted in the end of the taxi industry. In fact, according to Beck Taxi, Toronto's largest taxi company, they have publicly stated they are busier than ever. Business is good and we're loving it. This report and the process used to develop this report have been very well done by your administration, and we commend them for a job well done. The time has come for ride-sharing in Regina. We urge you to support the recommendations in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins, for your presentation. Other questions? Ken, I think you were very, very clear in your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Ken Stromberg for Glen Sally, who has lost his voice apparently. Good afternoon, Mr. Stromberg and Mr. Sally. You identify yourself and who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well, and there could be questions after.
Ken Stromberg. I speak for Glen Sally with Capital Cabs. Good evening, Your Worship and City Councilors. All rules for rideshare should be the same as taxis. Drivers, vehicles, cameras, all of it. We shouldn't sacrifice customer safety for ease of entry into the Regina market. Safety should be the #1 concern of every city councilor here today. Lately, there have been surveys on local radio stations, and over 85% of those in the public want rideshare services to have the same rules as taxis. That tells you something. They want safety. The Regina Chamber of Commerce, in their petition, should have asked whether or not rideshare companies should have the same rules and regulations as the taxi industry, rules that were put in place years ago to protect the public. Make all their rules the same as taxis to stress safety to the public. Our customers want Class 4 drivers with vulnerable sector checks done on them. Our company has government, school, and commercial accounts. Even you at City Hall require drivers to have Class 4 driver's licenses and vulnerable sector searches. Why wouldn't you want the same for your customers and the public? We've had a lot of our customers phone us in the past week, and we have assured them that we haven't lowered our standards and will continue to require Class 4 licensing and vulnerable sector searches. SGI does not require vulnerable sector checks. We have information from them that states this is so. So with this said, we feel rideshare drivers and their vehicles need to be licensed by the city so they can be charged the same fees as taxis. We have a few concerns about rideshare. All we hear about is how good it is, but we have great concerns about the negative things. There are issues with their app. For instance, customers' pictures do go on the app, and a driver can refuse the trip because of the way you look. Now, who does this? Another example is when rating the driver after a fare is already paid. And should a poor rating be given, the driver harasses the customer. These examples happen. Just Google it. We have these issues, but our biggest concern is the number of sexual assaults contained in a CNN report on Uber last week. There are 1,200 incidents per week against customers, some including sexual assaults. And looking into these numbers of complaints are only 60 underqualified investigators being paid low wages. Some were working previously as shift managers at Starbucks before assuming this investigator status at Uber. This isn't good. Not at all. Why wasn't a report done so counselors can make the right decision? Your administration has all this info. Did they not give it to you? Do not reduce regulations for rideshare companies. Will rideshare companies accept responsibility when something happens? No, they will not. They so much as said that at the last meeting with councillors, so you should have no choice but for their rules to be the same as taxis. In closing, we ask that you strengthen the regulations for ride-sharing companies to enter the Regina market. In doing so, we feel you will be living up to our mayor's comments from December 4th, 2017, where he stated on CKRM, quote, "We want to make sure that we treat rideshare the same as taxis." And with that said, to finish his quote, he said, "Actually, having rideshare is good because it breeds excellence in the marketplace." And to that we agree. Thank you very much for hearing our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We do have a question. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for coming forward tonight. I would like to just get a little more information on the vulnerable sector check. We've been told by SGI that there's a criminal record check in place. Is that not close? And they've actually extended it with a little more in depth. If you could just, does that cover the vulnerable sector?
No, it doesn't. I give you all a copy of the rules from SGI. It does not cover vulnerable sector search. I phoned SGI, and you've got a letter from me stating vulnerable sector search is not part of the criminal record check. So you're going to have to add that into your bylaw, vulnerable sector search for everybody.
Okay. So just, I know you've indicated that this would be a benefit. Can you give me an example?
Well, I mean, anybody, you hear people here tonight, they're going home from a bar. I mean, you want to rest assured that everybody, there's not going to be any abuses, at least if it can help some in some manner, or an elderly, or anybody that are vulnerable. This has to be done. Okay. It's done with everything that we have now. This is why the taxi industry had that on for years. This is why the city requires it. We need to have a high standard for everybody when transporting the public.
Okay. I think Saskatoon has included in theirs as well.
Yes, yeah.
One last question through you, Your Worship. The taxi industry has known that ride-sharing is going to be coming here for many years, at least 4, I know. What has the taxi industry done in the last 4 years, knowing that this is coming? What have you done to prepare for this?
You might as well say we all have ride-sharing apps. Everything that you hear today that ride-sharing offers, we all offer that same thing. We can estimate their trips, you see the driver, everything that is done. All the taxi companies have that same type of, you might as well say, ride-share apps. So we all have that type of app. You can see your driver, you can see when he arrives, everything that they have, we provide that too. Have the panic, everything that they require has it. But one thing we don't do, we don't rate our customers. I think it's wrong for anybody to rate a customer. Why would you rate a paying customer? I don't understand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. Councillor Murray, you have a question? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. There are no other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next delegation is John Naher. If I got your name wrong, I apologize. Just identify who you are, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. I'm John Nair, and I'm representing myself. Good evening, Regina City Council, tonight on Treaty 4 territory. As already stated, my name is John Nair. Those of you fortunate enough to be on your 2nd term on City Council have received a book from me previously, The Happy City. I hope you've had a chance to enjoy it. And some of what I'm speaking on today is related. I am a young adult living and working in Regina as a teacher, but also in the arts and entertainment industry. Through my work as a musician, I've had the opportunity to visit multiple cities and make use of ride-sharing platforms across North America. These trips have taken place in locations as wide-ranging as Los Angeles and Vancouver, as well as Kansas City and Montreal. I might be considered one of the target markets for ride-sharing for a number of reasons. As a professional, I have income to spend on transportation, and as someone in the entertainment industry, I am often working in areas where parking is scarce, at venues where alcohol is present, and at times when public transportation is inconvenient. By and large, I've received great service at a worthwhile price from ride-sharing platforms and have very few complaints as a customer, with the caveat that I am a young white male. Despite all this, I am here before City Council to advocate for further research and consideration into how Regina can incorporate ride-sharing in the city. I know this will make me unpopular with a number of my friends and colleagues, many here tonight whom I admire greatly, but I believe it is the right thing to do. While I would benefit from the service in the short term, there are too many problems with the proposed ride-sharing model that would hurt drivers and the citizens of Regina as a whole in the long run. The report to City Council states that adopting option 2 in EX 19.4 also supports the community priority of fostering economic prosperity by allowing a new ride-sharing economy to establish itself in Regina, when the current ride-sharing model as presented is not a new economy but a technological coat of paint over an already existing taxi industry. Ride-sharing companies like to show that the people who drive for them are doing so to make a little extra cash to fund their ambitions, but the reality is that most long-term drivers drive full-time, with a 2018 report showing that nearly 2/3 of Uber drivers in New York City drive for Uber full-time while still making less than minimum wage. A 2017 report shows that only 4% of people who sign up with Uber continue driving after a year. The dream does not match the reality. The people who do continue to drive are most likely these full-time drivers, 9 out of 10 of them immigrants who receive less pay and security for the same work that existed in the taxi industry. I've been accused online of being a lobbyist for the taxi industry, and I'm sure while there are taxi lobbyists here, Uber and Lyft have more lobbyists than Amazon, Microsoft, and Walmart combined. In regards to EX 19.4's environmental implications section, I am confused that there are no impacts listed. If it is in fact a new transportation option, as stated in the report, then it is putting more cars on the road, which certainly has environmental implications and impacts on Regina's infrastructure. We already heard about deadheading tonight, and in San Francisco, approximately 20% of ride-sharing driver time is spent deadheaded with no passengers, and in New York City, that number is closer to 50. Considering that Regina is considerably less dense than both of those cities, I don't expect the numbers to be much better as drivers ferry passengers from neighborhood to neighborhood. While likely minimal in a year-to-year evaluation, these costs will accumulate over time and cost Regina in maintaining infrastructure. If the environmental impact was not considered because it is assumed that customers will be transferring over from cabs, well, then ride-sharing is, again, nothing more than an undercutting of an established industry. I don't want to stray too far from my main points about ride-sharing, but I do think it's worth noting that many of the advantages touted by the report for adopting ride-sharing could be achieved by altering public transit service to include longer hours and more convenient routes. This could also provide more quality jobs for citizens.
About a minute to go.
Thank you. Then ride-sharing, it will also be a more equitable form of transport as the majority of ride-sharing users are middle class and above. I do believe there is a benefit to be gained from introducing ride-sharing to Regina, but I believe it can be done in a way that is more equitable to passengers, drivers, and the platform owners. There was a 2018 study on ride sharing that found the app companies could easily absorb an increase in driver pay that would provide an average net pay increase of 22.5%. And in fact, a study by Uber itself found a 4% consumer surplus in their pricing. People are willing to pay more. There's a lot of talk of Regina needing to adopt the ride-sharing proposal as is to become a modern city, but I think Regina could do much more and could lead the way by demonstrating that there are ways to provide a service that citizens want while also providing sustainable, equitable jobs. We can implement this while not following other metropolitans blindly, or we can ask for an Olive Garden like everyone else.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions from members of council? There are none. Thank you very much. You've made yourself very clear. Next delegation is Wendell Wilkie. If you identify yourself for the record who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
I'm really hard of hearing, sorry.
You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and if you could identify yourself who you represent.
Oh, I've been in the taxi business for 45 years. I currently have 3 licenses with Co-op Taxi. The rideshare program, I feel, and a lot of people already have mentioned it, about having the vehicles inspected, I guess both by SGI and the city. I think they should also have some recognition of who the driver is, like we have our badges on the dashboard of our vehicles in the taxi. And the camera issue, I don't know why anybody would object to having cameras in the car. In my 45 years, I had 4 knives pulled on me, I got shot at, and I got stabbed in the chest with a needle. Now, the camera has got to monitor situations like that. So anybody that comes up here and suggests that they shouldn't have cameras, I think is wrong. I think all the vehicles should have cameras. And I mean, it monitors where the vehicle goes and at what time that vehicle goes to that destination. And it aided one of my drivers because he got a parking ticket at the Cornwall Center, and going back on the computer, he was never there. I just can't see that somebody can say that they shouldn't have them. That's all.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions?
Any questions?
Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. Wade Laurent. If you could identify yourself for the record who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. My name is Wade Laurent. I am a resident business owner and resident of Regina. Good evening, councillors and your worship, Mayor Fougere. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. As I've stated, I'm here as a business owner, resident of Regina, and my interest in ride sharing is to ensure that our governing body is allowing free market to operate. I have nothing to gain. I don't have badges. I don't install cameras. I am just a free market businessman. When you're making your decision on whether to allow rideshare or not, there are points I would like you to consider. I would like you to consider that the rules in place by the provincial government, the insuring body SGI has put forth a set of requirements that they are confident with. I think that because they're responsible for ensuring that, I think you should weigh that heavily as quite valuable. I don't disagree with a local criminal record check or a vulnerable record check. That should be part of the licensing process. But the amount of liability insurance or which driver's license the driver should have, I think should fall on the insurer. Rideshare is popular across the world. When the modern traveler arrives in a city for work or leisure, they appreciate similarity. Allowing large corporations to open and operate in our city is not a bad thing. When we talk about rideshare, we all know that Uber and Lyft are the dominant names in the industry. As we grow our city on the world stage, it's important to have modern modes of transportation. By allowing rideshare in our city, you will be accommodating more people, those that are comfortable with rideshare and those that prefer cabs. Rideshare is not for everyone. Some people will feel more comfortable in a cab, and introducing rideshare will not end taxi cabs. Both systems can exist. I would like you to consider the complacency of taxi cab companies in the rapid acceptance of rideshare. Uber will be 10 years old this March. In Regina, the taxi industry chose to sit idly by rather than lobby to allow them to operate similar to a rideshare company. If they had put in as much energy 5 years ago to modify the bylaws that govern them as they are right now to prevent rideshare from coming to our city, we wouldn't be having this discussion. People want rideshare because of the convenience of it. If a cab company had fought to introduce pay-by-app, GPS tracking, rating for your drivers, and more accessible rides during peak times, riders wouldn't be lobbying for rideshare. We would have just used the cabs because the system would have been in place. I would like to remind City Council to value the polls that were placed on the city's website. You're responsible to represent the best interests of the majority of the citizens. The polls show that 87% of people favor rideshare. I have heard that some of you are worried about the loss of jobs in the taxi industry and having to wear that. It's not your job to pick winners and losers. You are elected to represent the city, its citizens, and your tax base, not just the taxi industry. Your citizens clearly want this, so you should set the playing field, and it's up to the businesses to be successful. If a driver loses employment, it's the business's job to make changes to keep people employed. Please don't represent the 13% today.
You have just over a minute to go.
The benefit is for the end user by allowing competition in a monopolized industry. When rideshare is allowed, we all know that cab companies will change their business model, and the result will mean that the end users have cheaper transportation, friendlier service, cleaner rides, and shorter wait times. I would like to remind City Council to consider the convenience of having additional transportation during peak times. Not every day do we need hundreds of full-time drivers, but during events like New Year's Eve, St. Patrick's Day, Grey Cup, Brier, Memorial Cup, or an outdoor hockey game, we could use some more transportation. When people have to wait for over an hour to catch a cab, some will choose to drive drunk. If we have the ability to decrease even one drunk driver, we should. In closing, I encourage you to be a governing body that represents the majority. Be a government that makes a decision and not a government that was trying to retain its position by not making a decision. People will remember a government that stood for something longer than they will for one that decided to not lose their seat. Be progressive. Vote yes for rideshare. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's see if there's questions from members of council. There are none. Thank you so much. You can return to the gallery. And we'll go to our next delegation, Daljit Singh. Mr. Singh, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Daljit Singh, representative of Coop Taxi. Thanks for giving me opportunity to speak. I would like to express our view on the ride sharing topic. It is not like we are against the ride sharing. We want them to operate as well as long as they follow similar rule and regulation followed by the taxi industry, as they will. They're providing the same service as the taxi industry has been doing for all these years. Class 4. All the drivers need to have Class 4 license. They will be driving people in and around the city. We have seen many cases where the driver with Class 5 license have got into the lot more accident than completed compared to the class 4. The city administration say the ride sharing is a different business model, but at the end of the day, they are doing the same job as the taxi, but with no restriction. Criminal record check. All these drivers need to be go through the criminal record check and vulnerable sector check as we need to make so that the residents of Regina are safe when traveling this ride-sharing service. This must be done by the Regina Police Service only, not done by internally. Security camera are an important part of the taxi. This law only come into the effect in that last few years, but it has played very important role in keep passenger and drivers safe. Without the security camera, it was just the passenger and work against the driver to work. Wheelchair accessible. This ride-sharing company will have not had any wheelchair accessible vehicle, and we are left the heavy work which we don't mind doing, but the penalty of 7 cents per trip, nothing. They should at least be paying anything between $1 to $2 per trip. Taxi bylaw review. We would like to review the taxi bylaw as well at this point of time as well. It would not be much help a year later than the industry fall apart. For example, the age of vehicle, searching price due to extended wait time. So, like a taxi industry doing so many years working to customer service. This ride sharing coming to following same thing right now. Because they can do same thing, whatever they're charging same fare and a little bit less, but is possible or not? And we want to be, please counselor, do something, for this ride sharing, follow some similar rule to make sure provide the good service for our citizen to save and safety issues. We want to safety our customer, our citizen, and the city. That's all.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. We do have some questions. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward tonight. You just talked about the age of vehicle. What is in the bylaw, taxi bylaw right now for the age of vehicles that a taxi driver must have?
8 years and less.
8 years or less?
Less.
Okay. And do you know in Saskatoon, is it similar or?
I think same.
Same thing, okay.
So we want age from the vehicle, for the Uber or ride sharing, they should have a age for the vehicle. We don't want to be on 40-year-old vehicle and they're doing same job and we can't do it.
So I just want to elaborate on that. So what's being recommended by administration is for the ride share that there's no age limit. Tell me why the age limit is important if it's being inspected every year.
Safety for the customer, safety for the driver, and not any problem when they give rides on the way. Vehicle don't break down.
Vehicle breakdown, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. There's no other questions. You return to the gallery. Thank you very much. Next delegation is Scott Pettigrew. Mr. Pettigrew, if you identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, everyone. Happy to be here this evening. My name is Scott Pettigrew. I represent myself. I'm a professional recording artist and music producer. I'm proud to live and work here in beautiful Regina. And I'm happy to be here to voice some concerns over some of the conversations surrounding rideshare services in Regina. I'll start with a brief personal account. In 2016 was the first time I ever used Uber, which was in Edmonton, and I heard a lot of stories about Uber being unsafe or less, and my experience was completely the opposite. The young man who picked us up was a student at the University of Alberta. He was driving a very clean, very new car, and our experience was overall incredibly pleasant and surprisingly so. Since that trip, I've used their services in Toronto, Los Angeles, Calgary, and even more centers on business and personal travel. The cars are consistently both clean and new, the drivers are professional and competent, and their ordering and billing process is easy to use, intuitive, and effective. It's no accident because of the app's background check system. The highly sophisticated app and the vehicle requirements set the stage for a satisfying customer experience. Just to elaborate, a couple examples of Uber's built-in customer satisfaction approach. Uber's app actually closely monitors driving, and if drivers breach the predetermined parameters of what the app considers to be safe acceleration, braking, and handling, the driver loses their Uber privileges. Also, if the driver receives complaints about the tidiness or odor of their vehicle, things like this, Uber takes swift disciplinary action against them in order to ensure that they can maintain high-quality standards across multiple markets in several countries. It's no accident the success of this company. The case for Uber's technological superiority is a good one, but this issue is about more than transportation. It's about consumer choice and listening to the will of constituents. This is about the parents of the victims of drunk drivers that would be rejoiced to see more alternatives for a safe, legal ride home as soon as possible. This weekend, there will be people at a bar who need to get home, and there probably will be an undersupply, as there often is. So time is of the essence in this manner. It's about bar and restaurant owners like those at the longtime Regina favorite Beer Brothers that recently publicly expressed their support for expediting rideshare implementation, who know that sales will likely increase when there are more affordable, plentiful, and better ways to get home at the end of the evening. Uber is better for consumers. Uber is better for drivers. Uber is usually better for bar owners, which is why it's been so successful. We've all been in situations where taxis are undersupplied, late, or unavailable completely. I know I have. Uber would effectively eliminate this problem in a very short time frame, and we're talking about the high traffic times, which is very crucial, especially for impaired driving. And I think that's very important to stress in all of this, and that's mainly why I came here, is because I see the impact that it will have on impaired driving, and I think it will be notable. Before I finish, I just want to briefly address a concern I've heard from the opposition on this issue, and that Uber doesn't pay drivers enough. This is not something that I've heard from the people that I know who drive over Uber, both as soliciting their services as a customer, as well as just some personal friends of mine who actually work for the company. Most importantly, it's important to remember this is a consensual transaction between a willing service provider, a willing customer, and a third-party intermediary in the name of Uber. I don't want to read everything because there's a lot of repeat of what you folks have already heard this evening. So for the sake of time, I'll wrap up, and if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Pettigrew. I'll see if there are questions. You just felt very clear as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Next delegation is Tyler Willix. Willix, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well, and there may be questions afterwards.
Good evening, Your Worship and City Council. My name is Tyler Willix. I'm representing myself. Scott made a very good point that a majority of what I prepared today has been touched upon throughout the many delegations who have spoke today, and so I'm going to adapt and summarize just a little bit. Very similar to Justin, I have had the honor and privilege to represent Saskatchewan companies abroad. I worked for Viterra and traveled the world. I've worked for ISC and traveled the world. And I chaired the Chamber of Commerce where I advocated for our local Regina businesses. I've always been an advocate of our city, our province, and our country, and that has given me the opportunity to travel extensively. I've used ride-sharing in 30-plus cities, and it has been an amazing experience every time. And where I want to touch on today is something that no one else has. I'm going to walk through 3 examples of experiences I've had in the city trying to use taxi service. First example is I had to have a flight early in the morning to a destination for work. I called the evening before, I booked it, I ensured it was going to be there. When I woke up, when I got my bags ready to go, the taxi was not there. I called the line that was provided, and they promised me it would arrive. It did not arrive. I called again, it did not arrive. I finally had to drive myself and almost missed the flight. A second example is that I was trying to take a taxi from my office location. I gave them the right address. I waited 15 minutes, and finally the driver called and noted he could not find my address. I gave him the address again. I gave him directions. 15 minutes later, still no driver. Called back again, couldn't find me. Finally, after another about 10 minutes of directions, he was able to find my office. Third example is I took a ride home late one evening and was expecting to use my debit card and was told the debit machine would not work. When I asked if there was any other options, I was told no, so I was driven to a bank approximately 5 minutes away, which added to my fare where I had to take money out and then pay them in cash. These are one of countless stories I've had when I started to talk publicly about ride sharing in this city. Every single person you can speak to in this city most likely has an example of horrendous service by our taxis in this city. I believe they've become complacent, and I believe they have not adapted, and unfortunately they have not served the citizens of this city. When I've used Uber in every other city, there has never been a camera. I have never been worried about what license is required. If you are worried about regulation or fair business environment, deregulate the taxis. Do not get in the way and regulate ride sharing. That's all I have. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can return to the gallery. Sandy Archibald. Ms. Archibald, welcome back to City Council. For the record, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes as well.
Thank you, and good evening. Thank you for the water. My name is Sandy Archibald. I'm the manager of Regina Cabs. We hear today that competition is healthy and the industry agrees, but competition at what cost to locally owned and operated business? Does this report set out a level playing field for that competition? Both taxis and TNC vehicles transport the public on the streets for payment. Therefore, safety and security requirements for citizens and drivers, we believe, should be the same. Can small family businesses like the taxi operator who is your neighbor and who has invested in a taxi license and owns and operates his vehicle 24/7 along with a second driver, can he compete with billion-dollar international TNCs? Can the local family-operated taxi brokerages compete with billion-dollar TNCs that have no footprint in the city, don't employ any workers in Regina, don't rent office space, don't pay property taxes, etc.? The TNC giants in the rideshare business have marketing strategies and lobbyists whose full-time jobs are to influence decision makers and politicians. Local people and their families have invested real time and their money in the industry in Regina. Like in other cities across North America, governments and municipalities created the legislation and regulations that the industry has invested under and complied with. I attached the December 2018 New York Times article titled, "Why Are Taxi Drivers in New York Killing Themselves?" It described taxi driver suicides resulting from the financial challenges facing the regulated taxi industry since the advent of unlimited TNCs and ride sharing. However, in August 2018, New York City Council approved a cap on ride-sharing vehicles and is considering a bill to establish a health fund for drivers and offering mental health counseling. New York Council is taking a leadership role to help alleviate some of the financial stress and mental anguish its prior legislation caused. Well, we say, well, those tragedies don't happen. It can't happen here. Well, we want to ensure it doesn't happen here. The advent of TNCs and ride-sharing will have an immediate financial impact on taxi drivers and operators. Ultimately, many full-time taxi driving jobs will fracture down to part-time. The representatives from a billion-dollar TNC at the executive committee stated 90% of its drivers have full-time careers and are just earning a little extra. The numbers in the taxi industry are the reverse. Most are full-time professional drivers who make their living and support their families while driving a taxi, serving all citizens of Regina, not just folks with smartphones, data plans, and credit cards. Regina is a very small market with a very soft economy. TNCs will not create a new market of any significance. Rather, ride-sharing will siphon off business from the existing taxi industry and from city transit. The result will be to divide the transportation for hire market into smaller pieces. TNCs have developed business models that skim the economic cream off the top of the industry. If large TNCs set up in Regina, there may be a slight uptick initially, but what will happen is they will offer free rides and low-cost rides as an introductory offer. Dr. Mundy, a well-known North American transportation consultant who was previously hired by both Regina and Saskatoon to review the taxi industries, he stated on CBC Radio in Saskatoon in December that ride-sharing has caused serious damage to taxi industries in other cities, and he estimated local taxi industries could lose anywhere from 25 to 30% income in an uncapped market when ride-sharing companies bring in low prices to undercut competitors, and the impact on the industry will be very quick. This is from an industry specialist. The taxi industry has undergone significant expensive and burdensome regulations passed since 2012, including computer-assisted dispatch, GPS tracking, age limit of the vehicles, in-taxi cameras, electronic payment terminals, several lotteries for regular, seasonal, and accessible licenses, and regulation right down to the size of the decal on the exterior of the vehicle. The industry has expended hundreds of thousands of dollars, and now for what? Let's compare the recommendations. Vehicles licensed and inspected by the city, vehicle age requirements, in-vehicle camera, wheelchair accessible service, all mandated in taxis, all exempt in TNCs. Number of vehicles, taxis limited, TNCs unlimited.
To go in your presentation.
Thank you. City driver's license, vulnerable sector search, regulated fares, all mandated in taxis, TNCs exempt. Surge fares charged to the public, forbidden in taxis, permitted in TNCs. This outlines some of the differences in the proposed regulations. After expending hundreds of thousands of dollars and countless work hours, the industry is faced with a competitor welcomed into the market with virtually none of these regulations. We urge Council to keep the promise of a level playing field. We believe that the taxi bylaw should be amended to be consistent with the concessions granted to TNC, and both bylaws returned to the Council at the same time in order to make a smooth transition to the level playing field that politicians have frequently talked about in the media. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. See if there's any questions from members of council. There are none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Move on to our next delegation, Matt Patton. Mr. Patton, good evening. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards.
Your Worship, thank you, and good evening, members of council. I'd like to begin by recognizing we are on traditional lands of Treaty 4 and home of the Métis people. My name is Matt Patton, and I'm pleased to join you again as Lyft Canada's Manager of Public Policy. Lyft operates now in all 50 American states and recently began operating in Toronto and Ottawa. Wherever we operate, Lyft's #1 priority is safety. Lyft drivers are extensively pre-screened and have passed through a thorough driver record review in addition to having a vehicle pass a comprehensive vehicle inspection. These comprehensive, enhanced criminal record checks required by SGI cover all key items discussed on vulnerable sector checks. To do the background checks, Lyft contracts with a company called Sterling Talent Solutions, an international provider used by 25% of Fortune 100 companies. Our focus on safety and security continues throughout the Lyft experience. Every ride is protected by Lyft's commercial automobile liability coverage, which protects riders and drivers throughout the ride. What really distinguishes Lyft from traditional for-hire transit services is how we utilize technology to ensure a safe riding experience. Every Lyft ride is tracked via GPS. When a rider is matched with a driver via Lyft, the rider receives a picture and user rating of the driver and the make and model of the vehicle coming to pick them up. Lyft's user rating system allows a rider to provide instant feedback on safety, navigation, and overall ride experience. Drivers are also able to rate riders and flag abusive or dangerous situations. That is real-time feedback that you won't find in legacy services, and put safety first and foremost in the experience of our drivers and riders. Lyft has the potential to bring the people of Regina together through the medium of ride-sharing. Lyft offers the opportunity to earn flexible supplemental income by using the private vehicle to ride share with their neighbors. 2/3 of drivers drive less than 15 hours a week. Over 90% of those drive less than that. They're casual drivers who don't fall within the traditional livery or taxi framework. The Lyft community is made up of single moms, graduate students, folks trying to get around, and families simply trying to make ends meet. We know upon launch here in Regina that would continue to be the case. We're also committed to maintaining an inclusive and welcoming community. And core to our mission is ensuring people who need rides most are most able to get them. Discrimination against passengers or drivers on the basis of race, color, national origin, religion, gender identity, physical or mental disability, medical condition, marital status, age, or sexual orientation is not allowed and can result in deactivation from the platform. The report you're considering proposes a regulatory framework that will allow Lyft to utilize leading background check experts and the latest technology to connect users to responsible, affordable, and friendly transportation options. We look forward to continue to work with staff and counselors as the city proceeds to bylaw drafting in order to provide additional consultation and introduce Regina to Lyft this year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll see if there's questions from members of council. There are. Councillor Mastinelli has a question.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. In your presentation, you mentioned tracked by GPS. What are the vehicles tracked for?
Sure.
Do they monitor stops? What all goes on with GPS tracking?
Sure. So I'll just talk about first how the ride occurs. When someone requests a ride, they see the vehicles that are available on the map. So that GPS starts at that time. The driver also can see where the passenger is when they're picking them up. When the ride is tracked, when the ride begins, the rider begins the ride. They can see where they're going as the ride is going. They can also share that data with a friend via text message or just sharing the link via email or, method of their choice. Does that answer your question?
It does. It does. Through researching this, one of the things I encountered was, of course, everyone takes rideshare or taxis quite often after drinking. So there's a common theme of inebriated problems on both sides of industry. How's Lyft dealt with that problem?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair. I believe you're inquiring about the experience with what would be a drunk rider and a sober driver.
Drunk rider, sober driver, either one taking advantage. Sometimes the drunk is the one who's the problem, and sometimes a driver might take advantage of the drunk person.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. We have a zero tolerance policy for any use of alcohol with our drivers. As a passenger, our safety priority is built as such that a two-way rating system avoids issues like that. So if a passenger is in the vehicle and misbehaves, the driver can rate them accordingly and avoid that situation.
Okay. That helps in the future. What about in the immediate? There are lawsuits and problems that happen in these situations. Has your company encountered anything with that or had any experience?
I've not had any experience with that. I guess you're wondering how we handle unsafe behavior? Sure. Safety is our top priority. Since the beginning, we've worked hard to design policies that work around that. We don't tolerate harassment or violence on our platform, and such behavior can lead to a permanent ban.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Councillor Flagel or Murray, do you have a question at all?
No questions at this time, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. Last time you were here, I asked some questions regarding the surcharge, the 7-cent surcharge that they're looking at having and what other cities do. We know what Saskatoon and Winnipeg are looking at. Can you let us know what other cities charge, such as Vancouver, Calgary's, other cities around the country?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, appreciate your question and your comments from last time. Appreciate the smart question. I looked into that since last meeting. In Canada, you're correct, Saskatoon offers the same surcharge. Hamilton does a $20,000 annual fee. Other examples I looked into the U.S., Chicago does 10 cents per ride, and in Minneapolis they accept a $10,000 per year charge.
And Vancouver's $2.50 a ride or $2.75 a ride? Toronto's about the same, am I correct? Through your worship?
Through your worship, we're not operating right now in Vancouver.
Okay, I also asked you, through your worship, last time about insurance. And when I looked on your website, it said you are only insured in Ontario currently. Is that correct?
Through your worship, with the provincial regulations that have passed, it would be at 11 cents per kilometer fee, and then our $1 million insurance policy, and that's being worked out right now with SGI. I think that might be the reason why it's not updated down the road website.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. If there are no other questions, you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. Our last delegation is Michael Van Hamen. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent and your name, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Great. Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Michael Van Hamen, and I'm Uber Canada's head of cities for Western Canada. I'm here because Uber wants to provide service in Regina to help fight impaired driving and provide more safe, affordable, reliable transportation options. The province has laid out regulation for criminal record checks, driver's licenses, safe driver's checks, insurance, and vehicle inspections. Those regulations are the same for ride sharing, and yes, they are the exact same for taxi. But of course, our ability to operate here in Regina will be determined by the regulations to be finalized by the city. Survey after survey shows that Regina residents want to be able to have the same experience, the same Uber experience that they've received in Calgary, Toronto, and the United States. The city's own polling finds the same. To that end, we wish to thank city staff for their robust report and ask Council to endorse the recommendation to bring forward a ride-sharing bylaw based upon best practice as outlined elsewhere in Canada. Ride-sharing is the ability of a driver to use their personal car and standard license to provide rides matched through a smartphone app. There are no limits on the number of people who can earn money driving, and prices are low and flexible. Riders get many benefits, such as seeing the price of the trip in advance so that there are no surprises. Drivers have the ability to drive when and where they want, with the majority driving not that frequently, as you've heard others speak to, but also the ability to drive full-time if they so desire. But the safety rules aren't determined by how frequently or infrequently a driver rides or ride shares. We all want safety, whether you're driving one trip or whether you're driving 100 trips a week. Through new technology, we've also expanded the safety system in place from solely relying upon historical checks to utilizing technology to enhance rider and driver safety through new features, such as real-time GPS tracking, upfront disclosure of who your driver is and what car she is driving, the contact your driver anonymously feature, the share your status and real-time location with a friend or family member with a single button press on the app, and real-time customer feedback and 24/7 customer support. The end result is that regulators across Canada and North America have confirmed that relying upon Uber safety systems in addition to strict background check, driver history check, and vehicle inspections has provided enhanced safety and service outcomes for the general public. It's worth noting that the provincial standard for Class 5 licenses is in many ways stricter than the old standard on Class 4 licenses. If a driver uses a Class 5 license and has more than 12 demerit points, that driver would not be able to ride share or drive a taxi. Conversely, a Class 4 driver with those same number of demerits would be able to stay on the road. Due to these innovations and the safety standards put in place, Uber has become a part of everyday life around the globe and across Canada. Millions of people have taken a trip in Canada in the past 3 months, and every month thousands of residents and tourists open the app here in Regina. Why are we seeing people adopt ride-sharing as a transportation mode instead of their own car? It's because it's a safe, reliable, and affordable alternative. In almost every city in Canada that we operate, you can push a button and a ride is no more than 5 minutes away, even at our busiest time, which is when bars are closing. With Uber, people can have another safe alternative to get home after consuming alcohol or cannabis. Unfortunately, Saskatchewan has the highest provincial rate of impaired driving, and Regina and Saskatoon both have rates above the Canadian average. In addition to reducing impaired driving, ride-sharing can be one of several transportation options, along with public transit, that can help reduce people's reliance on single-occupancy vehicles. The American Public Transportation Association found that ride-sharing through Uber is complementary to transit. That's why Uber has been able to form transit partnerships around the world, from Innisfil, Ontario, to the city of Boston to Nice, France. By updating regulations, these benefits can be experienced here in Regina. And in every region in which we operate, Uber has grown the market for safe trips. Data and quotes from the regulators in Calgary and Brampton, which I forwarded on to Council before,
You have about a minute left to go in your time.
highlight that even though ride-sharing and taxi have slightly different business models and slightly different regulations, both can maintain healthy businesses. We are supportive of staff's recommendations and are asking council to endorse it with the direction that staff draft regulation to minimize duplication and unnecessary red tape between the province and the city, which both have concurrent authority in different areas. In conclusion, we ask council to support staff's recommendations and bring forward a ride-sharing bylaw this spring so that Uber can begin servicing Regina by providing safe, affordable, reliable rides and help fight impaired driving. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
And sorry if I rushed through.
You had just the amount of time. It's
All right,
perfect.
there we go, good.
And we read your report as well. Questions of the delegation? Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. We've heard all the good things about ride sharing, so that's why I'm focused on the negatives that we're hearing. So that's why I'm asking the question through you, Your Worship. Has Uber been asked to leave any cities, and if so, why?
So Uber has voluntarily left cities. So an example would be Vancouver, where I'm based. We left. It was our 4th international city in 2012. We were there. The province had a minimum fare requirement of $75 an hour, and they weren't willing to change that, and so we left the city operating at that point in time.
Okay. I've also read that other cities, when you're negotiating surcharges and stuff, you do different things in different cities. Can you tell me some of the stuff that you guys have done in different cities when it comes to surcharges, or what you do for the city to have that welcoming feeling?
Yeah, so are you, just so I can answer you more specifically, are you looking through the chair, are you looking more for information around accessibility or in general around regulatory fees and frameworks?
Both,
Okay.
because accessibility is an issue that we've heard about,
Yeah.
and surcharges is another part, or whatever you do for the community.
Yeah, so for the standard per trip fee, what most cities have done is said, most cities are required to only charge what their costs are on fees, right? They don't have necessarily authority to tax. I'm not sure if that's the case here, but what most city regulators have done is said, these are what we estimate our costs are going to be. This is a fee and an estimate of kind of like trip levels that we expect needed to require that. For Regina, the fee that we see for around 20 cents is comparable to other Canadian cities and what they're charging. Some are less, some are more. 20 cents seems about the norm. And then with regards to accessibility, there is a huge range of what cities have done. So most cities in Canada don't have any fee for accessibility. The highest fee in Canada is in Calgary at 10 cents, and the most who have other fees are at 7 cents. I think the one thing that I would say there is it's important to know what you want the money for and how you're going to spend it before necessarily you start tinkering with this. I think setting it at 7 cents allows that work to begin, and for council then to go back and say, okay, are we going to do like what Calgary does and use this money to actually incentivize accessible taxi drivers to actually complete accessible trips as opposed to other trips, which might mean a person in a wheelchair is waiting longer, or do we instead want to do other things like other cities have done and said, do you know what, it's actually more accessible trips through our public transit that actually needs those additional resources, and maybe we can get another paratransit vehicle or put a few more hours onto the road during busy times in order to be able to serve the demand. So I think it's important to come up with a plan before necessarily probably doing too much around the fees from what staff have proposed.
So a city the size of Regina, what would you say the average number of trips per year would be?
So it's really hard for me to say in advance, but if you look at, say, Calgary and then maybe do a scaler back. So in Calgary, I believe the regulator publicly stated that in the first year of ride sharing there were over 2 million trips. In the second full year of ride sharing there were over 4 million trips, and they're continued to see more and more growth.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. I have a question for you. It relates to the background check and the vulnerable check. I believe that Saskatoon has that feature. Is this something that you would look at as well?
So most cities that we operate in don't use necessarily the words vulnerable sector check, but most have, as kind of my counterpart just referred to, some sense of charges. So the province has laid out convictions that are to be screened for. Many cities have also said, do you know what? There's charges that align with those convictions that we might want those drivers to be screened out. So I think of a couple in Ontario that have similar discretion, and in Alberta it's similar as well, where some charges are used to screen out. So if the city would be looking at that, and I think hearing from some of the previous speakers as well. There's sensitivities obviously about innocent until proven guilty, but at the same time wanting to ensure that there is safety for people who've been charged of serious offenses. And that's something that we work with regulators on. So in, for example, the instance that was brought up in the past, with the annual checks that we do, that are performed, we do get notifications as well of their charges, and that's a dialogue that we have with regulators, and regulators frequently in cities say, do you know what, we have this issue with this individual and they're no longer able to drive, even if the city doesn't directly have a license. We're licensed by the city, and so we have that relationship to work collaboratively with our regulator in order to ensure the safety of our customers.
Okay, good, thank you for that. There are no other questions from members of council, so thank you very much. You return to the gallery.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And we are now finished with the delegations, and we have two reports to look at. The first one is a receive and file report, CM 19-1. If I could have a motion to receive and file that report, that feeds into the next report. Okay. Councillor Hawkins, a seconder for the Councillor Brasciani. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we move into the main report, the Executive Committee report, Vehicles for Hire Regulatory Framework. Councillor Brasciani.
Okay. So, Your Worship, I do have some questions.
Should we introduce it then?
Oh, introduce the...
To introduce
sure.
the report, yes.
Absolutely. Sorry. Okay, so I'd like to introduce it. It is Vehicles for Hire Regulatory Framework. The recommendation is that, and that is CR 19-3, that City Council approve the policy direction outlined in option 2, including the following as further described in this report. Should I read the whole thing?
Whatever you want to do.
A, licensing, establish a licensing scheme for transportation network companies. B, fares, require pre-booking, require the cost of trip to be provided to customer prior to dispatch, and prohibit the acceptance of street hails in cash. C, drivers adopt service requirements related to driver conduct, require TNC to provide driver identification information prior to dispatch and during the trip. And D, technology, require the use of computer-aided dispatch, GPS, tracking, and the submission of a trip data to the city. And number 2, that that the city solicitor be instructed to prepare a bylaw implementing option 2 for the February 28, 2019 meeting of City Council.
Thank you. Have a second of that, please. Okay. So before we get into the debate, and Councillor Brasciani, you still have the floor if you want to speak on it. I would ask the administration if they have any comments on the supplementary report and any other germane information before we begin debate. Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, on January 16th at Executive Committee, the main report came forward. Committee members asked administration to go back and do some work on a few of the items. Some of those related to option 3 in the report. Just a few clarifying points. The driver's license requirement, as pointed out on page 2 of the supplementary report, is under the jurisdiction of the province and is very clear what can be done and the requirements through the new regulatory mandate laid out by SGI in the province. When it comes to criminal record checks, that will be the same, and the licensing is the same for both taxis and ride-sharing companies. So there aren't two different regulations laid out. It is all put under one regulatory scheme at the work of the province and SGI being the regulator. In option 3, it also talked about, just to clarify a few points, minimum fares. Should be noted, the City of Regina sets maximum fares for the industry, not minimum fares. So the maximum fare, base fare, is $4. There is no minimum fare set at this time for either ride sharing or the taxi industry. Cameras, there's been lots of discussion about safety, and
cameras in ride-sharing vehicles. In the original report that came forward, it was noted that between the City of Calgary and the City of Ottawa, there was extensive work done exploring whether or not cameras would make a difference from a safety perspective. And I think, as you heard tonight from a couple of the delegations through the app platform, that looks after any safety concerns that a customer or the driver would have. So with that, I'll turn it back to Council and answer any questions you may have.
Councilor Bershani, you have moved. You have the floor if you like.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to administration for all the work that's been done as well. What we know is competition obviously breeds innovation. And we've heard from all of the delegations, or many of the delegations tonight, that that's needed. I do have a question in regards to the vulnerable sector check for administration, if I could just ask. There's been, the delegations have indicated, some of them, that it's not in the criminal record check, and then we've heard from some of the delegations, Lyft and Uber in particular, indicating that it's covered. So I just need some clarification, please.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship. So regarding the criminal record check, as we explored and reached out to other municipalities, but also got into discussions with SGI and with Regina Police Services. SGI, when they brought forward the vehicle for hire regulations, included a number of items, as pointed out by the last delegation. So there's criteria in there that was not regulatory before that is currently. So the vulnerable safety or sector check, Regina Police Services were satisfied with the changes that were made to the Vehicle for Hire Act or regulations, and so that's why we did not include it in our submission.
I'd also like to know, in regards to the accessibility for the 7 cents, just some clarity around that. Was there any other discussion as to, do we know where that's going to go and what we're going to be using it for?
Mr. Onright.
Through you, Your Worship.
Through your worship. So again, as we reached out and did our research in that in the area of accessibility charges, other communities that we checked with, including Saskatoon, have not designated that funding. And I think the main reason for that is it's unknown what the revenue is going to be. So it's really difficult to know what you're going to use the money for because you don't know how much money you're going to have. Administration can bring a report back as we discussed that committee, talking about the 7 cents, leaving the 7 cents in place, currently leaving it in place, and after a year of operation, we would have more information and could bring a recommendation back to council as to how to distribute those funds. A couple of examples might be a rebate back to the accessible cab operators or cab owners against their license fee that they currently pay. They pay $375 a year to have an accessible cab license or accessible license. So that could be one of the ideas. Another one of the ideas, as we heard earlier, could go towards the paratransit service that's provided. And we would recommend or ask council that we would bring a report back in a year to be able to put some of those options forward for council to consider.
Great, okay. Thank you for that. What I will do, Your Worship, is I would like to put a motion on the floor right now for the vulnerable sector check, if I could. So it would just read that, that a vulnerable sector check be required of all ride-sharing enterprises. And I can just elaborate as the
Just wait till we get
Sure, yeah.
the wording down so we all know exactly what's being put forward. Ride-sharing enterprises.
Yeah, ride-sharing enterprises,
Ride-sharing
yeah.
enterprises.
Companies.
So we,
I do have a point of clarification. So when you put this way, that would mean everybody in the company would need to have the vulnerable sector. I think that wording maybe the drivers
Sure. Yeah,
specifically
absolutely.
in the city of Regina.
Perfect, yeah, good. Thank you. In Regina, yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if I could have some clarification on the specific differences between the criminal sector check or criminal record check and the vulnerable sectors check.
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Atchison to comment.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The vulnerable sector check is a federal list of offenses that are included, and there's 15 offenses on there. SGI's list includes any sexual offense under the criminal code, another long list of other offenses that would result in a lifetime ban, and then another list of offenses that if you've had them within the last 10 years, they would result in inability to drive. SGI's list contains about 120 offenses, and the vulnerable sector check contains about 15 offenses, and two of them aren't the same. As far as that, there's two that I think are missing in SGI's, and that is two offenses that would normally fall under the disorderly conduct section of the criminal code and not the sexual offense section of the criminal code, and that's making indecent phone calls and indecent exposure.
Okay, so they have 98% coverage out of the criminal record check, and this adds those extra two offenses over and above under the vulnerable sectors check.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Worship, just to advise Council, there are going to be a number of amendments that are proposed. It may be preferable to refer it back to administration with a report back. There are implications connected with any changes that might be proposed in connection to what's been recommended in the report. So if there are going to be a number of amendments that are going to be voted on, it might be preferable to bring back a report with those suggested changes. If there are going to be a number of changes that are recommended by council that deviate from what's recommended, it might be preferable for administration to build that back in. We have provided some comment in the supplementary report on some of these issues, but it might be preferable to refer it back for a report on this as opposed to simply voting on the changes on the floor of council. That's just a suggestion from my office. Thank you.
Good point, but we don't know that until we actually get through the report. So that's, I'm not worried about that. It's okay. So discussion on the amendment. So I don't want to lose people's line here in order for the main motion on the amendment. Raise your hands who want to speak to the amendment. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. First, let me begin by saying that I think the administration has presented to us a complete and thorough report based on extensive research and extensive comparison with other jurisdictions. I also want to say that I respect the fact that SGI, with considerable expertise in this area, has set out a coherent regulatory scheme for rideshare services. I'm concerned in council that if we start to go through a series of amendments, we will end up in council trying to design something that's quite different than the kind of rideshare services that the administration is recommending to us. And I think that's dangerous. And I think it's dangerous for exactly the reason that this question illustrated. These are very technical points. If we're getting into comparing the criminal code and the vulnerability check, and we're 98% sure on one side, and there may be something missing on the other side, we're going to get into difficulty. That work has already been done, and it's been done by the administration, and it's been done by SGI, and that's where the expertise is. So I'm very concerned that we not try and invent here on council floor a ride-sharing program when what we have before us is a completely coherent and rational ride-sharing program. So on that basis, as these amendments come up, whether or not they're about do we use one kind of record check or another kind of record check, whether the car should be 6 years old or 8 years old, whether it should be a Class 4 or a Class 5 license, I don't think that this is the place to do it, and I think that work has already been done and done very satisfactorily by the administration. So I'm going to oppose all of those amendments, and I'm just going to say to complete this that I'm doing it because I think that the rideshare proposal put forward by the administration on the basis of great research, much comparative evidence, is a coherent rideshare program, and I'm worried that a series of amendments will change that.
Thank you,
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Other speakers to the amendment?
Please.
Oh, Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I have spent, thank you. I wanted to make sure that I had a chance not only to read, but also to listen today. It's not usually my style not to ask questions. And I have met with some folks from both the taxi industry, et cetera. Similar to my colleague, Councillor Hawkins, if that motion read, lobby, because that word was used many times today, I'll address that later on. If it was to direct to SGI to consider this, I would say that's good, because they have a much wider view. They are the licensing agent and so on. I would accept that. Excuse me. As it sits right now, I won't be accepting it.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Speakers to the amendment. You want to take the chair?
Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm going to concur with the comments by Councillor O'Donnell and Councillor Hawkins. I think that we're going to be tinkering to change the substance of the report that's been put forward, and frankly, I think the difference between the vulnerable record check and the criminal record check is so small and minute that I'm not sure that affects a change. But I would agree that if we had said this is going to ask the SGI to look at this, that's where this comes from. And I would concur with that. So as written, I will not support the amendment. I understand the spirit behind that, but I think we have received a report from the administration that's clear. The Regina Police Service is completely satisfied with what's being required by criminal record check for the drivers. I'm completely satisfied with the status quo. Councilor Berchet, do you want to close debate on your amendment?
Absolutely, I will. Thank you. I've had lengthy...
Sorry, just one moment. I want to see if Councilor Flego or Murray want to comment on the amendment. Councilor Flego or Councilor Murray?
Thanks. I don't have any questions on the amendment. Thank you. I'm good too as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, to me, when this came forward, and I actually talked with some Saskatoon councillors, they just did their bylaws in December, and this was something they felt very strongly about as well. With someone elderly or person of disability gets into, it doesn't matter if it's a taxi or if it's an Uber or a Lyft, they can be at risk. When I went and when I previously worked with my church, I had to get, because you're working with elderly and you have to get, and it doesn't take anything, you're going down to the police station, you ask for a vulnerable check, that's all it is. It doesn't take anything any longer, it's just one more to protect the people of Regina. And when we talked at executive, we talked about safety. And I looked at Ontario, I looked at other provinces, and taxi driver is one of those that's in there. Whether you want to call them an Uber driver or Lyft driver, and I support them coming, but I truly want to ensure that we have done our due diligence to ensure, and it's one little small piece. Mayor Fougere said it himself, it's not a lot more, but it is very important, I think, to one more step to protecting the residents of Regina, and I'll leave it there.
She just closed debate. Sorry. Okay. So there's no more debate on the amendment. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? Motion is defeated. Councillor Bresciani, you have, if I can get my timer up here, a few more minutes on your time. You have about 3 minutes left on your, you close debate. Okay. Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker. That's Councillor Stevens.
This comes from, through the chair, from the supplementary report, but I just want to get a very clear response on this. We've had many delegations here advocating for a return of the Class 4. Am I reading it correct that it's administration's review, or the outcome of the review here is that we cannot impose a Class 4 licensing regime?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, we did reach out to SGI and ask that question as noted in the second page of the supplementary report. That's under SGI's jurisdiction under the province. So we have been told we don't have the authority, or council does not have the authority to make that change. And it is the same for both taxi driver, the taxi industry and ride sharing.
Great, thank you. So just so I'm clear as well, following from that, by default, the requirements for taxis have now changed, even though our bylaws technically read Class 4 requirement?
Mr. Onright?
Byron, you want to take that? Or Crystal?
Mr. Wherry?
Your worship, there's probably a need to review the taxi bylaw to bring it in line with the changes to the Vehicles for Hire Act, because it does make reference to both taxis and ride share. Let me ask Ms. Atchison to comment further with the technical details.
Ms. Atchison?
With respect to the wording of the through you, your worship, with respect to the wording of the taxi bylaw, it does just refer to the requirements of provincial legislation. It doesn't impose our own for both, for the class of driver's license. It doesn't refer to Class 4 specifically.
Okay, thank you. So do we have a timeline here on when we're going to come back with a review? And I shudder to think about this, of the taxi bylaw. Is that now in the pipeline, given what we're seeing here in the delegates today?
Mr. Onrait?
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Atchison or, yes.
Ms. Atchison?
to answer.
Through you, your worship. We haven't set a specific timeline, but it's definitely recommended that we do that once this is in place.
Great, thank you. I might come back to that. I'm going to propose a motion here, and it stems from some questions that Councillor Mancinelli has raised. And it actually specifically has to deal with cameras. And the motion is that cameras be mandatory and in alignment with the language of the current taxi bylaw. So bylaw 9635. And I'll explain why in a moment.
For those in the audience wondering what we're doing here, we're just getting the wording of the amendment to put it on the screen so you can see it. So just bear with us for a moment.
Thank you. So the line of argument here is that...
Just ask for a seconder for the motion. Seconder? Councilor Findura. Okay.
Thank you. So the line of argument here is that the digital platform that enables ride sharing as we know it, whether it's Lyft or Uber or any other company, facilitates a safe ride. Administration came back to us with a report. In their survey of other jurisdictions, few, if any, actually have this. And maybe we should ask why. Some jurisdictions did have it, and it wasn't a backing away from the safety argument. It was simply political lobbying that removed it. It wasn't the logic that we have already used with taxis or the digital platform. It was simply because some political heavy hitter said, no, we don't want this in here anymore. What we know is that camera footage is used by drivers to often defend themselves against their broker. That broker in this case might be Uber or Lyft or any number of companies. I think we need to think about it in a different way. It's not just the customer safety, it's not just the driver safety. The system itself is prone to popularity and negative ratings. One's ability to make a living through this platform can be jeopardized by simply a poor response or a bad rating. Cameras have been used to defend these drivers from the broker and the digital platform. That's actually quite important. And in fact, we should think about that as we're perhaps entertaining other amendments. It's not just the customer and driver, it's the driver versus the employer. Or, as Uber and Lyft like to say, not the employer, but the technology platform, because in some jurisdictions they claim they have no employees. So the reason I want to go ahead with this is, one, we've seen the benefits over and over again throughout Canada and in this city with regards to the taxi industry, and it provides a sense of support and safety for drivers. There's an entire industry of drivers working for the ride-sharing platforms, making it clear you should purchase one of these cameras, not for $1,000, but on the high end, maybe $300 or $400. They're accessible, they're affordable, they provide safety, state of mind for a peace of mind for these drivers, and we could actually be a first that puts this into play and sees it come into effect and benefits everybody in this community. We've already had this argument. We've been down the road when it came to drivers, with the taxi industry. So I'd like to see us align this with what's required of the taxi industry.
Okay, thank you for that. We have speakers to the amendment. I'll start with Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. My concern with a driver who's a part-time driver who's videotaping in a car that I'm in is my privacy and their privacy. How do I know that video is not going to be on YouTube? How do I know who has access to that video? And who keeps it in case there is an issue? Who keeps it? Who safeguards that to bring it forward for court cases and the like, per se? So that's the concern I have. I understand with the taxi industry, the taxi companies they can request that chip or whatever encrypted. So I understand that part of it with the taxi industry. They have responsibility for it. But who has responsibility for this video in this private car that I happen to be riding in? And how do I know that it's not going to be out there on YouTube?
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Murray?
Thank you. My question is just for administration on, are there any jurisdictions that do require camera for these ride-sharing services as laid out?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, so as noted in the report, there are no other municipalities in Canada that require cameras. And also as noted, the City of Calgary and the City of Ottawa had done extensive research in that area and found no reason to have cameras in ride-sharing vehicles.
Councillor Murray?
Thank you. Thank you. Was there any research on outside of even Canada specific? I know in the report it says just in Canada there's not, or are there any jurisdictions where, for instance, Lyft or Uber do operate under these regulatory frameworks requiring a camera?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Schakowsky to comment.
Ms. Schakowsky?
Through you, your worship, no, we have not been able to identify any municipality in North America that requires cameras in rideshare vehicles.
Did you hear that, Councillor Murray?
Thank you. Because of that, I won't be supporting the motion if the idea is to essentially bring these services to our city. At this point, it wouldn't exist if this requirement were there, so I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. So others who want to, just raise your hand who wants to speak on the amendment. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here to regulate or have regulated an industry. This camera issue came up. In talks with Regina Police Services, no viewpoint on the cameras. They're fine without cameras.
Excuse me.
Onright?
Through your worship, can I get the question repeated?
In studying for the report, Regina Police Service had no very strong opinion on the cameras at all.
Through your worship, no, they did not.
How did we get to this point in the taxi industry that every ride had to be recorded? Transportation's transportation, people not driving and hiring are people for hire. I understand the app variation, but I'm just making sure that I'm paying attention to the people variation. How did we get to that point in the taxi industry?
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Atchison or Ms. Schakowsky to provide comment on that.
Ms. Atchison?
Through you, your worship, following the taxi study in 2011, council made a motion to require cameras in taxis, and that was incorporated into the taxi bylaw around then.
Thank you. Any idea what sparked that motion? What were some of the problems experienced? I just don't want to repeat a problem and cover it later on.
Ms. Atchison?
Through you, your worship, I was related to the council meeting, committee meeting at the time. I can't recall exactly.
Thank you, Andy.
Mr. Wurry?
Thank you, Your Worship. My recollection, it was largely driven by concerns around driver safety.
Okay, and I guess through the app, that's no longer as large a concern because the payment method used. Okay. I'm wondering if Councillor Stevens would be open to a friendly amendment. Looking at the way the motion is drafted right there, it's very stringent on lying on the back of the taxi bylaw, which incorporates a whole system of recording, reporting, accessibility by the police. I understand Councillor Bryce's point as well that driving around in a private vehicle being recorded might not be very attractive to a lot of people. Could we make this into a recommendation that drivers give credence to a camera system in the car, as opposed to being a regulated authoritarian system where the police are involved through the taxi bylaw, basically? That's my fear of this. Taxi bylaw gives police control over the memory sticks associated with cameras, and no one can view the camera material. By tying this to the taxi bylaw, we're putting that regulation into this as well, and I think that might be too stringent a regulation.
I'm not sure what you're asking for. You're asking for it to be not part of the bylaw?
I'm asking if Councillor Stevens would be looking to change the motion that cameras be recommended to drivers providing this service, instead of tying it to the taxi bylaw tightly.
So it would be voluntary? Voluntary?
Voluntary, friendly, however you want to put it.
Councillor Stevens on the
For sure. So to my knowledge, both Lyft and Uber already have policies regulating the use of cameras. So to my knowledge, you can already have one. There is a voluntary system in place. That language would just be the status quo. Okay. The compliance, if you want different compliance language, I get it, but simply mentioning that we encourage it.
So the question is whether you would accept the friendly amendment or not. You're not going to accept it? Okay. Here's your answer.
Okay, thank you.
To the amendment, Councillor Bertrand, are you speaking to the amendment? Okay.
Just to be clear, if someone wanted to have a camera, say I wanted to be an Uber or Lyft driver, and I decided for my own sake I just wanted to put a camera or use my phone, is there something that we have to do to, is that allowable on our own, or is that have to be authorized through the company, or how does that work?
Mr. Weary?
Your Worship, I believe the motion relates to mirroring the camera requirements from the taxi bylaw into the proposed regulation vehicle for hire. The current requirements in the taxi bylaw limit who can access the video footage, and it's only for law enforcement. So this is not designed, the rules in the taxi bylaw are not designed for a broad-based access to what is personal information. So that's the rules that are set up. It's set out briefly in the report of this section on cameras. That's what the current rules are around taxis. So that, if that's what the motion is recommending, we do have those rules in place, and very strict restrictions on access to that information, primarily for law enforcement investigative purposes.
Sorry, Your
Councillor
Worship.
Bertrand?
Yeah, thank you. That's not, sorry, that was, I'll rephrase it. So what I was saying is, if I decided that I want to be an Uber driver or a Lyft driver, if I wanted to put my own small camera in there on my own, at my own expense to do that, or use my phone or whatever, having it on there propped up, if at times, would I have to get authorization to do that, or is that allowable to leave that up to the Uber or Lyft driver? Is that instead of mandating that we put a camera in the cars?
Mr. Weary?
I'll ask Ms. Atchison to respond to the question. If we've reviewed that, I'm not aware.
Ms. Atchison?
Through you, Your Worship. There are laws about recording people that the city wouldn't really be involved in or be giving advice to TNC operators as to whether or not, that would be legal for them to do. So I guess there would be other concerns for them besides the city's requirements that might prevent them from doing that.
Okay. So when you mean someone else, like I'm asking, if I was going to be a driver, I'm wondering, you're talking about the general public. Is that accurate?
Ms. Atchison?
Through you, Your Worship. There are laws around recording people without their consent that I would be concerned about, but aren't really the city's regulatory area to be. Is that, I guess I have concerns about allowing people in our bylaw to record other people without any rules around that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor
Can I ask, Your Worship, would it be okay to ask the fellow who is from
No.
Uber to
No.
answer that question?
No.
Because it's not being answered. He knows the answer.
No. Can't engage the audience.
Okay, well, I'll make my point that I don't think that we should be mandating cameras. I think that is a safety, but I think that it would be up to for me, if I want to be a driver, that it would be, I just want to know if that would be something that could be considered. I think very similar, if I have my family in there, I don't want to be recorded 24/7. But again, I think the main thing is taxi and Lyft and Uber are two different concepts. One is picking up the general public. The second one has got an app and you see who you're picking up. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councilor Barshani. Councilor Fundura. On the amendment.
Okay, on the amendment, sir. To your worship, we are always asked to view a video. There's an incident that happened, people asking, do you have a picture or something? So when you talk to the police, they've been using footages from the cameras from other vehicles to solve an issue on the road. So I'm thinking with the camera, it's more of a service to the community. It's not hindering anything or interfering with stuff. So a lot of times you're asked, is it okay for your picture to be taken? Is it okay for you to be a picture to be put on the website or put on wherever? So there's a disclaimer so that taxis or whoever is videotaping something, you are already being asked. So when I look at cameras, it's more for a service to the community, safety, where it's a safety for the driver, for the customer, but the biggest thing is surrounding area. I mean, when you're driving, you're picking up a lot of things. So cameras are important. I understand the fact is that, yeah, I don't want to have the camera when I'm driving my family around. So that's, I'm wondering about that one. That makes a difference. But I still feel comfortable that we do need something like that. I mean, we have apps, but to me, because like I said, the police could use the evidence to find other things. And it's for the safety of you and the person that you're driving around with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fundura. Other speakers to the amendment, Councilor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Whether it's in the regulatory framework to have your own camera in the car or not, both the rider and the driver have their phone, which has a video capability and a camera capability, and if something untoward is happening, I would record it. So that's one extra piece of safety that's available to both. So there's two in the car already. I don't support this.
Thank you, Councilor Young. Other speakers to the amendment? Councilor Berchian, you take the chair, please.
Your Worship?
Thank you. One of the sort of defining features of the software that's used by rideshare, by both companies, is what I think is analogous to a camera, if you will. Safety for drivers and safety for passengers, where the driver can refuse and the passenger can refuse as well. A third party can witness and know where the driver is going. These are very important elements of what builds the platform of safety for those who are using rideshare. In the report, it talks about the cameras used in taxis are on 24/7, all the time. It's encrypted, it's sent to the police service, doesn't go anywhere else. If you have a camera in a rideshare who is a part-time driver, maybe quarter-time driver, eighth-time driver, that camera, as written in this motion here, this amendment, would mean the camera's on all the time. It's for the privacy of the driver when he or she is not driving a passenger around. The kids in the car, the friends in the car, are all subject to this video. It's not necessary. It is not used. It has not been used. It changes the fundamental nature of what rideshare is. So on that basis, I will not support the recommendation. I ask members of council to not do that. There are other ways of safety for for those who use the service, both the driver and the passenger. Councillor Flagel, do you have any comments on this amendment? Councillor Stevens, you want to close debate?
No, not on the amendment, on the main motion, I do.
Okay, you're up, coming soon on that. Councillor Stevens, you have 3 minutes on your...
Great, thank you, and thanks for the conversation through the chair. In terms of the privacy concerns, there's actually at least 2 measures of protection. One would be just basic standard privacy legislation and rights. The other would actually be the ride-sharing policies, which are in place because there's a prevalence of cameras for these very reasons installed. There's, as I said, an entire industry. So if we're going down the deregulation route, you're balancing both. We have a legislated or a bylaw requirement as well as the force of a ride-sharing company. I do question the logic of no reason for cameras in Regina. We see stabbings, we see assaults, we see the police accessing this data all of the time. Would it be on 24/7? I actually question that logic, and I'm not convinced that that would be the requirement, since it's a vehicle that is for hire and can be switched off. A taxi is a taxi and it's used for that particular purpose. The industry has been down this road. There's actually nothing novel about it, and for their own protection, again, and the protection of their reputation on the ride-sharing platforms, these dash cameras are used all of the time. Did I spend 2 hours watching some very sensational videos of Uber driver experiences like last night? Absolutely, and you can see why the industry actually adopts this type of surveillance. It would also show a bit of leadership that we are concerned about safety in this community. It is a common occurrence, and I think we should follow that logic that we've applied to taxes. I don't think there's a huge obstacle. There's no cost implications, and I think the privacy concerns are actually quite negligible and can be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. You closed debate, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Councillor Murray and Councillor Flagel, how do you vote? You vote in favor?
Opposed? Opposed?
Those opposed? Motion's defeated. Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Stevens, you have some more time on your...
All right, just one more motion. This actually stems from my question last time on conduct and discrimination. It takes a bit of a different slant, but it follows that. And I do thank administration for coming back. If you haven't read the report, very rigorous reading of the literature from the United States on discrimination, as well as the advantages of ride-sharing platforms. This motion is to apply the section of the taxi bylaw 9635, conduct of drivers, to TNCs.
Do you want to explain what that is? We don't have the bylaw in front of us, Councillor Stevens.
Yes, fair enough. So the motion would simply be that section, I don't have the section number in front of me. Oh, sorry, section 9 of bylaw 9635, conduct of drivers, apply to TNCs. Specifically, and although there's a list of rules of conduct for drivers who are driving taxis, my specific concern is actually section 6.
Let's make sure we get the wording down first before we get into debate on that.
Conduct of drivers would be the heading, sorry. I believe it's section 9.
Have a seconder for that?
The most important passage of this is section 6, subsection 8. Passage may be refused to anyone who is intoxicated, disorderly, or using profane language. this can't be anticipated, and someone's reputation isn't necessarily judged by this past behavior. Again, my concern isn't necessarily the interaction between the driver and a particular fare, but instead giving drivers under our own bylaw, and not just the rules and regulations of Uber or Lyft, which are rigorous, but actually we would empower drivers to have the right to refuse a fare on these grounds. And again, this would actually give drivers a bit more power in the bylaw without interfering with the regulations, or rather the deregulatory approach we've seen with Uber and Lyft and others who advocate for ride sharing. So I don't think it would be onerous, and would make sure riders or drivers know their rights in Regina when it comes to who they can refuse legally. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there other speakers to this amendment? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Saskatchewan Human Rights Code covers all of this. It covers it in detail. If there's issues surrounding this kind of thing, any party, a driver, a passenger, anyone, can make their complaint under the Human Rights Code. The Human Rights Commission has the power to investigate that complaint, rule on that complaint. It's a detailed regulatory structure, and it covers this kind of thing completely. There's no reason why the city should have to duplicate it.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other speakers to the amendment? To Councillor Murray or Councillor Flago, do you want to speak to the amendment?
I'm good, thanks. Not at this time, thanks.
Someone's got a party going on there. Okay, no other speakers. Do you need to close debate? Okay.
Final response to Councillor Hawkins' point, which is well taken. However, the Human Rights Code does not protect someone who is intoxicated, disorderly, or using profane language. This is not a protected category in the human rights legislation. This is a particular set of actions and behaviors that wouldn't be uncommon given the entire logic of preventing drunk driving from people saying, no, I don't want you in this vehicle, whether Uber, Lyft, or their policies allow it or not. Again, this is to empower drivers to make sure that they have the right to have a safe working environment and to say no. This is not a human rights issue, but I see where that's going.
I think it's a criminal code issue, though. But, okay, you closed debate, so I'm going to call a question on the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment? Councillor Flagle and Murray.
Opposed? Opposed?
Okay. Those against? Motion's defeated. You have about 2 minutes left. You're finished? Okay. We'll go down to our next speakers list, and Councillor Bryce, you are next.
Thank you. I want to talk about the surcharge, the 7 cents. I really feel that we need to have an end goal in mind before putting out this number that we're not sure exactly what we're going to get in the end. We have a ballpark of how many rides that we would get depending on the size of our city. But maybe I'll ask administration, do we have an end goal, what we want for the 7 cents? I heard Mr. Onright say that let's see what it brings up the first year, and then we'll kind of go from there. To me, I'd like to have an end goal. What do we want for the people who have accessibility issues in the end? So through you, Your Worship.
Mr. Onright.
Through Your Worship, as I had noted earlier, administration's recommendation would be that we bring a report back to council after a year of operation with some options for council to consider. All of those options being specific to the accessibility part of the service. So whether it be in paratransit, whether it be rebate to the accessibility cab owners on their licensing fee, which is, as I had noted, $375. And another option could be a percentage or an amount per trip to the accessibility rides only. We do collect that information.
I still think that we as a council need to have an end goal in place, because we're collecting this 7 cents not really knowing what we want in the end. And is 7 cents enough to get to the goal? We don't know. We don't have a goal. So I'm a little frustrated by that. I can understand what Mr. Onwright's saying. We're not really sure what to do with it yet, but we need to have something in place. But I really feel that we need to have something. What is our goal? Is it to have another paratransit bus? Is it to have the taxis subsidized so that they can provide this service? So I see Mr. Onwright's wanting to answer that.
Do you want to add to your comments?
Through your worship. So just to keep in mind, the amount that we choose, we can, through the Cities Act, we are somewhat limited in the amount of money that we can charge. Through the Cities Act, it is cost recovery. And through our work that we've done with the other municipalities, the reason none of the other municipalities have dedicated the money to any specific area is because this is new. We don't know, number one, what the revenue is going to look like, and number two, for Regina specific, we've considered the three options that I've spoke about tonight, and we would like to wait 1 year of operation to bring that forward. The fee amount, as indicated by one of the delegations, the minimum has been 7 cents. The max we've seen in the Canadian market has been in upwards of 10 cents, which is with Calgary right now. And Calgary is doing some work around how they're going, or where that money will actually be allocated to. Saskatoon's approach is no different than the approach that we have brought forward.
Thanks. I said I'll just put it out there again. I think we need an end goal in date, or not a date, but an end goal in mind, so that we can actually have a path to get to that end goal for providing services for those who need it. So although it's a cost recovery, so if we feel that we need another bus because there's no transportation available through the rideshare for people who are in wheelchairs and have accessibility issues, then that's the goal that we should have. Not that we're making money out of it, but that's how much it's going to cost, so that's how much we need to look at charging. So whether it be 7 cents, and what happens next year when we figure it's going to take 14 cents to get there. Those are questions that we need to ask, because when you double something, it sounds like a lot to people. So it just frustrates me that we're not having that end goal in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Flagel?
Yes, thanks.
The floor is yours. We're on the main motion.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we're on the main motion.
Perfectly. A couple of things. Mr. Singh was talking about fair playing field, and he wants to make sure we're doing all the same thing. But one of the things that I wondered about is when the cameras were originally brought in, were they not for driver safety as opposed to passenger safety?
I believe that was the answer we received from Mr. Weary, that it was for driver safety.
Right. Okay. So if we're to allow them to continue using the camera, it's to their benefit to have driver safety. If the Uber people don't want to use cameras, that's their responsibility. So that was one of the things. The other thing was there was mentioned by Mr. Willock about deregulation, and that was something that I was always looking at. And I think I talked to Mr. Singh about it one time. And, you know, if it's going to be a fair playing field, maybe we need to, as a city, need to look at deregulation and put everybody at the same. And I know it's difficult that the cab companies have gone out and spent a lot of money to do certain things, but, you know, like certain other industries, times have changed. Things are looking different. If you look at all the different restaurants that have opened up in the city, you know, not everybody serves the same cut of beef, but that's dictated by price. So, you know, if you went to one size fits all, then everybody would have to serve AAA beef in the restaurant industry, and that wouldn't go over very well either. But if you look at a Class 4 and a Class 5, if I could just on that note, just, you know, the regulations say that you could be suspended if you're a Class 5 way sooner than a Class 4. So if you've got a bad driver in Uber, he's going to lose his license way before a taxi cab driver is today. So in a sense, that's a safety factor that the cab industry should be talking about, not complaining about. So there is that. Now, the thing that I wondered about was, we were talking cost recovery, but in the Cities Act, we're not allowed to make a profit, are we?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, that is correct.
Councillor Faligo, go ahead.
Sorry?
He said you were correct.
We said no profit is made. Sorry, I couldn't quite hear that, but okay. So when I look back at all this stuff, and then the other thing that was conduct and discrimination, I believe that if both sides are doing their job and the rides are getting a fair treatment and a nice treatment and a great ride, I think the discrimination factor is going to go away. If there is one today, I don't know if there is so much, but that is one of the things. If everybody provides the top service that, like Mr. Willock was talking about in the Uber experiences that he's had, as opposed to the cab experiences that he's had just in the city of Regina from the cab and the Uber across the world when he's traveling, there's lots of things that both sides could probably tweak, and if you went to a deregulation, then it would be open. But the other one thing, and I made some notes here, I'm just trying to, if the cab industry is where it is, what does that do if Uber wants to go into the airports, as an example, where there's a contract?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I believe the current arrangement with taxis at the airport is between the airport authority and the taxi industry. That's not within the city of Regina.
Okay, so we don't know if Uber could just park across the alleyway there from the cab industry and pick up half the cabs. We don't know that would. Is there any regulations that we know of that prohibit that or enhance that, even if it is through the airport authority?
Councillor Faligo, I think there would have to be an agreement with the airport authority for a ride share to go on site.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. But I've seen that this is turning to, it's looking out for the client and looking out for the customer. So I know that Uber is on its way in, and it's going to come. And I think it's something that we've got to look at. And I know the cab industry, as we've talked to other people, is flourishing in other cities and other centers. And they just have to, they'll just do a better job as well. So I think it's a win-win for both eventually. Maybe a little bit of growing pain, but I think Uber is probably going to be coming into Regina. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Faligo. Right on time. Councillor Murray, are you there?
Thank you very much. So this report had a lot of information that we got, and we had a lot of delegations both at executive and at this council meeting. And there's a few points that really stick out for me. And that comes around cities that introduce these types of services generally will see a 10% decrease in intoxicated driving. So, I mean, for that reason alone, to me, I see this as a positive move, and I see it as a supportive move for not just our city, but for our province. According to the study that we already did, it was also determined that individuals 18 to 34, 84% want this service. They want to have a choice of using ride sharing to get around our city. And of the population as a whole, 65% would like this service. So for me, that's listening to my constituents. If we were the first jurisdiction in Canada, for instance, to regulate ride sharing, I would absolutely say it needs time to restudy or reevaluate. We're not even the first to look at this in Saskatchewan. So for that reason, I'd be supporting the recommendations made by administration. I don't see us as reinventing the wheel here, and I'd like to see us join cities that allow this as an option and choices for our constituents. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Other speakers to the main motion? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I want to address a couple of things that I heard mentioned. The first one is about the word lobby. Just so that we're all clear, about 2 or 2.5 years ago, I'm not sure, I met the gentleman from Uber. We sat for about 15 or 20 minutes, as I recall. He wanted to let me know that Uber was in fact introducing ride-sharing opportunity through the provincial government, and just to make me aware. On the other hand, I wanted to talk to him about autonomous vehicles and what that would mean for the future. No surprise. That was the extent of lobbying done to me, just so we're clear. 2, In anticipation that this would come forward at some point in time, as I've traveled, and I'll cite Toronto, New York, Charlotte, and San Antonio, purposely used a ride-share opportunity, but at every one of those ventures, I also used a taxi. And I wanted to talk to the taxi people, and I wanted to talk to the drivers to understand their experience and what was going on. Where I'm different from what other people have said, because I too had a positive experience, is that when I was in San Antonio, I also took a Uber ride, happened to be Uber, to a sporting event. And so when I drove up to the building, there was a taxi area, there was a drop-off area for Uber, there was parking obviously, and there was buses. When I was leaving the stadium, it said on the big screen, if you're taking rideshare, exit this way. Well, I did. So 1,000 of us, that's my estimation, walked out that little portal, and we were waiting with staff from the Uber company, we were waiting with buses, and we were waiting with cars. And we were all looked after by the people that were there. In other words, what was happening was the staff were helping me on our phone to make sure that the driver who was coming to get us, because again, I wanted the full experience, was talked to and found their way. They had never been there before. So again, it was a positive experience for me. I think that I've noticed some change. No, I should say this first. People have referenced the target audience. Apparently, I'm not the target audience, but I've used it 25 times. In my lifetime in the future, I think I'll probably use a taxi, public transit, ride sharing, and I'll drive my own vehicle once in a while. I don't know where that puts me, but I want to try these other experiences. In each one of my experiences with ride sharing, it was really positive. I met some nice people. A retired teacher, go figure. But I also saw a person with a camera in there, and we talked about it because he identified right away that it was there, and I was fine with that in our conversation. I didn't badmouth the mayor, should have, but I didn't badmouth the mayor at that time, like those hockey guys did, okay? Three, sorry. I want to make notion of this. Apparently what's happened is people do things called online shopping. They go online banking. And they live in different places. In houses, they do bed and breakfast, do hotels, but they also do Airbnb. I tried Airbnb. I need to know what this means. Tried Airbnb a few times because I need to understand how that goes. Again, maybe I'm not the target audience, but it all works. And when I was recently in Victoria and I was talking to some people, they made sure that I understood in certain buildings you can do Airbnb and you cannot do Airbnb because the people in the building agree. Long story short, it's changing, folks. The world is changing, and I want to make sure our city keeps up with it. That's one. And I have to say this to finish. If we are all in Scottsdale, Arizona today, and we wanted to buy our groceries from a Kroger store, and we dialed it in, we just phoned it in or went online, it can be delivered to our house for $5.95. How does it get there? An electric, autonomous vehicle is on the road. I believe that's the future of rideshare. I believe if you watch General Motors and if you watch Honda, they'll have that vehicle on the road in a couple of years. We need to be prepared for the future. I'll support.
Thank you, Councillor Dow. Other speakers to the main motion. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I have had good experiences and not so good experiences with both taxis and rideshare. But when I was in San Francisco this summer, I took taxis only, and I had a wonderful time with them telling me all about U.S. politics. So I was entertained as well as taken places. But I couldn't go to some places and get back from some places with a taxi because the taxis stayed around the hotels and they were not out in some of the other places. So that was the time for me to try Uber. I think one of the things I've heard this evening that is very positive is that we probably are opening the taxi bylaw, and we're going to give them a chance to look at their business model and perhaps make some changes and bring them more in line with some new ways of doing things. I think that's very positive because I think the city needs both. It needs transit, it needs Uber or Lyft, and it needs taxis. And so I think one of the things we as a city can do is to make sure that we do whatever is possible to make sure that all those industries have an opportunity to have the best regulatory schemes in place. And this recommendation is saying that you're going to establish a licensing scheme, and that will come back to us. Is that correct?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, that is correct.
Okay, so we'll get a chance to see the detail when it comes back to us. And if we want to tweak it somewhere, we could try to do that. So I heard nothing but opportunity this evening for everybody. And so I'm very supportive of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Young.
Recommendation.
Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. To you. Meeting with the Uber representative on the phone. We tried to have a one-on-one, face-to-face, but I know he had business in Vancouver. So, meeting with the taxi industry, listening to everyone. I am not against business in town. I mean, business competition is great. We talked about a whole bunch of things happening. So it brings a higher level playing field for all of us. But trying to get convinced on the safety. I've always talked about security and safety for our customers. So how can the city act in the best interest of the taxi industry, of the limousines, the rideshare? So this is what we are talking about here. So we can all be productive members of this community. So I'm not opposing rideshares or anything. What I'm looking at is level playing field. But what does that mean? What does level playing field means? And what I heard through the industry that don't lower the standard. What does that mean? Don't lower the standard. Like the industry, taxi industry saying, and limousine and tow truck drivers, they will still use class 4. So so then I'm going to ask about make some comments on the class 4 license. The difference between class 4 and I was trying to look for it in the report here. I didn't see it anywhere. It just said it's the same. But when I ask questions and look around for it, I see that class 4 and class 5 are different. Class 5 road test is a half an hour for class 5 is a half an hour. Class 4 road test is an hour, which includes trip inspection, more testing components such as driving in heavy traffic and highways and higher speed limits, ring roads and all that. So that's another thing too, is you hear stories, and I mean, in any industry has problems. You have accidents and all that stuff, but that's my concern with the classification. Our government's going to regulate that. SGI is going to take care of that. That's going to take a pressure off of us. But still, I'd like to have some kind of, I don't want to control things, but some kind of assurance that we're doing the right thing. Medical portion of that. Not everyone goes in for a medical test. Not everyone goes and gets examination all the time and then reports. I will look at as let's say a Lyft driver working an 8-hour shift and then going out and driving. I have a concern with that. Fatigue, tired, not being professional, that concerns me a little bit. I know I hear stories out there that people are driving, that's great, but that's my concern here in Regina. I don't have a problem with business. Business is great. But the issue of if you're professional, and then again, my concern are the novice drivers. Like I heard the accident where a novice driver got on a freeway and killed the passenger. And again, with the criminal record check, as we tried to pass that, and I can see it's in the recommendation. So I've been struggling with that. Like I said again, I'll repeat it. I'm not against business, but I'd like to ask one question to your worship. The little undertaking, because I was going to make up motions, but I guess most of the stuff is in here, because we're going to be getting a report back. If we could get exact numbers on ride sharing. So if we can put something in as an undertaking for administration to have a number on the ride-sharing drivers, number of ride-share drivers. So I'm not sure how we can do this, because we're going to get a report back once this all passes. However that works, need to get some kind of a report here.
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship. So as I indicated earlier, administration's recommendation would be that after a year of service, we bring a report back to committee and council with the appropriate information. I think included in that we had discussed allocation of the 7 cents. I would recommend that we bring all of that information in one report.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to mention one more thing I have here. It's about the medical portion of the examination where, to me, when I'm reading that, I'm putting more pressure on the doctors and responsibility to report on someone's have a medical issue or they can't drive or whatever. So that's another issue I have with that. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Fernura. Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, just for clarification for medical professionals, they don't have a choice whether to report or not. They have to report. If there's a medical condition that they've observed, they are required to report that to SGI. SGI can then make a decision as to whether or not they will allow the license to be held or remove the license.
Okay. Before I have Councillor Bresciani close debate, I'll just say a few words.
Your Worship?
Thank you. I'll be brief. I will wholeheartedly support the recommendation before us. Many things have been said this afternoon and evening. I'll say just a few things. We do have a parallel system of safety and regulation. Some of the regulation goes through SGI related to rideshare and through the company related to the software. That is analogous to the regulations done by the City of Regina for safety with cameras and those kinds of things. I want to stress that what we're seeing here is innovation in the marketplace, which makes everything better. Innovation and competition drives better service. So now we're hearing that the taxi industry wants to open up the taxi bylaw to be having what they call a level playing field. What they're saying is they've got to compete. They should have been competing a long time ago, more directly. So I'm saying I support rideshare wholeheartedly. Look forward to seeing it here. The market will decide exactly how things work. And this model works. It works across the world. It works in North America and through Canada. And the checks and balances are there. I'm completely satisfied with the report that's before us. The supplementary report goes in greater detail, gives me greater comfort related to the licensing, where both taxis and rideshare are class 5, what that means, how that's fair and equitable, how safety is, again, enhanced by unique software package by Lyft and Uber. So I completely support this and look forward to seeing this. I can't wait to have this opportunity, this option for residents who are asking for it. Since we had our executive committee meeting, it's rare to see so many phone calls and emails and discussion online that, from my view, the public has spoken. They want rideshare. Let's give it to them. Councillor Bresciani to close debate.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I would, just before I make my final submission here, I would like to make one motion if I could. And that, can I do that?
You can do that.
I would, we did talk about a report, and I just would like to make a motion so it is there in writing. I would like that administration return with a report 1 year from the implementation date of ride sharing. And that would include the impacts of ride sharing and the options for distribution and the allocation of the money collected from the 7 cents accessibility surcharge. And we could also, and I think in that, I think Councillor Findura, you did add number of rideshare drivers, but I think that would be in the report as well for the summation. I think it's important to have that.
We were going to do it anyway, so it is an undertaking form that we have a commitment to do that, so
I'll
we can
still
do the
put it.
motion. Second on the motion, Councillor Young. Discussion on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? To Councillor Flagel and Murray.
In favor?
Favor?
In favor.
Carried.
Thank you. And the last question, if I could just, do we know when this is going to hit the road, when the lift would be?
Could you mute your phone? Okay. Councillor Bresciani, go ahead.
Thank you.
What was the
Sorry, I
question?
just asked, sorry, if we know when ride sharing would be coming if it is passed.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, the bylaw changes will come back in February, so it would be shortly after that.
And the taxi bylaw, through your worship, will come as well? Or when would that be coming?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, no, the taxi bylaw will not come forward at that time. This is a separate bylaw for ride sharing.
Okay. So one last question, do we know when the taxi bylaw will be coming forward?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, at this time, we do not. We would have to have an internal conversation, have a look at the work plan for the upcoming year, as we have a number of licensing projects to look at, so we could come back to council with a date.
I think I'll just add, if it can engage the industry as well as to a date and working on that, that would appreciate it. So thank you, Worship, and Council. I would just like to, first of all, saying this is exciting for Regina. We host many great events here and big events, and so I think it's very important that we have the Uber and the ride sharing here. People travel here from across the world, and it's something that I think, of course, we've heard many from our residents as well. One of the things that we also heard is that I think it's pretty simple. The young people here want this, and they want it now. And I think we heard, I mean, it's frustrating to have to wait for a ride at the end of the night when it's freezing outside, and it's 15, 20 minutes, and it can go into an hour. So I think, again,
Councillor Bresciani, your time is pretty much up now.
Yep.
Your 3 minutes.
Okay, and so I would just like to say thank you for the report to administration as well.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. You're closed debate, so I'm going to call the question on the report. We'll get to that. All those in favor? Okay, for Councillors Flagel and Murray, how do you vote?
In favor? In favor.
Those against? Motion's passed. So we'll get into the heritage property at 3160 Albert Street, and we have a number of delegations. I'll start with Marge Hreniak. Good evening. Thank you for your patience. If you identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Your Worship, members of City Council, my name is Margaret Hreniak, and I'm representing Lee Robinson of Arcola. But before I read his letter, I want to mention a few of Mr. Robinson's heritage conservation projects. Restoration of his 1914 United Grain Growers Catalog House, restoration of Arcola's 1904 pharmacy building, for which he received the Saskatchewan Architectural Heritage Society's 2000 Vintage Building Award, and project management of the restoration of the 1885 All Saints Anglican Church at Cannington Manor, for which he and his crew won a Lieutenant Governor's Heritage Excellence Award in 2012. In short, Mr. Robinson knows whereof he writes. To whom it may concern, regarding the R.H. Cook House on South Albert, Regina. It was a shock to hear that the City of Regina is even considering a proposal to demolish the R.H. Cook House on South Albert. Its position in the historic legislature district should guarantee its preservation, let alone its remarkable provenance. Robert Cook, founder of Cook Insurance Company, was born in 1877 in Ontario. His widowed mother homesteaded near Griswold, Manitoba in 1889 with 6 children, later moving to Souris, where Robert worked for a printer. In 1902, Robert and his brothers saw great opportunities at Arcola, Northwest Territories, a substantial boomtown at the end of the rail line. They built many fine houses, most still inhabited and cherished. They established a real estate company and a small insurance firm. Robert served as a founding councillor and mayor of Arcola. Robert moved to Regina in 1921, expanding his real estate and insurance interests to the point where, in 1928, he could hire the famed architects Van Egmond and Story and construct the iconic residence on Albert Street. The Cook House is not only a Regina heritage gem, it is a provincial treasure. People from all over this province and beyond have been captivated by this sublime residence, sitting so comfortably in its grounds. Even as children, when we country bumpkins visited our relatives in the Crescents, we always asked our parents to slow down to view the Cook House. Anyone who has visited the district is enchanted by the place. One imagines with dread the oversized, ill-proportioned McMansion that might replace the beautifully designed Van Egmond Story residence that stands in harmony with its site of mature heritage trees. It is painful to imagine a residence of such grace and provenance consigned to the landfill. The preposterous estimates to refurbish the structure's foundations should be discounted as such. Anyone from Regina knows that the perennial instability of Regina's subsoils takes its toll on structures, old and new. The current owners could learn to live with this reality rather than destroy a beautiful edifice that means so much to all of us. Thank you for your time and consideration. Lee G. Robinson.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm wondering if there's any questions from members of council. Pretty clear what you're saying. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our next delegation, Meredith McCreary. You as well could identify yourself for the record. Who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship and members of City Council. My name is Meredith McCreary, and I'm here to represent myself, and I imagine by extension my household, who is right there. I'm here this evening to encourage Regina City Council to designate 3160 Albert Street, the Cook residence, as municipal heritage property. And several factors have motivated me to act on this particular issue. I grew up in 2 heritage neighborhoods in Regina, the Cathedral neighborhood and Lakeview, where we were fortunate to have lived for many years in an original Story and Van Egmond home. Later, before returning to Lakeview with my husband, we lived in the Frontenac Apartments downtown. It's fair to say we have a thing for older homes, and this is what moved us to move back to the neighborhood. Part of living in Lakeview, and everyone who lives there knows this well, is the understanding that with character and age comes maintenance, like old boilers, knob and tube, electrical, cracks in the basement, etc. It is certainly not for everyone, but for those who love heritage, us among them, it's more than worth it. I believe that the controversy over the future of the Cook residence finds the city at a critical crossroads for our built history. Lakeview is a special neighborhood and one of the oldest in the city. The citizens here before us had a vision and proceeded to design a city principled upon well-being, beauty, culture, and leaving a legacy. Albert Street is Regina's Grand Allée. The street and the houses built on and behind it illustrate the pride residents had and their vision for a prosperous and vibrant future for our city. They signal that beauty, culture, and families would endure in Regina. Supporting the preservation of Regina's heritage buildings provides every citizen with a sense of identity and continuity in a fast-changing world. Heritage homes and buildings represent significant milestones in our collective past, as well as illustrating the shared aspirations and commitment of earlier citizens to creating for the future a culturally rich and beautiful environment which we today enjoy. Regina's built heritage is fragile. Today, according to the Regina website, City of Regina website, there are only about 300 heritage properties and over 200 are protected on the heritage holding bylaw, which, while positive, does not offer full immunity from demolition. The idea that the Cook residence could fall to land speculation with the simple intent to profit from its strategic location is untenable. The Cook residence is important to Lakeview's identity. It stands out as an exceptional example of Tudor Revival style with remarkable craftsmanship and finishing. It is on the prominent corner of Albert Street and Hill Avenue, a key entranceway into the neighborhood. Given its unique architecture, historical relevance in the early days of our city's planning, and role in defining the character of the area, the home clearly meets the requisite criteria for heritage property designation. To lose such an important anchor would be a devastating loss not just to Lakeview, but the whole city. In closing, I put this sort of rhetorical question forward. Why is it always a struggle to protect our heritage and historical environment, like homes, public buildings, and parks, from development? In my view, there shouldn't be a tension, but rather respect between conservation and development. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions from members of council? Well, you made yourself clear. Thank you so much. Dan Torrey? Presented by both yourselves, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Your Worship and members of council, my name is Dan Torrey, and I'm the CEO of NICOR Developments and the NICOR Group. NICOR Developments is a heritage rehabilitation redevelopment company, been around for 40 years, and heritage development is our core business. In 2015, we purchased and began redevelopment of the Frontenac Apartments. For reference to one of our tenants, it's no longer there, speaking about them. Frontenac Apartments is about a block away from here on Lawrence Street, right behind the Belfer. This apartment building is 53 units and brick-based. It was built in 1929, the same year as the Cook House, by the same architects, Von Egmond and Story. To put in perspective, we did a complete redevelopment of this. Just to give you an idea of some of the work we did, structural repair of the foundation, all new horizontal plumbing lines, roof repair, substantial aesthetic upgrade to over 50% of the units. We did a complete electrical upgrade, and all the windows were repaired and painted, and new carpets. The total cost of this project for the 53-unit building was $1.8 million. To give you an idea, the Frontenac Apartments is about 27,000 square feet, and did a complete redo of that versus the Cook House, which, if you look on the city's assessment website, was listed at 4,300 square feet. So given our company's reputation in the heritage world, we were asked by Heritage Regina to give an expert opinion. And the Cook House could be a heritage redevelopment project. You could spend a lot of money in there, but our stance is you don't have to, and there's nothing immediate that needs to get done. My colleague Derek Tallman is our construction expert, and I'll let him discuss some of the house specifics.
This is sort of regurgitating what everybody else has said, but I have a history with that house. I renovated it for Bob, actually Ward Johnson, in 1980. And it was, at that time, it was in great shape, and to this day it has suffered, like every other house in that area, from Regina's clay soils, which everybody has brought up. And there is issues with it, but they're all fixable. The house is viable. It's not that expensive a job to do it. It's not difficult, but it will take some, it obviously is going to cost some money to do it. But in my experience, it's a great home, and it's definitely worth keeping. That's about it. Any questions?
Good. Thank you very much. Are there questions of the delegation? Councilor Massanelli.
Thank you. Informally discussing this, a lot of the things that have come to light through you, Mr. Chair, seems to be feelings and perceptions. No actual measurement, because no one's looking at the same viewpoint. Some of the discussions I've heard talk about the foundation, others have talked about the heating system being archaic. Some of the viewpoints I've heard talk about the energy consumption of an older home like that, even though it has beautiful lead-based windows, those windows aren't that energy conscious. Looking at it through that viewpoint, what's your term of measurement when you say it's feasible and usable? Is it feasible and usable because it's still standing? Could it be made to be energy compliant after renovation? Would it be better for less drafts? What's your background ideas on questions like that?
Yeah, to touch on something I had commented earlier through your worship, you could spend a lot of money in that house if you wanted to, and cosmetically you could spend a lot of money. As an example, the boiler you talked about, through our experience in buildings, it talks about it's an older end-of-life boiler. We have boiler experts that do our work for us, not our staff, and multiple times, I don't think I've seen a time in the reverse where it's been replaced. The boiler guy always says, you should have kept that. Keep the old one. They don't build them like they used to. They say the same thing.
I get you.
In a building we're doing right now, brand new boiler was put in. The guy said, travesty. You shouldn't have done that.
What about some of the concerns I've heard, such as asbestos used throughout? Does this come into play on heritage structures, and is that something generally when they're reconstructed, is that all taken care of and brought up to code, or is it a partial job, and what's acceptable to people is a varying scale?
In the report I saw the asbestos is contained to the boiler room, I believe. There might be some in the attic. They said if asbestos is contained, it's not a problem. It's only when it's being disturbed is it ever an issue, and a lot of buildings still has the asbestos in it, and as long as it's not being disturbed, it's not an issue. But if it is being disturbed and needs to be remediated, that's not that costly of an item, and we know that because we do asbestos abatement as well. So.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilman Mazzali. No other questions. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Next delegation is Lynn Goldman. Welcome to City Council, Ms. Goldman. If you want to identify yourself for the record, your name, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes as well.
Yes, I'm Lynn Goldman, and I'm representing myself. And I'm going to get some water first. I'm speaking on behalf of my neighborhood, the Lakeview neighborhood, and my city, because both mean a great deal to me. I was born in Regina, and I honor the people who went before me, those determined, courageous people who built our legislative building in the middle of a flat prairie, of the architects and builders and business and professional people who designed and built Albert Street as a proud concept of a city in the middle of nowhere. The house we are calling the Cook House, which sits in such a prominent location on the corner of Hill Avenue and Albert Street, one of the main entrances to Lakeview, is without a doubt one of the most beautiful houses in Regina. It was designed, as you've heard, by Story and Van Egmond, one of the most esteemed architectural firms in the city. It was further nurtured by designs from Cliff Weems, another award-winning, greatly admired Canadian architect. It was the residence of Bob Kramer, well known as one of the most prominent businessmen in the city. I mention all this because I want to stress that this city was founded and nurtured by people who believed in Regina, who believed that they could create a city here, even though we were known for many years as the place in the prairies that people flew over without stopping. But those of us who have lived and worked and built lives here still believe in it. And without our heritage, our built heritage, how are we going to pass that pride in our history on to the next generation? I am proud of Regina. I have lived here most of my life. My grandfather and my father and his family came here from a village in Russia more than 100 years ago. My mother came here from New York and worked tirelessly to advance the community. But a community is nothing without its history, and I want to encourage City Council to consider that history and to preserve that aspect of our city with dedication and with energy.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the members of council? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Jackie Schmidt. Ms. Schmidt, good evening, and if you identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes as well for your presentation.
Your Worship and members of City Council, my name is Jackie Schmidt, and I represent Heritage Regina. Built for Regina entrepreneur Robert Cook, the Cook House is much more than the sum of its parts, more than the wood, plaster, and glass that comprise it. Mr. Cook was the founder of the Cook Insurance and Regina Brewing Company, which later became Six Brewery and then Molson's. This connection to the history of Regina's brewing industry accounts for the bottles embedded in the diamond shape in the west gable that are still there and are visible from the outside of the house. Cecil Malone, a lawyer and Six Brewery director, bought the Cook House on the day his son, Edward, was born, and sold it the day Edward left for university. Edward Malone went on to become a judge and a Regina MLA and served as a leader of the Saskatchewan Liberal Party from 1975 to 1982. Other owners with a notable connection to the history of business and philanthropy in Regina and of Saskatchewan is the Kramer family. As owners of the Cook House, Bob Kramer was the founder of Kramer Tractor and served 2 stints as the president of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. The family's name is on the IMAX Theater, and the Kramers are credited with helping to establish the RCMP Heritage Center. The effort to replace any of these historic legacies undermines over a century of effort from hardworking citizens, craftsmen, designers, politicians, philosophers, visionaries who believed that the city would be so much more than just a collection of buildings and roadways. The loss of a building such as the Cook House, a building constructed for the very purpose of demonstrating what Regina can become, would be a devastating strike to Regina's historical community and an irreplaceable loss to all the citizens who take pride in the place they call home. We need to set a statement that heritage, from the smallest memorial to the tallest structure, is important to our city and needs to be respected through conservation and preservation. A concerted effort to preserve our heritage is a vital link to our cultural, educational, aesthetic, inspirational, and economic legacies that make us who we are. Following the recent loss of another historically significant building on Albert Street, the city took a bold step and made a commitment to review the current policies on designation, including the identification of historically significant buildings. Heritage Regina fully supports this review, but must firmly stand in opposition of any attempt to demolish yet another historical property before this review is complete and a new policy is in place. Not only does the current assessment by the city's Heritage Department identify the Cook House as significant, this home was recently used as a test for the proposed thematic framework for identifying historic properties. Heritage consultant and architectural historian Donald Luxton reviewed the Cook House and identified that it fit the criteria of a heritage resource using the proposed framework. The Cook House is perfectly suited to attain both heritage designation and to access the current heritage property incentive program. Moreover, the Cook House perfectly fits the City of Regina's cultural plan and the developing thematic framework. The demolition permit for the Cook House is not an act of renewing our city. It is a strike against the current state of our city's heritage, our endowments, and our important architectural identity. We believe this permit would destroy an important city landmark, set a dangerous precedent for future demolitions, and forecast the loss of our city's earlier aspirations. Heritage Regina believes our best choice is restoration instead of replacement. We believe much of our city founders before us that our future is bright, prevailingly cultural, and architecturally beautiful. Heritage Regina does not, in the strongest of terms, support the demolition of the Cook House, and we ask that you share our support to designate 3160 Albert Street, the Cook House, as a municipal heritage property and reject the request for demolition.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks for coming. You've been here before, and so I'm going to get you to help me understand a couple of things. And I'm going to kind of put this house aside, but we'll use it as a framework. And so I want to talk a little bit about responsibility and talk about money. So right now, someone can raise their hand and say, I would like my property to be on the heritage holding bylaw. It's voluntary, is that correct?
This is correct.
Yeah. So is there from your point of view, is there therefore any impetus for them to actually maintain the house, look after the house, keep those features prevalent at this point in time?
As far as having a heritage holding bylaw designation,
Yeah.
or just any house in general?
Let's say keeping the heritage nature to the home.
No, there's not.
All right. Would your group like to see that change? Or is there a way to make that change? In other words, please look after the house.
I think that we have discussed things in the thematic framework that would be carrots to people, to be incentives to take care of your property, because there's like tax abatements and monies available for that purpose.
Good, thanks. You're leading into where I'd like to go. Recently toured in an American city, a historical neighborhood. They had a historical society that raised funds and did things to promote the area. They had another group that wanted to work toward restoration. Now, it seemed to me that both statewide and federally, there were monies available. Are there those types of programs in Canada? Is there somewhere, if I wanted to have a historical home, that I can turn to, not taxes, but for other types of revenue, money, to do that with?
So there's the municipal programs, and then there's also provincial, and there's provincial monies.
So there is provincial money.
Yes.
Can you give me an idea what that means? Like, if I have a house like this one, what can I expect to get?
So there's a pot of money, and it's designated out every year. I'm not part of that process.
Okay.
But it's the same application type of process that you would do for getting municipal heritage status.
Okay. And does it apply to residential as compared to commercial, or is there different categories?
I think it's both.
It's both, thanks very much. So when I, again, was in an American city, and they do things differently, I get it, the two societies worked hand in hand to raise funds. Is that at all common in Canada, where people will, as a community, say, heritage is important, we're going to also work toward that? Is that common?
I think the Provincial Heritage Act speaks to how the Municipal Act is applied here in Canada.
So, if I could just seek some clarity. So individuals in Canada or in the province don't get together and say, we're going to put on a steak night and we'll make $100 and it'll go toward the street fundraising campaign or something?
No.
Is that not allowed or not done?
I don't think it's done.
Okay, thanks. My concern that I'm expressing is if someone has a house, regardless of whether we agree on numbers or not, how do they in fact restore all of this? Because it gets to be a small group of people that can actually afford to have, I'll say, a house on that corner. Any response to that?
I'm not sure what your question is in that.
Not very many people can afford to buy and renovate that house. And so if this person is denied, fine. Who's going to buy the house and look after it? I can't afford it, just so we're clear.
So I think the point that the previous group made was that this is not an exorbitant amount that it would take to restore this house, that you could just move into this house and it's a working house right now. There are some things that need to be done to it, but it's still inhabitable and it doesn't need that type of dollar amount instilled into it.
Okay, so you're suggesting no different than a house in my neighborhood that needs work. We're talking equal to equal?
I think that this applies to any house, whether it's on the Heritage Holding Bylaw list or if it's a heritage qualified house, or whether it's just a new construction on any street in Regina. There's always the point of people taking care of their property, but this house has been designated as historically significant and is therefore protected by that Heritage Holding Bylaw because the city administration, with their trained people, deemed this house historically significant.
Sure, I understand. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. No other questions? You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Carmen Lean. Welcome to City Council, Mr. Lean. You have identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes in total for your presentation, and then maybe questions afterwards from members of council.
Well, I represent the current owner of 3160 Albert Street. I'm requesting that the property be removed from the Heritage Bylaw number 8912 so that we can begin work on redeveloping the property in a manner that fits with the characteristics of the neighborhood and complies with city policies, procedures, and bylaws. I want to first apologize for not being at RPC. I feel like if I was there, this decision might not be as difficult as the one that's before us. I started working on this project in 2018 before I submitted an offer to purchase the house. I consulted with the City of Regina to redevelop the property. If there's any indication from administration that the property had significant heritage value at that day, I would not be here today. I believe the facts and the policies are clear so that my request can be granted. The bylaw states the City of Regina is desirous of avoiding demolition of buildings and structures of significant heritage value. What is significant heritage value? It's not defined by the City of Regina or Heritage Property Act. In saying that, we've reviewed the statement of significance provided by the city and acknowledged the report's findings that the property has some historical characteristics, but does not warrant the stature of significant heritage value, which is required to deny my request. The city relies solely on a third-party out-of-province consultant to provide an opinion. Some opinion actually conflicts with the City of Regina's documents. The consultant finds that the property is an exceptional and highly intact example of Tudor Revival style. This conflicts with its own city's description of the property as a free interpretation of the Tudor Revival style. Every Tudor Revival element on this property is a facade commonly seen all over Regina and even in new homes of today. But I'm not here to debate if this house has significant heritage value. That would be unfair to council to vote based on a point of view. I'm here to look at the facts. And the facts is the City of Regina currently has a 30-year-old bylaw with no current policies to guide this bylaw. And for the last 30 years, Regina has lived without a clear direction on a heritage policy. This is clear when this policy was challenged in the manner of 13 Leopold Crescent on April 25, 2016, where council had to decide the fate of that property. 33 months ago, council asked administration to revisit the Heritage Bylaw and Heritage Act, and as of today, there is no approved framework or policy when it comes to heritage. The minutes during that council meeting set out a clear questions and direction where council would like the city policies to follow. Council approved the removal of 13 Leopold and added amendment that states furthering the preservation of heritage properties in accordance to the goal set out in the OCP. And in the OCP, and pointed out by administration in their report, page 49, encourages owners to protect historic places through good stewardship and voluntary designating their properties. The key word in that policy is voluntary. There's no place in the OCP that says designating a property is mandated, and therefore at the discretion of the owner. The OCP further states, page 8, city policy standards and bylaws will be updated over time to conform with this plan. This plan will prevail where there's a conflict with other city planning documents, including policy standards and bylaws. The OCP also says that ensuring that all corporate decisions, policies, and practices are consistent with this plan. As clear as day, the City of Regina's heritage policy when it comes to designating properties is a voluntary act, and it's up to the owner. Even though we have a bylaw that says that the city has the right to designate, it'd be doing so against the OCP. And when a conflict between a bylaw and the OCP occurs, the OCP would prevail. And the OCP states that designating is still voluntary. If this is not the intention of council, well, the OCP also requires an amendment to go with this due policy.
Steve, you have about 1 minute to go.
To clarify these intentions for new home buyers. But as of today, the act is still voluntary. I believe everyone here has good intentions when it comes to this property, regardless of what side of the fence you sit on. But only one person in this room acted on those good intentions. I saw a house in major distress, and a house that sits in arguably the top 3 prominent corners in Regina, and I wanted to do better. I wanted to bring life back to this corner, and I saw an opportunity to develop something great and continue Albert Street's legacy. I did my homework. I understood every policy, every bylaw, every provincial and federal document that could affect this decision, and the conclusion is this. As of today, the City of Regina's City of Regina's policy on designating is a voluntary action. As the current owner of this property, I urge you today to not designate this property and give me the opportunity to redevelop this property in a manner that fits with the characteristics of this neighborhood and continue Albert Street's legacy for the next 90 years.
Thank you, Mr. Lean. Your time is up. Thank you very much for that. We do have some questions, though.
Perfect.
Councilor Berciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward. So you talked a little bit about you had met with city staff. Just walk me through that, give me a little more information. You knew, I want to be very clear though, you knew it was on the Heritage Holding list that
Correct.
time.
I first identified the property as a potential redevelopment, and I wanted to do better. My intent was to do better. First thing I did was I reached out to administration and I said, what is Heritage Hold? I've never encountered this in my work in the city. I reached out to Ben Mario. He sent me an email providing me the heritage bylaw. He suggested I speak to the heritage expert within administration, Liberty. I met with Liberty on site and we had a discussion. I'm not going to go into who said what, but if that day she would have said this has significant heritage value, I would not be here today. I then put in an offer to purchase the house. After I had conditions removed, I approached the city and said, purchase the house, can we talk about this? And at that point in time, it was demonstrated to me that this was going to be an issue. And now I'm stuck. So that's exactly what had happened.
Okay.
And I want to add, I did also, one of the things that's important is that regardless of what I would have done today, I would be here today. The policy of an alteration or demolition is that I'm here today to ask for permission from council. I spoke with Fred Searle, who I posed a question, what are my options? And the options are, I'm here today.
Okay. Thank you for that. You indicated that you want to develop this property with it keeping in mind in the character of the community area. Give me an example of what you're thinking.
You know what? At this point, I don't have a set plan. We want to develop something that's historic, and for the next 90 years, people might say this might be the new project might be a true historical property. I have no set plans at this point in time. This decision is very important for us to begin development of a project. Even at this point, when we submitted a demolition permit, we don't even know if we're going to demo all the house, 10% of the house. I might be able to salvage 10% of the house. I might be able to salvage all the historical characteristics of this property, and then designate it at that point in time. But someone asked me, what I want and why I want it. And what I need is, I need to have an unencumbered site so that we can design something properly. And that's why I want it. And this is why I'm here today. Because we don't have any other tools in the toolbox when it comes to heritage properties.
Thank you. And one last question, Your Worship. We've heard from other delegations that they actually do the renovations in heritage or older buildings. You've obviously looked at that option, and that's not on the table. Obviously.
It's not on the table with me as the owner. I always say when it comes to real estate, there's three variables. There's time, there's the person, the people who are involved, and then there's the asset. If I'm going to do this project, I'm going to do it properly. There's no Band-Aids. I'm going to restore this property, and we've done the homework. We've had a professional home inspection. I've reached out to arguably one of the top heritage companies in Regina on a heritage perspective, and that's Ledcor, who just finished the College Avenue project. And they've given me, knowing what I would do, which is a complete restoration, they've provided me a budget, and that number is just unfeasible. And I appreciate that other companies have come forward and has indicated that they can do it for much less. But I'm the owner. I wouldn't do those things. I wouldn't just live with the status quo. Yes, we can have it sit there and continue the house to be what it is, but that's not how I would operate, and that's not how I run my business. I would do a full restoration, and that's just not feasible at this point in time.
Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councilor Sandy. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. So this house was on the Heritage Holding List when you purchased it, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So you used the word in your presentation about voluntary a number of times. So the people who owned it before you, it was put on the list before your time?
Correct.
So they would have been the volunteers in it. So they volunteered not to oppose it. They volunteered to keep it on the list. So should we as a council be dropping things on and off a list based on whether it sells or not then? Or if we feel that it has this heritage holding value, we should keep it on because that person at the time that owns the house is not opposed to it? Through you, Your Worship.
We don't know when 30 years ago when this bylaw came to place if the owner gave consent. We don't know if the owner actually had knowledge that their house was on this holding bylaw. I feel that there are many properties on this bylaw, and there's only been 15 properties that's ever been removed, and those owners have had those properties removed for whatever reason. It was pointed out to me that no one really knows why this list, how it came to fruition. No one knows why a house was put on the list and a house isn't put on the list. A good example of this is, I'm going to call it the Christmas tree house. It's, let me get the address here, 2930 Albert Street, which is arguably probably the most historic house, the McCallum house, is not on the list. It's full to revival, but it's the house that everyone drives by and remembers the Christmas tree. Why is that property not on the list and this one is? No one knows, and I can't tell you why it's on the list or not. But I personally, I feel that because it's on the list, it's going to hinder our ability to redevelop the site, regardless of if it has heritage or not heritage. And that's why I'm here today, is to ask for it to be removed off the list.
Thank you. So back to my original statement or question. So you don't know for sure if the people who owned it before, when it was put on the list, were opposed to it because they didn't oppose it here at council. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. You also made the comment that I'm stuck. But you actually went into this venture actually knowing there was risks and it wasn't a done deal that you would be able to demolish it. So you actually had that as a risk factor when you actually purchased the house. Am I correct?
Correct. And through my due diligence at that time and reading all of the documents that's before me, it's clear as can be in the OCP and in decisions that council has made over the last 36 months, it is a voluntary act. And regardless if it's on the list or not, I researched the bylaw and I was satisfied that this is a voluntary act.
So in your opinion, you think that whoever buys a house that's on this list should be the one to volunteer whether it's on the list or not? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not voluntary to put it on the list. It's voluntary to designate the property, which is what council's mandating me to do today.
Thank you. So just to clarify, you did know the risk when you bought the home, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Councilor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Mr. Lean, can you tell me what you think heritage means?
It is the history of a city. it is places that, you know, embodies the people that came before us. I feel like you're asking the question is, you know, do I respect heritage? And the answer is yes. I've redeveloped heritage properties. The home that I chose to build where my family lives is a 1970s home. I didn't build a new home, which I could have. I chose an established neighborhood and an established home, and I rebuilt it, and I call it home for my family. So I do respect heritage. I understand how important it is to a city. So that is, you know, that's my best way of answering that question.
When you first considered purchasing this home, I guess you went out and looked around the outside. And did you think this is a older home, a different kind of home, a unique kind of home, that perhaps it's part of our heritage? Did you think that?
Of course. And that's why I consulted with the city. I did my due diligence. I spoke to administration. I saw that home that had some heritage. But at the end of the day, I feel that this home could do better for that prominent corner. It was in distress. I did not know at that point how distressed it was. But I wanted to do better. My intentions were to do better. And that's why I purchased it.
And to do better, when you say that, do you mean redevelop it?
Potentially. I don't have, like I said, I don't have any final plans. And a redevelopment could be a full restoration. It could be a full restoration with added features. It could mean a lot of things. And we don't know at this point. I can't continually invest in a property that if we'd have to come back to council and council would have to dictate if this reno was good enough. I could go and invest more money, and at the end of the day, council can say, we don't like that new roof line, and I would be squashed right there. So I don't know what will happen and what the outcome will be for this property at this point in time.
You say you have no final plans. Have you had any plans at all drawn up with respect to this house?
Oh, for sure. You know, we've looked at every few possibilities already. You know, this is what I do for a living. You know, I have plans for hundreds of sites in Regina, and for this one too. And then I'm being honest with you, as I'm looking at multiple options here.
I'm just concerned about this house. When you say you've had plans drawn up already, can you tell us what some of those plans are like?
For sure. Being open and transparent, we've looked at potentially creating a big home. And I'll be honest with you, when I first saw this property, I was like, hey, this is a cool place that my mom and dad might move to one day. So we started looking at a big house for them. I have a big house. They should have a big house. They deserve it. We've looked at multifamily. We've looked at a whole array of options.
And when you say multifamily, do you mean, say, a 3 or 4 condominium unit that would cover a good part of the property?
Correct, sure, why not? But regardless of what the plans are, I actually believe that council, if a multifamily unit is proposed here, that might be an incentive for council. Because if I was to build one house, I would comply with all the bylaws, and council would have no say in what I do. But if I choose to change the zoning, or if that's how it comes, council will have another say. Council will be able to determine if that multifamily or that development will go or not. That is the safety net that council has. But if I chose to just build one house and I would conform to all bylaws, there would be no say and there would be no open discussion with the public forum. And it could be, but I don't know.
So you certainly contemplated tearing down the house and possibly putting up a condominium structure.
For sure.
And you mentioned when you were talking and you're answering, you said you looked at the house and you said properties like this all over Regina. I made a note. Can you tell me where else in Regina you'd see some houses like this?
Well, when it comes to Tudor Revival, we can go for a drive down in Harbor Landing, and there are multiple houses with Tudor Revival. It's just we replace timbers with vinyl planking. If we are talking about the definition of Tudor Revival, there's multiple examples of Tudor, and like my friend here has described, 2930 is Albert Street is another example potentially.
So not so many heritage homes in Harbor Landing, correct?
Sure. Yes, correct.
You mentioned your discussions with the city, and I'm going to ask the city about those discussions. I gather you started those discussions early in September. Is that correct? And you purchased the house in November, correct?
Correct.
You purchased it for $650,000?
$625.
$625, I'm sorry. Even better deal.
Yes.
Now, when you had your discussions with the city, what were you discussing? What kind of things did you talk about?
Well, we talked openly about the bylaw. You know, what is significant heritage value? You know, we talked about the decisions that councils have made. We've talked about my request to have it off the heritage holding list so that I can have an unencumbered site so that we can begin redevelopment.
Did you talk about the tax incentive policy that you might take advantage of?
For sure. We talked about that. It was brought forward that the recommendation is potentially $100,000 over 10 years that the taxpayers will be paying me. But when that number came forward, it was after the number that I got from Ledcor that said it was $2.5 million, which is roughly 4% of my budget.
That's a healthy budget.
Correct.
So by the time you got around to purchasing the house in November, you certainly knew that the issue of heritage and heritage property and possible designation, you certainly knew that all of that was a possibility, didn't you?
Correct.
So no surprise here.
No surprises there. But I do want to point out that what I also knew that council council did remove another property, which is 13 Leopold Crescent. And in that meeting, council set forward questions and direction to have the bylaws and the Heritage Act in accordance to the OCP. And I read the OCP, and the OCP said it's a voluntary act. So it's very clear. The OCP says a lot of things like we like, but it's very clear when it comes to heritage that it is a voluntary act, and that is what I based my purchase on.
You knew, if you read the bylaws and the OCP, that you would have to come, as Mr. Searle, you indicated, told you, you would have to come before this council to get permission, correct?
I did.
So
I would have to come.
it's not voluntary, is it?
Pardon?
So how's it voluntary? There's a process that you knew about that required approval of this council.
For sure. I knew that this bylaw was 30 years old, and this OCP has been recently adopted. And it says that over time, all policies will, I just want to make sure that I'm citing this right. All policies and standards and bylaws will be updated over time to conform to this plan.
And just on that point, the administration has been diligently at work in carrying out that reform bylaw. And indeed, they're very close to bringing it before this council, I understand, at the end of March. Now, when you were talking to them, did they mention that they were in the process of defining the criteria for the new bylaw for defining the definition to put houses and structures on the heritage designation?
Yes, they did indicate that, and I asked a specific question, when would this occur? And the answer was, it was unclear. And as a developer who personally invests in these projects, I can't continue, I can't wait. I don't work in uncertain waters.
Really? So you thought you'd get in under the gun, is that what you're saying?
Nope, that it has nothing to do with that situation. $625,000 that I'm personally funding has a very large burn rate every month. To even purchase this project, I had to ask permission from my wife, and it was not an easy conversation to have. So we are trying to do this as quickly as possible.
One last question. When you were having your discussion with the city about the revision or the upcoming revision of the heritage bylaw, did you talk at all about the kind of criteria that would be used in identifying a heritage property?
To be honest, during the process, I knew that there was new framework coming. And nowhere in the discussion that details were ever provided to me of what the new framework would look like. I've asked the question, is there anything in this new framework that would change my mind and I would not be here today? And at this point, I have had no clear response from administration or people that might be on the inside that would have knowledge of any of that framework. So it was coming, but there was no information provided to me on that new framework.
You're a sophisticated developer in the city. You've had a lot of experience. You know that there's a framework out there coming. You know that your building might be subject to it because just looking at it, it looks like a heritage building. Did you press to find out from the city what that framework might be? Did you ask?
I did. I asked many questions when it came to heritage because I wanted to reduce risk on my investment. So of course I asked. I did my due diligence, and I feel like I have done that due diligence. And I asked the questions that I need to ask administration at that point in time. And nowhere did they indicate before the purchase of this asset that this was going to be the discussion that we're having today.
Did they indicate what the framework would look like?
On point of order, just concerns to becoming more of a examination.
No, it's an attempt to get at the truth, but I'll leave it there.
I'd ask you to do that, please. We'll have the opportunity to speak when we get to the main report.
Thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Any other questions of the delegation? Thank you so much for the presentation and answering questions. We have a communication from Alison Luff. If I could have a motion to receive and file that. Councillor O'Donnell and Councillor Hawkins seconds that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the main report on 3160 Albert Street. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. CR 19-4 brings a recommendation from Regina Planning Commission to Council. The request for demolition of 3160 came to administration, and they have 60 days to respond. And since it was on the Heritage Holding Bylaw, it raised a red flag. So one of the things we did with the Planning Commission was review before we started that there are two ways that a property can receive a municipal heritage designation. The owner can request one, which we've heard, which authorizes them to apply for incentive funding. And the second way is that City Council can exercise the authority it has under the Saskatchewan Heritage Property Act and designate a property as a municipal heritage property. And the city has done that twice in the past to two different properties. The Planning Commission heard remarks and asked questions of Heritage Regina and the owner's architect, who were the two people that spoke to us. Members questioned the cost estimate of restoring the building and asked if other heritage specialists had been used to evaluate the home, and they were interested in what would be built on the site. At the conclusion of the question and answer period, the Regina Planning Commission moved to forward the recommendation to designate the Cook House at 3160 Albert as a municipal heritage property. And the recommendation asked the city solicitor to issue and serve a notice of intention to designate the property, to deny the permit for demolition, to remove the property from the Heritage Holding By List, and to prepare a bylaw to designate the Cook residence as a heritage property under the Saskatchewan Heritage Property Act, identifying the reasons for designation, and to bring the bylaw forward to the March 25th council meeting with the proper public notice. The recommendation passed unanimously, and Your Worship, I have some questions for administration.
Let's get a seconder for the report, though. Councilor Hawkins.
Okay. I would like to ask administration to just clarify for us the legal authority to do this, the Saskatchewan Heritage Act, our bylaw, and the OCP. Would you sort that out for us, please?
Scarlett?
Through you, Your Worship. Currently, the Heritage Act prevails. Those rights are within the regulatory regime of council's authority. And so those laws are there. We do have the Heritage Holding Bylaw. The one thing that I think is misunderstood is that we do have a Heritage Holding Bylaw that identifies potential properties to be designated. But that doesn't mean that properties outside of that bylaw couldn't be designated at any point in time. It doesn't have to be on that bylaw. As far as the OCP goes, there's a number of different sections within the OCP under the cultural section that talk about preserving our heritage and all of those things. Obviously, we do encourage property owners to do it on a voluntary basis, but that policy in itself does not preclude or override the act of the provincial act for designation through heritage. We try and encourage many people to do different things, but at the end of the day, we do still have those rights and policies and regulations that council can exercise. And in this case, we feel after having the report done on the heritage significance, the statements of significance, we feel that in this case, it is a good property to move forward with designation.
So when the new policy comes forward for council to look at in March, will it change anything about our ability under the Saskatchewan Heritage Property Act to designate a home?
Through your worship, no, it won't. In this case, the framework that we'll be bringing forward shortly to council, regardless that it's not here right now, this process would have been the same. We would have required a statement of significance in order to ascertain whether or not this property holds heritage significance. The framework is, it is a tool that we're bringing forward, but we would have gotten a similar report that would have given us the same information, I believe.
And one last question. Would you, at our Planning Commission meeting, you went over the information that you provided Mr. Lean. Would you recap that for us, please?
Yes. There was a number of meetings between Mr. Lean and the staff with respect to the property in question. We did indicate that it was on the holding bylaw and that there'd be significant concerns with taking this property off the bylaw. Prior to his purchase, we also indicated that the report was getting completed because it wasn't completed at that time. So he was aware that there was a report on this property being prepared, and we provided that as soon as we could. That was after, though, the purchase. And we provided color renderings and some of the research, copies of the research that we had been doing. The thematic framework that was mentioned by Heritage Regina, that was a public process to which we got feedback, and so that was available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers to this report? Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair. One of the statements made by Mr. Lean repeatedly said voluntarily put on the list. I'm just wondering if I could get administration to comment on those statements.
Ms. Harlech?
Through your worship, there is a section, as I indicated, within the cultural section of the OCP that says that we would encourage owners to protect historic places through good stewardship and voluntarily designating their property for listing on the Heritage Property Registry. Again, there's other policies above this that talk about preserve, conserve, and maintain historic places in accordance with the standards and guidelines for historic places in Canada and any other guidelines adopted by Council. And there's other statements. We also have our Regina Cultural Plan that was approved by Council that talks about the importance of our heritage. So although we encourage and voluntary is part of a policy, there's other policies and other documents and regulations through the acts that still give Council and does not override that. We always encourage, but at the end of the day, Council does hold authorities to require people to do things also.
I guess a follow-up question for that. 300 properties on the Heritage Holding Act or bylaw. Would this be a strong case when the framework's applied? Are there stronger examples of a heritage property? Is it a weak case for a heritage property? How does it exactly fit in the overall scheme of a heritage property?
Ms. Harlech?
Through your worship, I might start and then I might ask Ms. Dawson to go through it. Obviously, when we do an analysis, we're looking at many different things when we're evaluating it, and that's why we got a third-party consultant to provide us those opinions. And what was found revealed that the property was worthy of designation because it wasn't recognizable as an exceptional example of Tudor revival architectural style designed by the prominent architectural firm of Van Egmond and Story. Its notable contribution to the historic Albert streetscape in Regina's Lakeview neighborhood, and because of its prominent location on the intersection of Hill and Albert, and its value as representative of the suburban residential development in Lakeview neighborhood during the interwar period. And then the Cook residence maintains all aspects of integrity necessary to convey its significance. So yes, there's always properties that will be more or less, and that's part of the evaluation is to determine that. But in this case, it came out high. And I might ask Ms. Dawson and Ms. Beers to go to those details.
Thank you. Ms. Dawson?
Through you, Your Worship, when we had the consultant review the property and provide us the statement of significance, when we reviewed the details, it stood out as a significant property to us. When we go into the elements, the statement that was provided to us is that the house represents an important creative achievement in architecture by the architects, Van Egmond and Story, which was an architectural firm that is repeatedly recognized as a provincial scale and deserves recognition at a national scale. The house is not only connected with well-known businessmen in the city, but also prominent architectural firm, and for this reason we felt that it was significant heritage value.
So, in a follow-up, will there be multiple properties designed by this architectural firm that will qualify for the same heritage? Do we end up saving multiple examples of each architect who designed in Regina, or do we try to save specific examples of an architect to move along? I have no idea how heritage works, so I'm just trying to educate myself.
Ms. Harlech?
Through your worship, obviously we want to save as much heritage as we can throughout the city, and sometimes it's good if we can save more than one type of building. So it's part of that. Maybe I'll ask Ms. Dawson to go through the premise upon which we look at the evaluation and the heritage conservation, not only in built but also landscapes and things of that nature.
Thank you. Ms. Dawson?
Certainly, through your worship. Traditionally, heritage has been focused on architectural elements and somewhat on landscaping, and through the work that we're doing with the heritage program, there will be more revealed in terms of themes and certain elements that we want to preserve within the city that aren't necessarily just focused on architecture. So you'll see that when the thematic framework comes before you. But I would say about this particular architect, Van Egmond and Story, is that this is one of their prominent residential architecture designs. We have in the past done some multifamily like the Frontenac and some other commercial buildings, but this is one of their feature residential properties.
Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Manasnali. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. The developer spoke of a variety of options should this building be demolished. No specifics, but are there any architectural guidelines or standards that would require a developer to rebuild in such a way that it's sensitive to the surrounding neighborhood? Or would it kind of be an open book for possibilities? Through the chair.
Your Worship, at this point, there is no architectural guidelines within this property or within that Lakeview area. There's only one area within the city where we have architectural guidelines. And it's not, sorry, I just forgot.
It's Anglican property.
Pardon me?
It's the Anglican property on College Avenue.
Yes, the College Avenue.
Perfect. Thank you. So just to be clear then, we'd have nothing but a person's word that they may or may not develop it to be sensitive to that community. Thank you. Secondly, we've heard from another line of development here that's sensitive to heritage. Nicro was one example, gave an alternative figure as well. Is there anything in the heritage designation that would prevent transforming this, for the lack of a better word, mansion into a multi-unit dwelling? So could we keep the heritage designation within that umbrella? Could it be turned into, maybe itself a condo or a multi-unit house?
Ms. Howlick?
Through Your Worship, it's kind of two parts. From a heritage standpoint, as long as it keeps the heritage elements and it meets all of our requirements as we review it, that would be one element. And then, of course, there's zoning. So any type of multi-unit dwelling would need approval through whether or not it would be permitted through the current zoning of R1, or if they would need a rezoning to get a higher density zoning in place to accommodate more than one unit or more than 2 units.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. One of the questions that I have is regarding the Heritage Holding Bylaw. Since I've been elected, it came up first at council about this holding, the Heritage Holding Bylaw, and it's been now, I think, 3 years or 4, I'm not sure, that this was going to be done. I think the concern, and I mean, for myself, I'm not an engineer, I'm not an architect, I don't want to have these things come to council. I would hope that these things would be looked after. Will they be looked after once that bylaw is in place? As far as these things coming to council. So once places are designated, like this one here, it's on the list, is there going to be more that's going to be the meat that's going to help us rather than these things coming to council like this?
Ms. Howlick?
Through Your Worship, at the end of the day, designation has to come through council because it's part of that process. The thematic framework, as we've talked about, and the evaluation tools would be approved, and we would look at that. But council would ultimately still be required to move forward with designations and have those discussions. The issue that we're having is how do we take them off the bylaw? That's what council instructed us to do, and we do have this new framework that we'll be bringing forward, which will help give an evaluation tool to council when we're looking at taking them off if there's a demo or something of that nature, and also to put them onto what we're going to be bringing forward.
Okay, thank you for that. I think one of the things that's really important is that, they indicated that through Your Worship, that there was a house 2 doors down that's not on this list. So again, I know driving down Albert Street, there's a home done not too far from this home here, done very contemporary. Doesn't look like a heritage home to me. It was a tear down, and the guidelines, as Councillor Stevens asked, it doesn't even look like it fits in there. So is that something that we'll see coming forward with some of these guidelines as far as, or how, I guess, how do we as a council start looking at some of those guidelines that they fit in, what did you call it, but that they actually look like the community? How does that work?
Ms. Hawryluk?
Through you, Your Worship, those are architectural overlays that we would need to put in place specifically. So at this point, this process wouldn't be the one that we would be doing that in. I mean, obviously, we would be looking at it, identifying other houses that are not on the list or places and those sorts of things that would go on to our inventory or our registry per se. And that will take time to go through all of that. And when we bring it forward, we need to go through all of those properties that are on to do the evaluation, like that are already listed, and then also to do a process of putting properties on. But as far as the architectural guidelines, that would be a different process, and it would need consent from a larger, from the neighborhood to do that. When it's designated, though, it's very clear because we say why it has that heritage significance, and then they can't alter it because we need to maintain that. And part of that, the balance is right now we have a holding bylaw, and it's only when these sorts of issues come up that we're dealing with them, and we have to make that. So as we move forward, there's still going to be that, how do we bring things on and off, and that'll be discussed at council when we bring the framework forward.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Barshaney. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. A community that destroys its past has no future. And my neighbor, Lynn Goldman, said it better than I've said it, and here's what she said, I'll remind you. Without our heritage, our built heritage, how are we going to pass on to our pride, how are we going to pass our pride in our history onto the next generation? If we rip apart the works of the last generation, then we can expect our children and our grandchildren to rip apart the works that we're most proud of, the works that reflect who we are and the things we value. That's why we're having this discussion, and that's why heritage matters. The only real question here is whether this is in fact a heritage property. It's difficult looking at this property, even if you're an amateur, and not recognizing that it has heritage value, that it's historic. But we've heard this evening that it's historic for a number of reasons, concrete reasons. It's on a historic street. It's had residents who have built the history of this city. And it's also historic because if you've had the privilege of looking at the house, as I have, you realize it has a number of features that you're never going to see in another house again. Here are a few of them. If you go into the dining room, rimmed around the top, where in many houses there's a border, there isn't a border here. There's a piece of metal about 8 inches wide with figurines stamped in it all the way around. There's a magnificent circular staircase in the house. The living room windows has bay windows not on one side, but on two sides. The leaded pane windows are in fact in beautiful shape. I know something about leaded pane windows because I spent a lot of time in Europe, and these ones are exceptional. So the house, the hinges on the doors and the downstairs, they're metal hinges, they're faux hinges, but they're remarkable. The flooring's remarkable. It's a remarkable house. So I have no doubt, and structurally the house is sound. I live in a 1929 house a few steps away, not designed by the same prestigious architects, and we do deferred maintenance all the time. And you don't do it all at once, you do it bit by bit. And there are hairline cracks appear in the walls because the clay ground in Regina shifts, and you fix those and then they come back a bit, and bit by bit you do it as a project because you love it. And that's the kind of tension that heritage properties need because they reflect our pride in our city. So it's a structurally sound house. It will last longer than many of the new houses built in the city today. It's a beautiful interior and a unique interior in the house, which that makes it part of the heritage. I want to just say one other thing. Will it cost too much to fix it up? And the answer is no, it won't. As in all old buildings, you have to maintain it. So in this building, there's an ice dam on the roof, and that caused water to leak into the dining room. That needs some work done. That is not 1.2 million. The basement could stand a few more telescopic pillars. It has those pillars in it now. They can be easily unbolted and replaced with adjustable ones. And I could go on. The roof at some point will need some work, but this is the kind of work that any homeowner knows has to be done. This is a beautiful home. It's a historic home. It's a structurally sound home, and with the proper deferred maintenance, it could be one of the grand homes in Regina, just as it was in the past. The only way we can protect this, the only way we can protect it, is to give it a heritage designation. That designation will stop its demolition, and that designation will make sure that any work, restorative work that was done on the home in the future is in conformity with the heritage of the house. I'd ask Council to place this house on the heritage list, to give it that protection, and to give our respect for our history what it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other speakers to? Councillor, you'll be closing debate. So I have a question to the administration. Ms. Harlick, you mentioned, and I'll make sure this is not out of context. You said the issue is how the manner in which we take these properties off the heritage holding list. Is it also not the issue of how do they get on the list in the first place? We need to understand how that works.
Yeah.
Ms. Harlick?
Through your worship, no, you're absolutely right. I think when we move forward with the framework, it'll be that's what council tasked us with the framework, and so that will be coming forward. But at this point, with any framework, the designation and coming off will always reside with council.
Right. Good, thank you. There's no other speakers, so Councillor Young to close debate.
Thank you, Your Worship. All the work that was done for this report is on the website, so anyone can look at it. And it's all the work that was done where you received information from people as well. I just want to make one statement about another property that we allowed to be demolished, and that's the glass house on Leopold. And it's a very different house. It had not been inhabited for quite some time. It was toxic. You had to wear a mask to go inside. Some of the mold and things had already gone clear through to the outside framing of the house. There was no way that house could be rebuilt. So then council voted to demolish that house. The Cook House is almost the exact opposite. It's habitable. It's beautiful. It has architectural elements both inside and outside. But I think something that we can't let pass is the fact that the history of the house and the neighborhood that it's in is really important. This is a neighborhood along Albert Street that is across from the park. The ledge is just down the street. And it is an area, not even just on Albert, but when you drive through that neighborhood, it is the signature heritage neighborhood in the city. And I think that's why council should designate this house as one of the best examples of why we need heritage conservation in the city and why we need to do the work we need to do on our policies, giving both Planning Commission and council more opportunity to learn about and give us tools that we will use when we have to evaluate heritage designations in the future. So I'm hoping that you will vote to designate this home.
Thank you, Councillor Young. You've closed debate. So I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Those opposed? It's carried. So we have time, about half an hour left, and I would ask members of council to take a look at the committee reports, executive committee, on page 4 of the agenda. These are not related to any delegations. CR 19-11. If we could pursue that. We're ready to do that. Sorry. Yeah, yes, it's 19-11. Councilor Bertrand, have you located that? This is the analysis of reserve establishment of the residential road renewal program. So the floor is yours, Councilor Bertrand.
I bring before you CR 19-11, analysis of the reserve establishment for residential road renewal program. Recommendation that a reserve not be established for the residential road renewal program. Number 2, that the residential road renewal program annual report be enhanced to provide more clarity and comprehensive financial reporting as outlined under option 2 of this report.
Have a seconder for that, please. Councilor Massanelli. Discussion on the report by anyone? Councilor Young.
I would just like to comment that I think it's more transparent to have a report come back to council from the Public Works and Infrastructure. That isn't what its name is anymore, is it? Its name has changed. The Public Works Committee, because then it'll be on the agenda. The public can come. Everybody sees the report. It doesn't fit in the reserve category, so I will support this.
Thank you, Councilor Young. No other question. I'll call the question on that report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The Public Works and Infrastructure Committee on the Saskatchewan Drive Corridor Project. Councilor Stevens.
Through the chair, 2 recommendations that the Executive Director of Citizen Services or delegate be authorized to issue a request for a proposal and then to award and enter into a contract with the highest ranked proponents from the public procurement process for engineering services for the Saskatchewan Drive Corridor Project. Second, that the city clerk execute the contract with the highest ranked proponent for engineering services upon review and approval from the city solicitor.
Have a seconder for that, please. Okay, Councilor Fundura.
Terrific, thanks a lot. Actually, I would just ask administration maybe to open up and give us some highlights of this report and where it's going.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship. So administration has brought the report forward. We would require council's approval if the study or the consultant's work is in excess of $750,000. At this time, we don't know what that means. We would go to an RFP, have a look at the potential supplies of the work through consulting firms, and it really is a study along that corridor to bring information back to administration. Once that study is complete, administration will review, and that will start the discussion around what the design would be, knowing how things like the rail yard renewal will impact the traffic flow, for instance, on Saskatchewan Drive. You have a whole corridor of potential development coming forward. So some of those discussions, assets, land purchases, potential land purchases, where that would be impacted. The study will look at Saskatchewan Drive from the perspective of different modes of transportation along that corridor, so taking into consideration biking, walking, vehicular traffic, so movement of people with different modes of transportation.
Councilor Stevens, do you want to speak to it anymore? You okay? Okay, Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, to your worship. Question to, because you have discussion on utility upgrades, street design, land use implication. There'll be partners in the area. There's other businesses, there's federal government, and I think province. How is that going to, who pays for all that? Is that just going to be a city? Does province get involved in the utilities, underground work? Because you've got post office, you've got Cornwall Center, which is private, you've got Sastels, especially that corridor from Albert Street to Broad Street. It's really tight in there. So how is that going to look like?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, I'll start and then I'll ask Mr. Kyle to add his comments. The underground work through the study, so if it was SaskPower, Sask Energy, or Waterworks area, once the study is complete and determined what underground work would need to be done, those partners would be brought into the discussion. If it's SaskPower or Sask Energy, of course, that's their portion to pay for. If it's water, it comes out of our water department, out of our waterworks department. And when we look at purchases of land, we definitely would be in discussions, but that is a ways down the road. I'll ask Mr. Kyle to add his comments.
Mr. Kyle?
Through you, your worship, this study will look at the long-term infrastructure, underground infrastructure needs for that corridor, knowing that those will need to be in place and developed because they last much longer than the roadway network. So those groups will all be part of our stakeholders that we consult with. At this stage, it's determining what the work is going to look like. We don't have a firm budget number to go ahead with the construction work at this stage, but that will be part of the consultations with those crown corporations and other affected businesses.
Okay, to your worship. So am I hearing correct that that the other partners that the province are already discussing with us, or is it something that's going to come after we do, as the city does their own study first, and then you go after the province to have a discussion, or is that they're already on board?
Through your worship. So as Mr. Kyle indicated, the work done through the study will involve stakeholders, so it would involve the Crowns also in those discussions.
Okay, and one more. As we going forward to your worship, that corridor between Broad and Albert Street, it's pretty tight. How? Because I know we've got other places on the other side of Broad Street going towards Winnipeg. You've got some land already there that you can expand the road and all that. The Albert and Broad, I'm curious to hear what that's going to look like. I mean, you can't knock buildings down, so that's going to be kind of difficult to, especially when you expand on the other side where you can add extra lane. But here, how are you going to do that? Just curious. To your worship.
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship. So that'll be the work done through the study to determine what those options would look like, and then that would take us to the next conversation when you start looking at design and use of the roadway and the property adjacent to the roadway.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. We had a lengthy discussion at committee about this, and good information coming from administration. One of the questions, though, was in regards to, within this study, we're on the other side of the rail line, rail lands, of course, is the development there. How are the two going to be communicating? Because we're talking about land use and establishing that strategy corridor. So how are they going to work together to ensure that we got a big avenue coming in and what's going to be the land use on the other side, so it doesn't look like a piecemeal deal?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship. So the work done through the study, as I mentioned, there are stakeholders. The rail yard renewal group project team will be one of the stakeholders. So those conversations will not only go on while the study is being done by the consultant, our internal conversations, and then of course, once approved, design work comes forward, they definitely will be involved in that also. So they will be a key stakeholder in all of the discussions.
Okay. And one last question, through your worship. Will there be any public engagement in this at all?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, I'll maybe ask Mr. Kalinchuk to comment. He is the project lead.
Mr. Kalinchuk.
Through you, your worship, it's been identified in the request for proposal there will be extensive stakeholder engagement with the public for all portions of the project, ranging from the limits from Princess Street to Winnipeg, with residents as well as businesses alike. We'll be holding open houses, discussing all possibilities and kind of what information the public would like to see happen for the development.
Perfect, awesome, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Brashani. Councilor Manselli?
Thank you. I actually didn't think I had any questions about this till we started speaking. Through you, Mr. Chair. As we go through the renovation of the STC building, turning it into our new RPS headquarters, it resides along the corridor. In your preamble, you mentioned that the use of the corridor is going to come into part of the study. Is there any thought to the renovation affecting the use of the corridor or the police use of this corridor as they're completing the renovation for the future use of this study? I know there's some road changes and such. Is that all being considered as we lead up to this?
Mr. Onrait?
Through your worship, RPS would be one of the stakeholders that we would consult with, as well as our facilities team internal.
So being that the study's not completed yet, there's a bit of pre-thought being put towards that to make sure. Thank you. I knew there would be. I just had to say it out loud. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Other questions on the report? Councilor Stevens, you don't want to close debate? Okay. Call the question on this report. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. We'll move into motion. This is Councilor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'm almost inclined to say the matter speaks for itself. This is a motion
that... It does, actually.
Pardon me?
It does.
I'll be very brief. This is we've had a series of meetings, quite a series of meetings, both particularly in the Executive Council and in this Council, that have gone on a long time. In Executive Council, when that happens, we run into problems of councillors having to leave because they have other commitments, often commitments related to their duties as councillors. And we've pushed up against 5 o'clock on a number of occasions, making for long meetings. Here tonight is a pretty good example. We've lost the whole of our public audience, except for my son, who's waiting for a ride home. I think it's better that we do our business at least in hours when we can expect the public might reasonably expect it to be here. So I've moved this motion. What I hope it does is trigger some serious thought by all of us about agenda management, and we've had to do some of that to accommodate this meeting. I imagine that we'll find situations in which we could put items from a heavy agenda off to the next month's council meeting. It may be, however, in some situations, as we're experiencing this week, that we have to schedule a second meeting to fit everything in. So this is really an indication that I don't think it's fair to the public or to any of us, frankly. I don't think we do our best work when we've met for longer than 4.5 hours. And I think that this will prompt some thought into how we can better arrange our business. For those reasons, I'd ask for support for the motion.
Seconder for the motion.
Oh, I should have asked for that
Councilor
first.
Bryce, you want to speak to it too? Councilor Bryce?
I'm in agreement with this motion, believe it or not, those who I always vote against the break because I kind of want to get us done for the night. But I think that the things that need a good debate, we have those great debates until about 9:30 or 10 o'clock. And then I kind of, when you look around the room at you guys, nothing personal, but we kind of fizzle out after a certain point, and things that are important don't get as vigorous of a debate that I think that that they should have. So I'm in agreement with this. I just don't think we do our best work at this time of the night.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I appreciate the sentiments that are here, and I absolutely appreciate that after a couple of hours, especially in those afternoon executive meetings, that we just take a break. I like that. I don't have any problem with what's before us, with one exception. It's the hard stop. I don't know what's going to happen at a given meeting in the morning or in the afternoon or at night, and where we are in an agenda, and to hard stop when we could spend 10 minutes or 20 minutes or whatever and get it done and save coming back another night. So if the motion read vote at 4.5 hours to continue or not, then I'm in favor. If it didn't say that, then I can't support it the way it is. So if someone wants to put forward that amendment, then you've got me.
I'll accept the friendly amendment.
I just want to know that that was too easy.
Hence the issue.
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment. Other speakers to this, Councillor Young?
I was going to offer the same thing, that let's vote on it, and we may need 10 more minutes to finish something, so hard stop would be difficult. I think the other thing that would be helpful, when we get to executive committee, we don't know how many people are going to be here to speak to something until we arrive in the room. So I think we should have ahead of time figured out which things are on that agenda that can be put to another time, if possible, that don't have any time crunches on them, so that we know we can stop without doing those 3 or 4 items and put them off to another meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers to the motion? Councillor Bershani, could you?
Your Worship.
So I'm glad that Councillor O'Donnell inserted and Councillor Hawkins agreed to the vote. Because the way I read it, I felt the hard stop was too hard. It stops discussion, and I think there are times where we do have good debates after 3 or 4 hours and 5 hours. But I think it depends on the moment. And if we vote on that and say, do we want to stop? I think that's totally legitimate. I get that. But the break at some point during discussion, that's good too. I want to amplify a bit on what Councillor Young said. I think this is discussion that council has to talk about, administration has to talk about as well, is agenda management, being strategic on what is brought forward to us, but it's also for members of council to be economic and strategic in their comments too, and realize that we do have work to do, and that we should be economic in our comments and try to be concise and not repeat questions to delegations, and try to be concise in our comments because of the amount of work that we do. So we need discipline here on this side of the table, and we're asking administration to be strategic on their side of the table. And when we take that together in a spirit of goodwill to get the work done, then questions about do we need to have a hard stop become secondary to, frankly, we know that, the work has to be done. That being said, the heart of the problem, except for tonight, has been executive committee. It's not been council. This is the exception. And in fact, I think in my time on council, I do not recall 2 meetings to handle a non-budget council agenda. So this is extraordinary. I think the administration will take that as advice that there's got to be more strategy and what's essential, what is not essential, and work from there. But we also have the priorities and planning committee that I hope will be activated, and it will be activated in February, where we'll begin to pull items of longer-term strategic discussion, like the recreation master plan as an example, where it can be pulled off executive. Budget discussions go there too, so executive becomes more thin and itself more strategic in how we look at things as well. So I appreciate Councillor Hawkins' motion. I agree with the spirit. I'm glad that it will be a vote. That I accept completely. Thank you. Okay, before I call the vote, I just want to see the Councillor Hawkins and Councillor O'Donnell. Are you okay with the first one? The first that's fine. No other discussion on it? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We could move into the other motions by Councillor Stevens. You can introduce them, but you just...
On the phone.
No, they're gone.
Oh, okay.
They left early.
All right, real briefly. MN
Please.
19-1, airport transit. MN 19-2, parking investments. Want me to read through them, or is that good?
Just the be it resolved.
Okay. First, airport transit identifies cost benefits and ridership stats related to a dedicated airport route, cost benefits and ridership stats related to airport stop with an existing route, consultation with the Regina Airport Authority identifying the challenges and potential solutions to servicing the needs of travelers and employees who work at or around the Regina International Airport, identifies potential third-party capital and operational funding support for an airport transit service. Second, parking investments. That administration report back to the Community and Protective Services Committee in Q2 of 2019 with a strategy and financial implications of committing a portion of parking meter revenue to the downtown and other areas where metered fares are collected. And second, that administration consider the downtown deferred revenue account as a potential destination for parking revenue.
There's no debate, I'm just giving notice of that happening. So I'm going to go ask members to go to delegation 19-27. But before we get to that, Councillor Bryce, you have a motion you want to put forward on a matter of urgent business?
Yes, I do have a motion from the Finance and Admin Committee. Can I go ahead
Go right
with
ahead.
the motion?
Yeah, floor is yours.
So I don't mean to lengthen our meeting and add stuff, but if I could have a seconder for the urgent motion.
Councillor Murray, thank you.
Thank you. I move that Councillor Barbara Young be appointed as member of the Finance and Administration meeting.
There's a seconder for that. No need to debate it. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Young, for that. So we're now going to look at the YWCA. This is a sale of 1950-1955 Italic Street. And the first delegation is Daniel Fulkerson. If you would please identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards. And welcome to City Council.
So Desiree Gibson, representing Regina Education and Action on Child Hunger, also known as REACH. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. REACH supports the YWCA's proposal for a Center for Women and Families. REACH was developed to work in partnership with multiple organizations and agencies, and as such, our REACH's vision and goals align with this center. Our vision is that every Regina resident has the right to safe, nutritious, culturally acceptable, and affordable food, and the opportunity to obtain it through non-emergency sources. This center would allow us to continue to collaborate and partner with the YWCA to provide a greater service than we are presently able to do. Our goals include supporting and partnering with organizations such as the YWCA to support healthy food sources, reduce child hunger, and to educate by providing nutrition and food skills. Household food insecurity in 2017 affected 1 in 6 Canadian children under the age of 18. Food insecurity is a symptom of poverty. 1 out of 7 individuals in Canada live in poverty. Saskatchewan and Regina food insecurity and poverty levels are very similar to the national levels. To build food security for all Regina residents, we must work in a variety of ways to ensure effective solutions. This center proposes that through leveraging economies of scale, co-location, collaboration, and multiple agencies working together, that we can create strategies that address hunger and food security, as well as housing. And that this strengthens development of safe neighborhoods through the community activities and resources, all priorities of the City of Regina social development. Food security for families and proper nutrition provide women and children with the foundation to improve upon their lives. Children who eat properly are better behaved and learn better, and therefore are able to do better at school. A good education is one of the key ways out of poverty. Families who prepare food and eat together develop communication and team-building skills that not only improves their own lives, but that of the communities they live in. REACH currently partners with the YWCA to provide a mobile store, family basket program, community kitchens, and preschool and children cooking classes. The impact the Center for Women and Families will have on our participants, women and children of the City of Regina, and our organization is that through this proposed new facility, we will have sufficient space and kitchen facilities to meet the needs of more women and children than our current situation. Currently, we have limited space to meet the demand for food security programs in the downtown, Cathedral, North Central, and surrounding neighborhoods. This center will provide women and children access to REACH programs and services by breaking down barriers of transportation and cost of food and skills. It allows partnering organizations such as the YWCA and REACH and other organizations to work together with the women and children to customize the current services and develop new initiatives to better meet their individual needs and those of the communities they live in. REACH continues to work at ways we can address the truth and reconciliation calls to action. Over 75% of our family basket participants are Aboriginal women and their children, and the majority are single parents. Our partnership with YWCA and our involvement with the proposed center would allow us to expand our services and programs and better meet the specific needs of this group of women and children. This center will assist our organization and others to collaborate and not only bridge those gaps in the system by working together to deal with complex issues, but to make progress on preventative solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll see if members of council have questions for you. Oh, you made yourself very clear. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll go to our next delegation, Jan Thorson. Good afternoon and welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself for the record.
Thank you.
Who you represent, and you have 5 minutes as well for your presentation.
Good evening. My name is Jan Thorson, and I'm the Assistant Executive Director at Mobile Crisis Services. Mobile Crisis has offered emergency crisis and intervention services to the City of Regina and the Province of Saskatchewan since 1974. Our mission is to provide these comprehensive crisis intervention services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We receive funding from the Ministries of Social Services, Health and Agriculture. Funding is also received from the City of Regina, United Way Regina, Saskatchewan Liquor and Gaming, and Saskatchewan Government Insurance. Crisis intervention is immediate and short-term psychological care which assists an individual or family in a crisis situation to restore equilibrium to their lives. Our staff are trained to address any of the issues that are listed in your package, such as domestic violence and family conflict, mental health issues, parent-teen conflicts, parenting issues, addictions, bereavement, custody and access, child abuse and neglect, youth and children in crisis, emergency financial assistance, and tragic events such as sudden deaths, completed suicides, accidents, house or apartment fires, and emergency response in case of disaster. Mobile is here today Mobile Crisis is here today to support and to be a part of the YWCA's initiative to expand and enhance services by providing a hub of public services to the most vulnerable women and children in our community. Mobile Crisis responded to 26,899 calls for service in the 2017-2018 fiscal year. 61% of those calls came from women. Every year since Mobile Crisis opened in 1974, there's been an increase in the number of calls for service that we receive. Our responsibility to respond to incidents of domestic violence makes joining the YWCA and the Centre's other agencies a natural fit. The YWCA and Mobile Crisis have a long-standing partnership. We collaborate with the YWCA on community development issues, such as homelessness initiatives, domestic violence intervention services, and Regina's cold weather strategy. Mobile Crisis arranges placement for clients in the YWCA's Isabel Johnson, Kikinow, and My Aunt's Place shelters. The majority of these placements involve women and children who have been the victims of domestic violence or who are homeless. We provide supportive and crisis counseling to shared clients. The board and management of Mobile Crisis is committed to being a partner in the Centre for Women and Families. The proposed centre will bring huge benefits to our shared clients and to the larger community. The collection of agencies and services that will occupy the new centre will have the ability to provide immediate, comprehensive, and seamless service to vulnerable clients. One of the main benefits of this centre will be eliminating the many logistical struggles that clients face while trying to access services and agencies that are in different parts of the city. Because Mobile Crisis is often the service entry point for clients, we'll be able to refer clients to the service across the hall rather than the service across the city. Joining this initiative will also benefit Mobile Crisis greatly. It will provide us with badly needed affordable office space and the room we need to expand our services in the future. The option of cost sharing in many areas will be a financial benefit to Mobile as well as the other inhabitants of the centre. Being in a cutting-edge facility will allow us to reduce our carbon footprint footprint and the many amenities of the new center will allow us to participate more fully in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls for action. We have no doubt that unforeseen benefits to both clients, agencies, and the citizens of Regina will soon be evident when the center opens. Mobile Crisis is very grateful for the continued support of the City of Regina. We look forward to working collaboratively with the City Council and Administration, the YWCA, and our valued community partners to ensure that this vision, the vision of an inclusive, sustainable community hub, becomes a living reality for the citizens of Regina. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Once again, you're very clear in your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next delegation is Darwin Ironstand. Good afternoon and welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Anine, bonjour, hello. Greetings to the City of Regina Council and attending citizens of Regina. My name is Darren Ironstand, Knowledge Keeper with All Nations Hope Network. I'm here this afternoon representing All Nations Hope Network, staff, and the Board of Directors. We're one of the many partners of the Young Women's Christian Association, and we are delighted to come and share with you the vision to bring this proposed project to life. The network acknowledges the tremendous amount of community work that the YWCA currently and historically has provided to the citizens. We've been part of that work, and we are currently a part of the vision for the YWCA project. The vision to create a place of healing and wellness for all nations accessible to the citizens of Regina. As Indigenous people, we have a tremendous amount of wealth and knowledge as we practice the ways of our ancestors who've been here on this land since the beginning of time. This proposed place will be a place of safety, a place for ceremonies of healing, celebration, a place for traditional medicines, and traditional medicine practitioners, and most importantly, a place to bring to life the traditional knowledge of Indigenous peoples of all nations. All Nation Hopes brings to the proposed project many knowledge keepers, ceremonialists, linguists, medicine people, herbalists, healers, and teachers. The network was created in 1995 by a group of concerned Indigenous people and was supported by the local AIDS organization then called AIDS Regina. Now called the AIDS Program South Saskatchewan. In 2004, the network incorporated and became a network in Saskatchewan with its roots in the city of Regina. Today we have an office on Treaty 4 territory land in Fort Qu'Appelle and an office on 2735 Fifth Avenue and a sacred site on 3040 Fifth Avenue. At the center of all the work being done with the network is the human being work. We circulate the following 4 areas of our work around the human being, networking, research, training, and outreach. 9 board members govern us across Saskatchewan, each with many skills and contributions to the network. We have 3 ex officios who bring vast amounts of knowledge to the network. We have 12 full-time staff, 8 part-time staff, and 1 to 5 practicum students throughout the year, and many partners and volunteers. As an Indigenous network, we continue to understand and bring to life the Indigenous laws of this land. One of those laws is Wekotwan, which is a Cree word meaning kinship or relationships. We practice this with communities, our partners, the land, the animals, the plants, the water, and all the things on this earth. The work we propose is vitally important to the Indigenous people of this land. We are very spiritual people, and we believe that things being done in a prayerful way, which is a powerful way. Prior to the network being supported, the YWCA proposed the project. We entered into ceremony with them. We conducted a sweat lodge, smoked the pipe, and feasted with the YWCA. We asked the ancestor to help us bring this life to vision, and we asked for Pimatsuin, our Cree word meaning life, the center of the vision of all the people whom we serve. Currently, we have a sacred site where we've been doing ceremony for the past 3 years. It has a sweat lodge, which is operational when weather permits. It's the vision to have an indoor lodge that would be operational year-round. Currently, the traditional medicine practitioners have 3 sites where we practice the medicines. It will be good to have one place to store, clean, and make medicines for the traditional herbalists, traditional medicine people. It'll also be a good place to have citizens of Regina to come and see traditional medicine persons and get traditional medicines. Currently, we have pipe ceremonies, sweat lodges for both men and women, moon ceremonies, along with strawberry teachings, rites of passage for girls, traditional teachings, traditional healers and therapists, Indigenous language sessions, Korean Soto, daily smudge ceremonies, and KTX available daily for the people.
So I understand you have about half a minute to go. 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. All Nations Hope Network would like to thank you for listening and taking into the heart the vision of the people. We know working together in unity and ceremony will help many Indigenous citizens in Regina, and we all look forward to lighting the way for all nations of Regina. Chibiwach.
Thank you very much. We have all read your presentation for us in any case. Thank you so much. I'll see if there are questions from members of council. Once again, very clear in your comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lisa Miller is the next delegation. Ms. Miller, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes as well for your presentation.
Sure, thank you. My name is Lisa Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the Regina Sexual Assault Center. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight and to speak on in support of the proposed YWCA project. And thanks to those that heard me last time. Again, I'd like to provide a little bit of background information about our agency, although most of you are probably aware of what we do. We provide counseling, advocacy, and support for individuals who have experienced sexual and interpersonal violence. What many people aren't aware of is that the majority of our clients that we see seek our services for impacts related to childhood sexual abuse. Vast majority, 70 to 80% actually. And we know that's a considerable issue in Saskatchewan. The impacts of child abuse, which we witness daily, are very wide-reaching for many people. Our clients often have very complex needs and require the support of multiple disciplines because the abuse adversely impacts education, employment, relationships, and mental and physical health. Unfortunately, these impacts also then create barriers for these individuals to accessing supports that will assist them in moving forward. And you know, many of our social systems are quite difficult to navigate, you know, forms to fill out and places to go, and it becomes especially difficult for people who have challenges such as literacy or transportation or mental health issues. The people we serve are often in the same community of people that not only the YWCA serves, but also other agencies such as Mobile Crisis, Addiction Services, Work Prep, Family Service Regina. Our agency requests support from, and we work collaboratively with these agencies on a regular basis. And so therefore we're really supportive of the YWCA's concept of a trauma-informed facility that offers centralized services. We believe this model would be greatly beneficial, not only to our clients, but for many citizens in the community. And I listed an example that, you know, even an individual that has few barriers, who finds themselves unemployed, may need to access multiple supports such as a food program or you know, skill development. And having these types of agencies under one roof really offers an opportunity to reduce some frustration for people and increase a sense of community for them and, you know, hopefully improve some outcomes. The Saskatoon YWCA has a similar model. I think it's not the same, but very similar. It's called their Community Village. And one of our partner agencies, the Saskatoon Sexual Assault Center, is housed in that village. And I spoke with the executive director about the model, and she has cited numerous benefits to their agency, which includes increased agency collaboration and accessibility to services for clients. And I thought this was an important one. It was increased anonymity when accessing services. So people only have to walk through the main YWCA door in order to access all these different services rather than walking through the doors of a sexual assault center, which can be very daunting. Access to shared meeting spaces, monthly executive director meetings, which facilitates collaborative multi-agency work, and support between agencies when dealing with crisis situations. So having, an agency like Mobile Crisis present and able to support. The YWCA is an important organization in our community, and one that is, would be very difficult to replicate due to its approach to empowering people through infant, child, and adult programs, as well as their shelters, their housing, and their advocacy work.
Ms. Miller, you have about 1 minute to go in your
Thank
presentation.
you. Okay. The proposed project offers the potential for better outcomes for vulnerable individuals and to reduce or eliminate many of the barriers to accessing help. The YWCA, like most other agencies doing this kind of work, are only able to continue due to the support of their community, which includes private citizens, business, and government. And as the City of Regina plays a role in creating a safe, healthy, and inclusive community, and I believe has a responsibility to ensure citizens can access services that promote their health, our agency is supportive of the WISE vision and their request to the city to provide this proposed land as their contribution to the project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Questions of the delegation? Councillor Flego, I believe you're on the line. Do you have any questions?
Nope, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Flego. Thank you so much. You can return to the gallery. Our last delegation is Lisa Coomer-Burnson. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself, who is with you, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation time as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Melissa Coomer-Benson, and I'm representing the YWCA of Regina this evening. And this is Leanne Croft from 1080 Architecture, in case there's any specific questions that I can't answer. I'd like to start by thanking Your Worship and Council for providing me the opportunity to speak about our project today, as well as the City Administration team for all their work that they've given us in support of bringing this forward. I'd like to acknowledge the delegation that's joined me, comprised of community members, staff members, family of the YWCA, and board members, and thank them for taking their time tonight. YWCA Regina has been meeting the diverse and evolving needs of our community for over 100 years. As the Regina's oldest and largest multi-serving women's organization, we offer our city's only homeless shelter for women and children and are one of 3 domestic violence shelters. Gender-based violence is a pervasive and ongoing problem in Regina. It affects the many aspects of a woman's life, including her physical and mental health, well-being, and economic security. Saskatchewan has the highest rate of intimate partner violence in Canada at twice the national average, and in Regina, reported sexual assault rates have increased significantly over the last 2 years. Additionally, the 2018 point-in-time count showed that of the individuals surveyed, 51% were women and 9% were children under the age of 18. The YWCA has felt and continues to feel the effects of these statistics. In 2017, we turned away over 2,000 women and children from My Aunt's Place, our homeless shelter, and close to 1,000 women and children from our domestic violence shelter due to lack of space. In addition, our affordable housing program, Kikanaw Residents, turned away 238 women last year. It's apparent that we need to advocate for additional shelter beds and crisis response services or change the way we approach our work. Best practice and our experience has indicated that women and children are better served outside of the shelter system and in a preventative way rather than in a response to crisis. Our research also shows that the major issues facing victimized women in Regina are inaccessibility of existing services and resources and social isolation. The concept of a hub model that serves women and families before, during, and after crisis locates vital services under one roof by delivering wraparound centralized programs. And we know that working with folks before crisis significantly reduces institutional responses like hospital visits and police calls. This hub model concept, the Centre for Women and Families, is rooted in harm reduction philosophy that's trauma-informed. The Centre will provide opportunities for the broader community to engage in healthy activities that prevent the isolation of poverty and vulnerability. YWCA Regina sees a critical need not only for additional space to make the Centre for Women and Families a reality, but for the appropriate facilities to support the programs that address the barriers that keep vulnerable families in homelessness and violent situations. The size and configuration of our current facility no longer serves our organization adequately and has not been able to evolve with the programs offering. Our building simply does not support the concept of the Centre for Women and Families. We've completed a needs assessment, a best practice report, a site options analysis, pre-design work, and the YWCA has done extensive partnership and stakeholder development. Our Class D cost estimate for the centre is approximately $35 million. The YWCA is requesting the Council consider the recommendation to gift 1915 and 1955 Retallick Street to the YWCA. We believe that it's important for the City of Regina to present a contribution to this project for the following reasons. The site will ensure that the YWCA remains in the area, as we are currently the only 24-hour service provider in the downtown Regina. It will assist in leveraging monetary contributions of $10 million from the province of Saskatchewan, as well as $12 million from the Government of Canada. This project will ensure that the YWCA is sustainable and can continue to serve our communities most vulnerable for another 100 years.
You have 1 minute left in your presentation time.
Thank you. The Centre for Women and Families will decrease the use of emergency services, strengthen long-term health determinants, reduce the number of non-emergency calls to police, decrease turnaways from shelter systems, reduce the number of women and families in crisis, and ultimately decrease the rate of intimate partner violence and sexual assault in our province and our city. In the spirit of reconciliation, Regina will have its first adequate healing and ceremonial space at the centre. Sacred space will belong to the community and will ensure that urban Indigenous people have access to their traditional cultures and teachings. The YWCA, in partnership with Mobile Crisis, Regina Sexual Assault Centre, REACH, All Nations Hope, and Carmichael Outreach, is committed to ensuring that the Centre for Women and Families is a vibrant community hub, guided by the community's vision of a safe, welcoming, and empowering home place for women, children, and those who love them, building on our strengths together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You're right on time. Appreciate it very much. Thank you so much. We do have questions. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Melissa, for coming forward again. You and the delegations have told the same compelling story to Council tonight that you told the Finance and Administration Committee several weeks ago. I want to ask this one question. You still have money to raise. What are your fundraising plans for raising that money? First of all, from private donors, which I believe is a $5 million target. And secondly, how are you doing with the other levels of government in terms of raising the $10 and $12 million that you mentioned?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. We have been working with both levels of government, both the province and the federal government, over the last 2 years on this project. And so there are some direct asks that have already been submitted, as well as some that are waiting on partnership agreements to be signed. Our $5 million campaign in the community has just recently completed a feasibility study, and that feasibility study has come back very positive, that the YWCA is in a good position to be able to raise $5 million in our community.
Thank you very much. It's very encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through the chair, good evening. Thanks a lot, Melissa, for coming out. So my first question is, the hub model and the services offered kind of speak for themselves. What makes this particular parcel of land and its location so important for the Y and its expansion and ambition for the future?
Thank you. One of the primary reasons that this piece of land is so important is because of the community that exists around it. And so the cathedral community is one in which they are very much involved in being part of developing and supporting the folks around them. And so the concept behind the Centre for Women and Families is about creating that sense of community, both as a support network for those that are in crisis, but also as a way for our community to be involved in something bigger than themselves. And so the cathedral area really is an ideal neighborhood because of the already existing strong community feel, and also because of the concept behind the hub itself. It's also very accessible to transportation and other services as well.
Terrific, thank you. I noticed the theme there through the chair is community. As a resident of Cathedral myself, and I believe you live in the neighborhood, it's obvious what you're going to offer to Regina and people in need. If you lived around that space, that park and that old school site, what would be available to you in this new proposed YWCA?
So one of the pieces of expansion that isn't currently something that we offer in our building is about having community space that can be accessed by the community around it. So having multi-purpose space that can be booked out and used, having outdoor space that would be open to the community, having access to the ceremonial and healing space as well for the rest of the community to use. And I think having a state-of-the-art building that can be something that the community is really proud of and that they can interact with on many different levels.
Perfect. Through the chair, Lucy Ellie, how do you propose to honor her name? And for residents around there, I have 2 small children. It's a long walk downtown. Sometimes you like to stop, play on the play structures. What might we see in the future, and will Lucy Ellie's name still be honored in the future site?
Yes, I had the opportunity of speaking with Lucy Ellie's niece, and she sent me the newspaper clippings of her long history in the area and some of her work in the community, so I got a really good sense of who she was, and I think that this project really actually fits sort of her vision for what the community needed. So our intent is to bring together some community members who had that knowledge to help us keep that namesake in an appropriate way in the new space. We are committed, and we're working with many of the Parks and Recs folks through the city as well, committed to making sure that we have a community park that's available for the community. And we haven't done any of that planning yet because we felt very strongly that we needed to get the advice of the community to help inform what that looks like and what the elements of that are.
Perfect, thank you. I'll just follow up on that. So we're going to talk about the Recreation Master Plan, and there is an interest in improving outdoor and indoor aquatic facilities. Going forward, how would you imagine improving on the type of outdoor recreation amenities that might be available? There's currently a swing set, there's a slide, perfect. Will we see perhaps an expansion of what's available?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's not hard to say that it would be easy to expand what's available at this moment. And I also think that one of the big pieces in some of the work that we've had some discussions with the architects and also with the city planning folks is about how to create that kind of gathering space. And so really upgrading what the park is in terms of a recreation facility for young people, but also look at how you bring community together in an outdoor space.
Perfect. Yeah. We'll talk about consultation and community involvement. You and I were at the town hall that you kindly hosted last week. Residents were concerned that they had to find out about this in the press, such as how decisions are made. Going forward, what role does the community have structured into the decision-making process? So right now we're just thinking abstractly. Where are the neighbors in talking about what the aesthetics of the architecture might look like and what amenities? How do you proceed from here?
Mm-hmm. So we've done some extensive work with our stakeholder groups and the folks that we serve in terms of creating a concept around what the building needs, how the building needs to function. And we intentionally left the next piece about things like what it looks like and how it sits on the land and what around the space looks like to bring that forward to the community. The YWCA chose to invest almost twice as much as what one would normally invest in some pre-design work. And one of the reasons we chose the architects we chose was because of their history and their experience with some of that pre-design and concept piece, because we knew that it was vitally important to make sure that we really did some great work ahead of time, and that's really where the magic of this project could come from.
Great, thank you. Mm-hmm. Our mutual friend, parking. Mm-hmm. There's been some concern that we're going to see increased traffic, more people are going there. For me, I think that's an inherent good. But for those who are concerned about a busier street, drop-offs and so on, what's your response? How are you going to deal with pedestrian and vehicular traffic flow increasing in there?
Mm-hmm. I'm going to answer it based on what I know Leanne's talked to me about. We are certainly planning on doing some traffic assessment and some flow analysis as well in terms of where entrances should be, and investing in some of those additional reports to make sure that we're designing the space to meet the needs of the community as well. We're well aware of the fact that there are houses on either side of us, and so we know that has to inform how we choose to invest in parking and invest in the flow of traffic through that area.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stephens. Councillor Price.
Thank you. Thank you for being here again tonight. I know we spoke of this at Finance and Admin. I just wanted to chat about it. This is a pretty big contribution from the city. So we talked about normally we go through a grant process and see what was available that way and apply in different ways. So when we spoke at Finance, I did ask, are you going to be applying for any grants for this project specifically, or is this the only ask from the city? So I'd just like you to respond to that to confirm.
Yes. Yeah, this is our ask on this project from the city. I did mention at that time that we do have some smaller grant programs and other ways that we're involved with the city on an ongoing basis, but this is the official ask for this project.
Thank you. Just wanted to confirm
Thank
that.
you, Councillor Price. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Melissa. It's nice to see you here. I want to compliment you first on a vision and the fact that you brought some very important agencies into this fold. So well done. I want to pick up first on this hub model. Well, I know references have been made to Saskatoon and another Y. I must tell you that the first thing that came to my mind is the Mama-Wayathan Center and that vision. Did that have any impact on your thoughts over the last couple of years and how that's worked out so well?
Yeah, absolutely. We looked at the Mama-Wayathan Center really from the perspective of serving that specific community. And so understanding what elements and who needed to be the partners was the example I used when I first set off to sort of understand how we were going to do a similar piece from the perspective of serving women and children. While we serve more than just women and children, we wanted that to be the focus of how we were going to develop the center. So we understood that Mama-Wayathan came from an understanding of that neighborhood, and I took lots of examples from that piece. We also have intents of making sure that we look at their multi-use space, because they certainly filled that hole in need in their community, and so we're going to look at what they chose to put in some of their lessons learned from that process, sure, and how we create some multi-use space.
Good, thanks for that. So other than Saskatoon and obviously what you're trying to do here, is this the Y of the future? Is this across Canada? Is this what Ys are doing?
There are quite a few other Ys that are doing similar hub models, and I think, to be honest with you, it needs to be the future of how we address community issues, whether you're a Y or not. I think that there's just no doubt, as I met with stakeholders throughout the last couple years, that there is an absolute need for us to do our work in a different way, and doing it in a collaborative, wraparound kind of way, and bringing our expertise to the table is something that everybody is excited about, because I think there's a real, there's great resources and sharing of resources there, but there's also a huge impact. And I think we're all looking for how to have a bigger impact in the work that we do.
Good, thanks for that. Part of your conversation and part of the conversation of others and things that I've read is how many people are turned away from these types of agencies, I'll call it group agency now. So how did you decide on size? How are you going to address demand based on that size and so on? So give me an idea of that, because I'm really left with the idea that there's not enough, not necessarily in this part, not enough for these people to be looked after, so please.
We did a needs assessment in the city, and there was quite a few focus groups of folks with lived experience that were part of that needs assessment. And through that process, we found that we did not have a lack of services, nor did they necessarily feel that, as individuals, an inability to get what they needed. It was about accessing it. So we knew that that was going to have to be our sort of primary piece. The second was around the social isolation of vulnerability and poverty and violence. So we knew those were sort of our two kind of target pieces. We also took some learnings from the Housing First model, which has been the way that housing providers have been practicing how to end homelessness across the country. And we realized that there's a real push for not building more shelters, but for having affordable housing options for folks. a way to move them into affordable housing and support them. And then we said, we have these two kind of social isolation and access. If we focused on that to prevent crisis, while at the same time we're part of the plan on housing first and rapid rehousing, then we might have a fighting chance in actually serving the folks that are in our shelter system in an adequate and fair way. And so this is really about trying to prevent that piece from happening. We know that there are many women that come into our building because it's a safe and comfortable and reliable place for them to be. And we don't have a way to access what they need or what they're looking for. They're often just sitting there. And so if we had a housing provider that they could bring their eviction notice to and say, I don't know what to do, we could prevent folks from becoming homeless or from needing those services. Or if we had counseling available to folks that was in a trauma-informed space, we could do that. So that's really why we started to look at the preventative side. The other community organizations and stakeholders that we've partnered with also bring that kind of perspective and expertise, even more so in some of that piece as well.
Thanks. Your response gives me comfort and assurance. I appreciate that. Thanks for that perspective.
Thank you, Councillor Donald.
So,
are you not finished? Oh, okay.
Thanks for the...
You got the mic again.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yours.
So I'm going to tell you, I listened to your response. I listened to all the other folks that go here. And the first thing that came to my mind is, this is social services. This is not the city of Regina. This is not what we normally do. We're concerned and so on. So I need a better understanding of where social services comes in. So for example, would they have sat with your architect and said, we see this is important and by the way, we'll pay for it. Something as profound as that, which I know it doesn't work that way, but give me an idea of the relationship here, please.
Yeah, and we are heavily funded by social services in the work that we do, both social services and justice, as are our partners and stakeholders. There is a cost avoidance to this project that they're very interested in. So the majority, if we can keep people out of crisis, there's a huge cost avoidance to that. And that is certainly where they see this fit and where their support comes from for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to just deviate for a second here, and if I remember way back when I was a kid, there was a pool in your current building. I didn't use it, but that recreation was part and parcel of what the YW did at that time. Where does that fit in the future?
I think we today is actually our official last day of running a recreation facility. Our members, today was their last day, so there's that moment of an era ending. I think for us there was a movement in moving away from kind of the traditional approach to membership, health, fitness, and recreation in the 80s when we closed our pool down. We see that very much as being a part of the work we still do in providing that kind of wellness, and we understand that access to those services is vitally important for folks, for vulnerable families and children, and we continue to do some of that program, just not in the same kind of model as we started in the city of a gym and swim facility. We also recognize that there are adequate and very strong gym and swim facilities in our community, and so we've partnered with the YMCA in moving our fitness members and facility over to them, because that's the work that they do.
Good. If I could ask a question to the architect. One of the things that we've talked about on our floor here a few times when new schools and so on come in are things like drop-off zones, bus area, and so on. Could you comment on your thoughts on how that might fit in here, please?
Absolutely. So that is really the reason behind the traffic impact assessment study. We want to understand the impact of the influx of people, how the drop-off, particularly for the daycare, will work, and how that will impact the current flow of traffic, how that might impact where bus stops are recommended, things like that.
Good, thanks. And if I could follow up with another building question. I don't know anything about the building, so can you give me a bird's eye, quick view of what your focus is on as you design?
Sure. So from a programming perspective or overall?
From the design that will allow it to function.
So I think it's really about it being a center of community, first and foremost, where there is a place that's very public at the front, but then a strong separation between the areas that are required to be much more safe and private. So that being the residential side. But that space, when you come into the building, being a space about community and connection, where there is that anonymity that we spoke about earlier, And then that partnership with community with the childcare side. So it's really about a space that is about serving community, a space that is available for the community to access, but then also getting into the more private spaces that have the residences and then allow them to access. So that is really sort of the party behind the building as well. So the separation of public and private and how you look at that in a residential context.
Good, I appreciate that. If I could, I'll wrap up with Melissa, if I could again, just from a financial point of view. And again, while I'm talking to you and getting answers from me, I'm also talking to other people so they understand what's before us.
Yeah, absolutely.
So currently, there's a building across the street. Who owns the building?
We do.
Yeah. Now, there was at one time, or is there still a caveat on that building of $1?
Yeah, there is.
Okay. And so when you first thought about coming before, how did you want to handle that building and that caveat?
I first had to understand the caveat, which was a lot of work that we did with city administration because it's a very old caveat and one that I think it took us both a while to sort of understand.
Sure.
We recognized a desire that if the YWCA ceases to exist and ceases to do this work that we're doing in the community, that it would only make sense for our building, our land, our to be back to the city. And so I wanted to make sure in those discussions that we had the capacity to move that caveat, whatever that looked like. It turned out that we had that capacity to move the caveat to the other land so that if by chance we cease to exist, the land would return back to the city.
Okay. The land on Metallic Street, your initial request was for what? What did you want to do with that land? 1915 and 55 Metallic. What was your request for that land? What did you? Did you ask for the land for free? Is what I'm saying.
Yes, that was my initial request to the city was to gift us that land. Yes,
because it had a value of a couple $1 million.
And because it was the perfect spot to put the Center for Women and Families.
I got you. Thanks. And the caveat, what was your suggestion about the caveat, please? In other words, was the caveat to be transferred to that property?
That's right. Yes.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, from what I've read and so on, the current building is owned by you, and so therefore you'd have the right to sell this building?
That's right,
and generate money from that building?
That's right.
And what would you do with that money if you could sell it?
It is part of the building of this new building.
Is it part of that $5 million or it's separate from that?
It is separate from that $5 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, last question on money, if I could. So oftentimes people talk about capital in it and then people walk away. Once you get to capital, but you still have to operate. I'm not sure that I heard that the new partners are bringing dollars, capital dollars or operating dollars to this. Could you explain the relationship, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So part of our also work in ensuring that the YWCA was sustainable was to look at other options of how we could fund ourselves beyond government and fundraising dollars. And so one of the business plans of this building is to have leased space and an affordable lease space for community partners. So that is one way that we're going to make sure that we can continue as an organization is to provide that lease space to our partners.
Very helpful, ladies. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Flego, do you have any questions?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Good. Okay. Councillor Bershani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Melissa, for coming forward tonight. Very exciting. When we had talked a while back around, it's kind of the one-stop shop that we're looking at to help, I guess, the individuals who come and you've got it all together in a one-stop. When we talked also, it was about spaces. So we see in the reports 2,000 women and children were rejected, another 1,000 from my aunt's place. So will this all still continue? Will my aunt's place still be there? Will you still have, how is this going to, in the short term, how are we going to help these numbers?
So we are continuing with those similar shelter bed numbers, and we're increasing our affordable housing unit for single women by 14. So we've done some extensive research on our numbers and trying to understand flow and where the gaps in services are in the community. And single women, affordable housing units for single women is where we see a huge gap and a need. So we've decided to increase that number in this project, which is aligned with the Saskatchewan Housing Corporation's kind of data and where they see the gaps and holes. And then we would continue to have the similar shelter beds, but much more efficient use of those shelter beds. So even just in changing configurations means that we can have different kinds of capacities as well for how many children we can bring in and how many single women.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. And one last question to you, Your Worship. In regards to the homeless strategy, whenever it comes forward, I have the opportunity to ask how women and children fit in that strategy. And it's somewhat gray. Can you just elaborate a little bit? I mean, this will obviously help immensely in that, with that strategy, and how will that work?
So the strategy really is talking about how to, my understanding of the strategy, although it hasn't been released yet, is really speaking about how to be the most efficient and move folks from shelter into permanent, stable, affordable housing. And so our project really comes at the beginning of that to try and reduce the amount of people who need crisis from the very beginning. We then will have the ability to have a functional rapid rehousing or outreach team. So currently the YWCA is an outreach team that is part of the homelessness partnering strategy. It's a rapid rehousing team, meaning that we don't work with chronic or episodic homelessness and those support systems. And our numbers in trying to keep consistent caseloads is really, really difficult. And so I think that the plan injects some more funding into supporting some of those rapid rehousing and housing first, which is vitally important. Because when that works, it really works. Our stats this year show that women on our outreach team, 90% of them now are stably housed for up to a year, which is incredible data. It blows other cities out of the water, actually, to be honest with you. And so if we have some support systems in there to help develop and grow that, I think that's going to have a huge impact. The next piece for me is really about looking at how we evaluate chronic and episodic homelessness with women and children, because, and this has been sort of a national critique. I think that we'll have to put that as part of the plan at some point as well, because we are seeing an increase in the number of women who are homeless from 2017 to 2018. So I think they'll need to be, I think with more resources, we'll be able to really find out what that very specific target needs.
Good. Thank you, and thank you for the good work.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barshani. If there are no other questions, you can return to the gallery. Thank you so much for your presentation and answering questions. Councillor Bryce, you're up for the property 1950 and 1955 Italic Street.
Thank you. I'll move CR 19-15 from Finance and Admin, if I can get a seconder.
Seconder, please.
Thank you. The recommendation from Finance and Administration is that, first of all, number one, that the sale of City of Regina-owned property 1915 and 1955 Italic Street be gifted at no charge to the YWCA of Regina, be approved as per option number 2 in the report, consistent with the terms and conditions stated in the body of the report. Number 2, that the Director of Land and Real Estate Management be authorized to negotiate and approve any other commercially relevant terms and conditions in the agreement. And number 3, that the City Clerk be authorized to execute the agreement and as prepared by City Solicitor. So we had quite the conversation at Finance and Admin, and as a committee we felt that this was the best route for the City of Regina to go as our contribution to this project. We thought it was a really good project, and it was something that we are in great need of here in the city, and we felt that this was an appropriate use of this land, so we wanted that to be our contribution. We also wanted to make sure that we weren't going to get a whole bunch of other requests for it, that this was our contribution. They could levy it with other levels of government, so so that this project would move forward, hopefully. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll close debate after.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a wonderful project. It fills so many compelling needs, and to see them grouped together in the hub model that was described is really a great gift to the city, in fact, not just to the people who will benefit directly, but to the whole city. I want to just talk for a moment about the history of the city's involvement in land with the YWCA. Way back in 1968, the city permitted the YWCA to build a building, the one we see across the road from City Hall. And then in 1991, the city gifted that land to the YWCA in return for a provision that said if the YWCA ever wished to move, the city could buy the land back for $1. So at that point, the city's interest in land on which the YWCA sat was this $1 caveat, which enabled the YWCA to buy back the land. You can go through the complications of the options and everything, but what's really happening here is the city is remaking a gift to the YWCA of land with the $1 caveat, which probably will never have to be used. In other words, we're in much the same position, indeed exactly the same position today as the council in 1991 was in when it decided to set up this kind of an arrangement. Why this is so beneficial is this transaction releases the capital gain on the property beside the city now and puts it in the hands of the Y so they can use that money to build a wonderful new facility. So we, by approving that, as I hope we do tonight, will honor the gift that the council in 1991 made to the YWCA, a gift that the YWCA has put to such wonderful use. And I'm convinced after hearing the delegations, both at Finance Committee and again tonight, I'm convinced that the YWCA will make wonderful use of that gift, a use that will benefit our whole community. I want to also say that the approach that says, let's keep people out of crisis, let's help women and children avoid the kind of crises they're in by proactive service is a wonderful idea, and I think that is a concept which really enforces the city giving this kind of gift. So, Your Worship, I'd urge my fellow councillors to support this. I wish all the very best to Melissa and all the groups that she is involved with in getting this project underway, and I'm convinced that if they tell their story to our community the way they've told it to us tonight, they'll have no trouble at all raising the $5 million from private and corporate interests that they need to make this project take off. I wish them the very best.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. So the delegates, as well as my council colleagues, have done a good job of addressing the history here, the importance of this hub model, and Melissa did a great job of addressing why this particular parcel of land is of significance, both to the community as well as to the Y. Questions for administration. What's next? So we're talking about land right now. When it comes time to plan, zone, how does this align with the official community plan, and what kind of zoning issues are we going to be challenged with or confront going forward? Through the chair.
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, maybe I'll just make a couple of initial comments, and then I would ask Ms. Dawson whether she had anything further to add. So the report before you tonight deals with just the sale of the land or the land transaction. So there is yet to be a regulatory process that will need to be followed with respect to the redevelopment plans for that site. So those plans, as the CEO of the YWCA has indicated, have not yet been finalized. But it is correct to say that once those plans are finalized, that site development would need to follow the policies of the official community plan, which includes the school site reuse guidelines that are in the OCP. And maybe I'd ask if Ms. Dawson has any further comments.
Ms. Dawson?
Certainly. Through you, Your Worship, I think that about sums up what we know right now. We don't have a development application before us to assess, but any application that came before us, we'd work with the proponent to ensure that the zoning bylaw regulations and the official community plan guidelines and policies are achieved. There are some higher level policy objectives that could be achieved through intensification, but without getting into the details of the proposal review, that's what I would provide to you tonight.
Terrific, thank you. To administration again, the Y has put on the table an offer to the community, to residents, to engage in public consultation. The next steps, does it necessarily involve the city as well engaging with the community to talk about any particular changes to zoning and how this might look down the road? So the city has an ongoing role here. My other question is, what does that look like?
Ms. Dawson?
Certainly, through you, Your Worship. It really depends on when we get the application and assess it. But likely there will be some public consultation depending on if discretionary uses come in. Currently, the property is zoned institutional, in which a lot of the uses which are being talked about tonight are permitted, but there are some that could be discretionary, which would involve public consultation. And as it was alluded to, this is a former school site, so there are policies within the OCP that would guide us, and we may need to have further public consultation to make sure that we're using the guidelines appropriately.
Wonderful. I'm hoping members of the public hear that. There's a commitment on all fronts to continue dialogue and conversation. This isn't something that's just being slapped upon a community. Your role is ongoing in this process. The park space. I've heard a couple of things about the status of Lucielli. Is it a park like any other? And secondly, what role does the city staff play going forward in actually working with the Y and the community to develop the recreation component of the future site? Through the chair.
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, maybe I'll make a few opening comments and then ask Ms. Shaley to perhaps supplement my comments. So we heard the CEO of the YWCA, Melissa, here talk tonight about the park space, their intent to continue to have open park space for use by the community, consult with the community with respect to possible enhancements. So the one piece I'd add to that, it is reflected in the report, but I will say it here as well, that as a condition of sale, that will be one of the requirements, is that the open space is maintained at a similar or enhanced quality as part of that sale condition, consistent with the conversations that we've been having with the YWCA on this transaction. And perhaps more broadly, I'll let Ms. Shaley answer further.
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, Your Worship, we have had preliminary conversations with the YWCA. They're very interested in developing the space that's in a way that's aligned with both our recreation master plan and our cultural plan. So we've offered to work with them on the engagement with both stakeholders and the neighborhood to ensure that the park space is developed in a way that's meaningful for both stakeholders as well as neighbors. As part of the land agreement, terms will be built in as well to ensure public access into the future.
Terrific. Final question here. I don't think there's been a development report that's come before council that didn't have some concern raised by residents around property values. What can administration say about the effect this type of development may or may not have on property values? Put another way, is there any evidence that we can see a positive or negative effect as a consequence of this type of initiative?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm not sure if we're able to directly answer that question, but perhaps I'll ask whether Ms. Dawson has any comments related to that question.
Ms. Dawson?
Certainly. Through Your Worship, we do get asked this question quite frequently when new development arises. We have no evidence that new development increases or decreases property value, and it would be the same for this project.
Terrific. Thank you. My final remark then is, as a resident as well as a representative of the community, I would proudly, and I will proudly support this report, and I'd have no objection to living right across the street, and I think this is going to enhance Cathedral, and I welcome its presence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Murray.
Thanks. Through Your Worship. So it's good to see this at Council. Saw it first in Finance and Admin. Just to piggyback off of Councillor Stevens' remarks, there was the same kind of concerns in my ward around the Samaritan project and when it was first being proposed. Since then, there's been virtually no negative remarks, no emails of concerns, so I don't think those are concerns that are based in reality. The other component to this was precedent when we first talked about it, of giving the land to the organization and what that maybe would mean for other organizations coming forward. A lot of those concerns in my mind were put to rest very quickly when we started to sort of unpack what the YWCA does in our community. And it's, the merit is just, it's unbelievable of how much work they do. So I think any organization that does that much work should be able to come forward and ask these kinds of proposals from us. So I'll be supporting it just as I did in Finance and Admin. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. First, a question about the sale of the existing building when that day comes. Is there any limitations based on our agreements and so on for them to sell that building?
Mr. Lacey?
There are no limitations on the why with respect to the questions you'd asked the delegate earlier. There is a caveat in place. The why really gets to exercise how it wishes to. There's really two options under that caveat.
Yep.
One is to transfer the interest to the new property or on the sale of that to provide the portion that relates to the land back, the proceeds back to the city. In discussions with the YWCA, we understand it's their choice. They're going to move the caveat. And as a result, there is no encumbrances on the YWCA with respect to selling that property.
I appreciate that. Offers lots of clarity. If I could also ask the staff, what is the zoning currently on that property so that I understand when the sale comes what might be proposed for that existing building?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, it's currently zoned, as was mentioned earlier, as institutional.
Right.
And perhaps I will ask Ms. Dawson whether or not she has any further comments with respect to that zoning designation.
Ms. Dawson?
Sure. Through your worship, maybe a bit of clarification. Are we talking about the current site?
Correct.
Current site is downtown D, so there's a variety of uses. It's a very flexible zone that allows for a lot of commercial uses and different types of activities that occur within downtown.
Perfect. I appreciate that. I have to do a little bit of a cleansing here, just if you don't mind. So I said this a couple of times now, and to me, if I'm sitting in the provincial government and I see an organization with lots and lots of history and quality standing up and saying, we're going to take charge of a project, and we're going to invite a whole bunch of other organizations that do nothing but social good in our community. And by the way, we're going to raise money, and we're going to go to the city and we're going to just simply get some land. And those good people will probably support that. What are you going to do as a provincial government when this comes forward? What about if the suggestion was, make this the way it should happen in the future? Make this an idyllic situation where all these people are welcome to come together and build something that develops community and carries on. In my view, the ball is in the provincial government's court on this project right now, because this is not just about the city of Regina. This is an example of what you should do and how you should treat people that are the most vulnerable. And I think that message should be taken to them. So I think you can obviously tell from what I'm trying to say to these people, they've all been working probably with limited funding and limited ability and inadequate facilities and so on, and with probably an occasional pat on the back. But maybe there's a different way to do that, and that's to put you front and center in the downtown where it's easily accessible by other people. Maybe this should be a welcoming community place where people can kind of come in a little bit. I liked what the young lady told me about that front part where people can come in. But maybe we need to use this as an example. I purposely brought up the Mumbawaятhan Center because look what it has done. Look what it's done for a library. Look what it's done for the community. Look what it's done for just building a place to be. Our job, more than anything else as City Council, is to have places where people can gather. But every once in a while, we have someone come along, like these good people, and say, hey, we're going to do that too. That's why we support this.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Flago, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do, actually. Thanks. What I'm wondering about is I've spoken with the CEO there, and she's got a great plan in place, and she's got some good funding. We always talk about a space that this is an old school site, and it was always going to be put into condos, which would then help our infill, 30% infill. Does this have any impact on taking some of our infill needs away? When we're talking about a lot of different people that are homeless in shelters and that, or does that not affect our 30% goal? Does it help? Because we've done, as an example, we've done the Hamilton holding ones, we've done another one on in that area. And I always wonder about that, if we ever recognize that as part of an infill, because we're taking space, we're putting people up there. So if the administration has any comments, I'd like to know about those.
Ms. Dawson.
Ms. Dawson?
Certainly. There's different, from my understanding, there's going to be different of housing units within the proposal, but we haven't seen the application itself, but there would be residential components within it.
Just a moment. Councillor Flager, can you mute your phone? Go ahead.
Sorry?
Thank you. I'll continue. Without actually seeing the proposal, we don't know what type of numbers those are for dwelling units, but there would be some other policy components that we would consider as well during the proposal review.
Councillor Flagel, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for that. It'll be interesting to see what that does. When did we actually take physical possession of the school, because it's a provincial, that's always the provincial entity first? Thanks.
Through Your Worship, through you, Your Worship, I don't, it's been a while. I don't think we have the specific year and date here with us when that occurred.
Councillor Flagel?
Okay, thanks. No, I'm in total support of this because I think it's a great project. We're definitely outgrowing the space, and maybe we can revitalize the swimming pool for the inner city downtown and in the YW. But that would be my comment. But I don't think that'll happen either. So, no, this is a great project, and good luck to them to raising the $5 million. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Young.
Through you, Your Worship. My colleagues have spoken eloquently, and so did the speakers, about the building, the site, engaging the public, and the kind of complement to what's happening in that neighborhood in the future. I'd just like to make a comment about the hub program itself and what it does for people, and how important it is to homelessness and to Housing First, because Housing First doesn't talk just about a place to sleep. It talks about the wraparound services that are needed to make that work and to make that person successful. And I just wanted to mention one service similar to it in the city that's been going for about 30 years and has stats. It's a little bit different model, but it's a village hub model, and that's the Balfour Teen Program. And there are at least 20 different provincial and city services that come to that school to work with those teen parents. And as a result of that, most of them that are in the program and stay, finish high school, go on to post-secondary education, and are creating homes, successful homes for their families. Some of them have gone through the university and have actually come back to teach in that program. So those programs work. They are very successful. So I compliment you on going for this model, this village model, and I'm really excited to see how that's going to work.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. As has been said, very impressive project. All the right boxes marked off, the right tick marks, everything lines up. I did have one question about this at the committee level, and when this was originally presented, it was for the sale of the land without being put on the market. It was changed to the gifting of the land. If the land was sold, where would the money from that sale go, and what effects does that have on our budgetary matters?
Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Your Worship, if the land was sold for $1 value, for fair market value as an example, those proceeds would go to the Land Development Reserve. And the Land Development Reserve is used for things like acquisition of land by the city, where the city's identified a land acquisition need, development of city lands, and to manage fluctuations in real estate and land operations of the city. At council, we talked, question was asked with respect to the balance of that reserve, and so perhaps, Councillor, I believe that you're just following up on the conversation that occurred at Finance and Administration. So the Land Development Reserve, as of December 1st, is currently in a negative balance of $11.5 million, and that is in part due to some of the development activity that is occurring on city lands is expected as returns are received by the city through development of those lands, that reserve will move into a positive balance in the future.
I guess what effect does that have on the operation of the city? I know the negative balance doesn't dictate like a payment of interest or an actual loss of funds. It's more of money moved aside to achieve other means in the meantime. But are there other projects that are needing to tap this reserve that we've given approval to that will be relying on that reserve that we're not funding by enforcing the sale?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship. So with respect to the Land Development Reserve, it's typically through the budget process that we would bring forward recommendations for Council's consideration with respect to funds to be drawn out of the reserve. So, two recent examples that I can speak to through the last budget process. One relates to the town's development and a draw on funding with respect to the ongoing development of the city's lands out in the southeast. And through that development of those properties, the city will realize a return on land development activities. Typically, you don't see that return until the end of the development activity when all the land is sold. Another example that occurred through the budget process, at a past time, funds had been allocated out of the reserve for the development of the city's lands at Hawkstone. As that development is not proceeding as quickly as was originally anticipated, and given the need to advance development of the railway renewal project and to fund the province's, the city's share, I should say, of the federal provincial infrastructure funding of $33 million. That funding, for example, was allocated now to pay for the city's portion of development. So typically, I would say that was a long answer, but these conversations with respect to the draw on the fund typically occur through the city's annual budget process, which comes before council, and then in year, if there are transactions that need council approval, we would come on a one-off basis.
So I guess what you're telling me is there's no known transactions coming our way. So all of a sudden, we're not going to implement a plan where we might have to take out $5 million debt service by allowing this gift to go through. Just for example.
Through you, Your Worship, so certainly through the 2019 budget process, for projects that we anticipate we needed to draw funds on from this reserve, we included it in the budget process, and right now we are not anticipating any additional draws than what have been approved through the budget process of council.
Once again, you cited two examples of land sales in Hawkstone and the other town development. Do we have any other lands up for sale that might replenish this reserve in the future before we need it?
Mr. Lacy?
I mentioned the towns is a fairly large one. I mentioned the rail yard renewal project. That's another significant development of the city site. The old Taylor Field Mosaics Stadium is another site that down the road we will need to have further conversations about. We mentioned Hawkstone. And the only other one, there's probably a few others out there, but one of the other ones that comes to mind is Parliament and Queen. In the past, I believe there's been discussions about those properties as well here at council.
And reflecting off my own memory, I remember discussing an Arcola solution for the traffic on Arcola through Councillor Bresciani. I think there was a proposal to obtain lands to implement a solution in the future. Is that coming into any play with this at all?
Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship, I might confirm this with Ms. Dawson, but my understanding is the acquisitions with respect to the Arcola corridor land for that initiative would be through SAF service agreement fees. And I don't know if Ms. Dawson's in the position to confirm that tonight.
We're straying a bit from the subject matter at hand, so I'll let you answer this question. We are straying from the actual land itself here.
Thank you.
Ms. Dawson, do you have any comments?
Yeah, sorry. Through you, Your Worship, I can't confirm.
Okay. Thank you for your answers, and I'll be thinking about this. I want to support the project. I think it's very worthy, but I do have some financial worries in my head, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancelli. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the report. I do have a question. So if this land is gifted, what is the timeline here, Your Worship?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship, I actually don't have any specific information around the timeline of the project. We have talked earlier here about the regulatory process that needs to be followed once the development plans are finalized. And certainly as a condition of sale, that one of the conditions is that whatever the redevelopment plans are, that they are able to obtain approval. And if approval through that separate process, that council will come to council. Should that not happen, the lands would return to the city.
Thank you for that. As to Councillor Mancinelli's questions in regards to the finance and what would be left kind of in the pot, it would obviously help us with that plan, knowing if it's a year or 2 years or 3 years, we may have other funds, obviously, as you indicated, from other developments in the city. So we would be able to plan, is what I'm saying. Is that accurate?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm not quite sure if I'm answering the question that you're getting at. There was two options presented in the report, and the option before council, the recommendation coming to have an F&A as a gifting piece. If we were to sell the land at fair market value, we would just have an additional $2 million that would go to the land development reserve, and it would basically reduce its balance. And over the long term, that money could be devoted to other purposes that reserve is intended for.
Thank you for that. I support this project for many reasons, and I think as a city, this being our contribution is very, very important. These are our most vulnerable, and when we heard Chief Evan Bray come and speak at council in regards to what RPS does, they receive 17 calls a day on domestic violence, a day. So as Melissa spoke, the director, there is an absolute concern. We have the highest rate in all of Canada. And so this is the one step for the city. So I'm very grateful. The second piece to this is, as my colleagues have shared, bringing all of the partners together for those vulnerable, the mother and the children. I think that is a critical piece, because we all know how hard it is to navigate the system. You have to go to different places. When the provincial government did their disability strategy, that was one of the outcomes, is have a one-stop shop for the individuals who are most vulnerable can find the supports, help filling out the forms. There's more than financial support here. There's the spiritual, there's the mental, and there's the physical. So again, I want to say thank you to the work that's been done here. Thank you to the partners, and I think this is something that will be very important and will be leading our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Berciani. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, I rise in support of this great project that YWCA is jumping into. It's quite the feat. We've always been asked to contribute to social programs. At our budget time, there's always different groups come up to say, contribute, and there's so many groups out there. So for me, this is a one package, supports a whole bunch of things. And as a community, it's our responsibility as well to support the people in need. It always feels good when you give. It's not always to take. And social programs are very difficult, like talking about police and how much you put in the budget. And we look at the police as reactive. This is proactive. So to me, this project, it makes sense. I looked at the neighborhood. First question was, well, how is this going to fit? It fits. You say Mama Waited and other centers fit into the community, because, as Melissa mentioned, is you need to integrate people within the community so they feel welcome. And so for me, I am definitely in support. And I'm actually pretty good in fundraising, so usually I'm out the street knocking on doors, doing a whole bunch of things, not just going after the vote, but
That's nice to know, Councillor Fundura.
Thank you. And I have connections. So again, congratulations to you. It's a big project, a lot of stress happening, so they're still not finished, a lot of things to do. So community supports you, and I think, again, it was great meeting with you, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Frontier. Councilor Bryce, you want to close debate? Before you do, I'm going to have a few words. Councilor Bryce, if you could take the chair, please.
Mayor Fougere.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm going to speak in favor of the project, and I want to not repeat what was been said, all good, big, solid comments. I'm not going to repeat any of that, but I want to just have a couple extra comments based on what Councilor Donald spoke about. And that is about the partnerships that we will see to actually see this project go forward. And I agree that the ball's in the province's court. It's also in the federal government's court as well. There is an ask of them as well. And I would say we've done our part. In fact, we've done more than our part. We've actually departed away from money that would go to our reserve for real estate to do other projects and development. And I don't want that lost on anyone in this room, of the significance of the decision by this council that we made in just a few moments, that we wholeheartedly support this project for all the reasons stated by members of council here. Extremely important. But I want to emphasize another point that for me is very important, I think for members of council as well, and that is related to the plan to end homelessness. Now, the delegation spoke of this feeds into the homelessness strategy, but it's not necessarily an integral part of it, because it's looking at prevention of homelessness. Women and children, vulnerable, at a moment's notice could be on the street. I can't think of a more pressing need in this city than that very issue itself. And to have a wraparound service provided by the vision of the YWCA is incredibly insightful. And also, I think everyone in this room should be very proud of what's being recommended here. This is our most vulnerable people. And the issue on the plan to end homelessness is to address that issue primarily as homelessness happens. It's chronic and episodic homelessness. It's not focusing so much on the antecedents of it, what's causing that problem. So the YWCA is doing what everyone would want them to do, but in a more effective, strategic, in a more insightful way. So I have nothing but gratitude and admiration for the YWCA for what they've done. And I know this will pass through council. I no doubt about that at all. And I think this is the vision of this council to say yes, yes, and more. So let's see the other partners step up too. Let's see the province. Let's see the federal government as well. See the vision, see the clarity of vision, and approve the project in a timely way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Fougere.
Councilor Bryce, close debate.
Thank you. Well said, everybody. So as we've said, this wraparound service is ideal for those in need in our community. And I also made the statement at Finance and Admin that I feel that this is a hand up for those in our community that are the most vulnerable and in the most in need. I want to thank the YWCA for assisting those in need and making our community a better place. Thank you.
Yes, it is actually. I'm surprised. Caught me off guard there. You closed debate, so I will call the question on the report. All those in favor? Those opposed?
In favor?
Thank you, Councilor Flake. Let's carry unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone. And we're going to move on to our next discussion, which is the Recreation Master Plan. And I'm going to ask a young gentleman to come forward here to have a couple words for us. And I hope I get your name correct. It's Kai Crickle. Please come forward. Can we help them?
Good evening, Mayor Fougere and councillors. My name is Kai Kriegel and I live in the Creeks in southeast Regina with my parents and little brother. I'm 9 years old and go to Wascana Plains School. I'm here tonight on behalf of many of my friends and family and ask you to consider building more outdoor skating rinks in our area. The closest city-owned outdoor skating rink is almost an hour walk from my house to St. Dominic or a 40-minute walk to W.F. Reddy. Since we don't have a rink nearby, my dad and I have been building a small rink in our backyard for the past 4 years. This year, my dad hurt his back and could not make a rink. I love to skate and play hockey, so I decided to build it myself. It's not a very big rink, so when my friends and I need more space, we get one of our parents to drive us to another neighborhood or skate on the pond nearby. Even though the pond isn't the safest option, the kids from the neighborhood use it because it's the only big rink we can walk to. Having an outdoor rink in my neighborhood that we could walk to would mean we could spend more time playing outside and less time playing video games. In the summer time, it could be used as a basketball court, just like the one in Harbor Landing. I actually think Southeast Regina could use at least 2 more rinks, one in the creeks and one in the greens on Gardiner. I know the kids from my school would also use an outdoor rink that we could walk to, and I'm sure the teachers would appreciate being able to use it with their classes. If the city wants to encourage outdoor play even more, please consider building more rinks in our neighborhood. I only have one more request. Can you please build it with real boards like the one in Harbor Landing? It makes my friends and I feel like we are playing in the NHL. Thank you for your time and listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You're a brave young man, well spoken. I'm sure your parents are very proud of you. We do have some questions. Councilor Barshiani.
Hi, Kai. Thanks for coming forward, and thanks for coming tonight. I know your mom was saying you missed some kind of you had a sport event tonight that you missed. Did you have basketball or was it hockey you missed to come here?
Yeah.
And I heard you weren't missing it. You wanted to come.
Yeah.
So where do you and your buddies skate right now? Where do you guys go and skate outside?
Well, sometimes we go to Harbor Landing to skate. It's a really big rink.
Yeah. And I heard sometimes, do you guys have birthday parties and do you go over to Harbor Landing, or where do you go usually?
Yeah.
Harbor Landing? And you skate on the pond sometimes?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay. So if we were to build a rink, if the city staff is here listening, where would you think these rinks should be built in the southeast?
Riplinger Park in the creeks in the field.
Is that close to your house?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What about the new schools out there? The 2 new schools out there. Is that one of the schools you go to?
Yeah.
Is that, what do you think of that option?
Yeah, maybe in the field, like by the, yeah.
Across there? Yeah, okay. But I want to know, what would you like to see if they did a rink, what would you like to see? Is a shelter, or what do you guys like to see out there?
Just fun, just playing.
Have fun. And should it be lit? Do you need lights to feel like you're in the NHL and boards and the whole thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know that we're having a big NHL hockey game here in October?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you guys thinking you want to go?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you again for coming tonight.
Yeah.
Don't go away. There's other questions. Okay, just 1 second. So you've raised some interesting questions. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Kyle, you made a terrific speech. What do you want to do when you grow up?
Be in the NHL.
I thought maybe. Which team would you like to play for?
Whatever.
Good for you. And how many goals have you scored this year?
Like, a lot.
A lot, eh? Maybe enough to get to the NHL?
Maybe.
What grade are you in?
4.
Well, I want to thank you very much for coming forward, and I want to tell you you made a very good argument for building outdoor hockey rinks.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, there still are more questions, so don't go away. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Kai. When you go to play hockey, how many people go with you? Boys and girls, or just boys?
Boys, just
Okay.
boys.
How many usually go with you?
To like hockey?
Yeah, the number who are in your neighborhood that would like to play in the rink. Do you have a number?
A lot.
A lot? Meaning many?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to see this, something we talk about in our budget for next year? So it would happen
Yeah.
in the next year? Okay, we're putting that on the list. Okay. I want you to consider becoming a city councillor when you get older. Would you consider that? Because I think you have skills for that.
Maybe.
Thank you for coming.
When he's not playing hockey in the NHL, he might be a councillor.
When you're not playing hockey, you can be a councillor.
Thank you, Kai, very much for your presentation and answering questions. We're all finished with you now, so you can go back to the gallery if you'd like to, and thank you so much again.
Yeah, thanks.
Well done. We have some more delegations on the master plan. Nanette Schobader and Rob Nelson. Come forward and identify yourself for the record, your name, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
I'm Rob Nelson from the Regina Aquatic Foundation.
I'm Nanette Schobader, Regina Aquatic Foundation Secretary. And I brought Rob to answer any questions because I wasn't as brave as Kai. So we're the Regina Aquatic Foundation. We're a nonprofit association incorporated in November 2017 with the purpose of advocating for the development of a new recreational and competitive aquatic facility for Regina. We represent over 1,300 users from the following aquatics groups: the Regina Optimus Dolphin Swim Team, Regina Water Polo Association, Regina Masters Swim Club, Regina Multisport Club, Regina Diving Club, Regina Synchronized Swimming Club, and Regina Wise Men's Marlins. Our mission is to support the development of a premier accessible aquatic facility that will benefit recreational, competitive, and community users in Regina and southern Saskatchewan. We urge Council to approve and adopt the recommendations in the Recreation Master Plan and request that the next steps in planning be undertaken immediately with respect to adding more indoor capacity for aquatics. As stated in the Recreation Master Plan, aquatics serve a broader cross-section of the public than any other recreation amenity. Aquatics facilities are supported by a vast majority of citizens. However, in Regina, the public is not being well served. Aquatics access is at capacity and has been for several years. The number of total swims has remained relatively stable over the past 7 years, while a rising population has resulted in a decreasing rate of swims per capita. There is an underserved demand for swim lessons per the Recreation Facility Plan 2010 to 2020. Demand for access to the Lawson Aquatic Centre by competitive groups for training is high. Groups are interested in booking more hours, particularly during prime time. This was 9 years ago, and nothing has changed since. There's a demand for pool access for recreational and competitive clubs that cannot be fulfilled. Some of our clubs are at membership capacity because we cannot find pool time. In Regina, we have one facility per 71,000 residents versus the average of 1 per 50,000 in other cities studied. Section 3 of the master plan states that by 2031, it is possible that the city of Regina could be serving over 300,000 residents, and that the city is a regional hub serving a census metropolitan area population of 236,481. Using the facility average of 1 per 50,000, we should have 4 pools. Considering that our CMA population is over 236,000 and growing, we should soon have 5 pools. And by 2031, just 12 years away, we may need a total of 6 pools to meet that average. Even if we aspire to 1 per 60,000 residents, as stated in the master plan, we need 2 more indoor pools. Elsewhere in the master plan, it stated that the current infrastructure does not meet most modern user expectations. An additional tank is needed at the Lawson or another facility built with 2 tanks to meet national competition requirements and attract national and international events. Pool depth, accessibility, and lack of bleachers, hospitality, and meeting rooms are just some of the infrastructure issues we face. The average age of our indoor pools is 36 this year, with the Lawson being the oldest at 44. Again, referring to the Recreational Facility Plan 2010 to 2020, the Lawson has a remaining useful life of 15 years. Again, that report was 9 years ago. While there have been recent renovations to the Lawson to improve air quality, we cannot risk the chance of losing our largest and most important aquatics facility to age and indifference. We don't want a repeat of the situation facing our aging outdoor pools. Aquatics received the highest indoor amenity scoring and ranking and is the #1 proposed amenity action plan stated within the Recreation Master Plan. The Regina Aquatics Foundation is here to ask you to approve the plan and are willing to partner with the city with the next steps to help fundraise, plan, design, and deliver a world-class aquatics facility for Regina residents. Finally, Regina's vision is to be Canada's most vibrant, inclusive, attractive, sustainable community where people live in harmony and thrive in opportunity. To help achieve that vision, we need to increase the quality and quantity of our aquatics facilities. Thank you. We welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor O'Donnell?
I'll be honest with you, I'd have been shocked if you weren't here, okay? Because this has been kind of on the plate for a while. I think we can agree to a couple of things. One is that roles and responsibilities when it comes to aquatics fall within the city realm. Could we agree to that? Okay, good. So I think if you followed in the last number of years that there's been programs regarding infrastructure, both nationally and to some degree provincially, but they have left out recreation out of some of that funding possibilities. Can you describe to me maybe what role you might be able to play with, say, provincial government or federal government to change that notion?
Well, I think what our ideas are that we would petition the provincial and the federal governments and ask them also for infrastructure money to help with the pool. And I think we have a good case for that. I think there is infrastructure money out there. I know money's tight in everywhere at all levels of government, but they are investing in infrastructure. Recreation is very important to Canadians, and I think we have a good case here, and especially if we're out fundraising ourselves, as the case you've made previously with the YWCA. We're out fundraising, contributing money. If the city contributes money, I can't see how the provincial government and the federal governments cannot seriously consider chipping in for this too.
Good. So I heard a willingness on your part to play a role. Thanks. You would be aware nationally much more than I. I've been to Saskatoon and I've seen the Shaw Centre there and so on. Actually toured it, was very impressed. But it's not my inclination to tell you that every city in Canada has a pool like the Shaw or that realm. So is this a unique case in Regina, or are other cities in the same realm as we are? Lack of aquatic time, number of pools, that type of thing.
I've been to quite a few cities across Canada at international swimming events, and a lot of them have big pools with other amenities as well. Just to build a pool is not enough. You need business in there, you need restaurants, you need other things to pay for it. But the recreational part of the pool, we want a 50-meter pool. That's our another 50-meter pool. But I feel like we also need water slides and recreational for the public, the general public, because I feel it's missing at the Lawson Aquatic Centre.
So an indoor recreation facility on one side, a competitive situation on the other. Mm-hmm. And from your point of view, where does swimming lessons fit into this, both as an argument and as a facility?
As an argument in support of the facility? Yeah, well, swim lessons, there's a high demand for swim lessons. It can't be met. There's, if you ask city administration, I think when it's time to register for swim programs, people are lining up in person to register as soon as possible. They're on the phone, they're on hold, they can't get in, and they get upset about this. So I think it's very important that the demand is met for those swim lessons, because it helps kids, helps save lives ultimately. And as a facility, if we have another facility there, we have more room for swim lessons, and that allows that to happen.
Good. Trying to help you with some of your arguments as you go forward to the other folks. Let's go down to a little bit more basic level. So we have had other facilities that either we've contemplated or have built in the city, and there's been partnerships within the community. One, what would your role be in those partnerships, so shall we say with business or whatever, and what would the clubs be willing to participate in financially to help this happen? Or the role, what do you see there?
Well, I think our role would be to help with the fundraising, primarily to help with the fundraising, and working with the city in a partnership agreement that's mentioned in the Recreation Master Plan, putting together a fundraising plan of how this would occur, figuring out how much money is needed and how much would be the responsibility of ourselves to pull together. Individual clubs, we would involve each of the individual clubs to raise some of that money and help us with that. How much, what proportion that is, I can't say right now, but they would be involved in
You're
that.
expressing a willingness to do that.
Certainly, yes.
Yeah, we know, Janine, from recreational master planning, we've met with administration once already
Yeah.
to make that our next plan.
Okay. I very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Other questions of the delegation? I have one, and I want to follow up from Councillor Donald's comments, because we spoke not too long ago in my office about the opportunity that's coming forward with the rec master plan. I mentioned Liable Field as a partnership with the city with the minor football and soccer. Is that kind of a partnership? Is that something you'd look at as well, as a prototype or an example of what we could do for partnerships with you?
I haven't looked at that particularly
Yeah,
myself.
no, I haven't looked at that yet either. We have work to do. We know when we meet, we will understand more and get into it a lot more. We're just at the presenting stage right now, and hopefully.
I'd ask you to take a look at that model, and it's not hard to find out from the city what that looks like, just to give
Okay.
you an example of what you could do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. There's no other questions. You can return to the gallery, and we'll go to our next delegation.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Suzanne Gorman. Ms. Gorman, if you could identify yourself and who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Suzanne Gorman. I'm here with the Regina Speed Skating Club. And I'll start out with a little bit of history about the club, if I may. The Regina Speed Skating Club has been serving Regina citizens for over 50 years. Even though our club may not be top of mind for many people, Regina skaters have actually been representing Regina at national and international events for decades. And in fact, speed skaters from Regina have participated in the past 7 consecutive Winter Olympic Games. We believe our history and record of success underscores the ongoing value of speed skating as a sport and recreation option for the residents of Regina. Our club appreciates the support we have received from the City of Regina in continuing this track record of success. The Regina Speed Skating Club agrees with the city's recreation master plan that one major lawn track facility is certainly suitable to serve the entire city. The master plan also calls for a more diverse range of higher quality skating experiences. We believe speed skating already provides a key component of that diversity. Unfortunately, the current facilities are not sufficient to ensure that it is truly a higher quality skating experience. Therefore, the issue we bring before you today is not the number of facilities, but rather the quality and location of that single major facility. We believe that addressing the issues around quality and location will significantly improve the opportunities to increase facility usage. The Mount Pleasant Oval serves as the current outdoor long track facility for the entire city. It is actually one of only 2 long track competition ovals in the province. The only other long track oval is located in a recently renovated facility in Saskatoon. Considering Regina's long-term record of developing successful long track speed skaters, the value of supporting long-term high-quality skating experiences is obvious. The current oval has served Regina well, but as with many older facilities, it has several significant deficiencies that hamper its full potential. Short-term but significant issues include, first, deterioration of the shared Red Sox Regina Speed Skating Club change room. The building has structural issues, which, while temporary supports are in place, clearly is in need of significant repair and may not even be sustainable long-term. The changing facility is essential as a safe space for skaters to gather, warm up, and receive instruction. It is also used extensively when we host any community event or competition. Secondly, in short-term issues, the lack of necessary infrastructure to support an on-site Zamboni. Access to a Zamboni is key to increasing overall use of any skating oval. As with indoor rinks, a Zamboni provides the safe, good quality ice that would meet the plan's stated objective of a higher quality skating experience. Considering the speed of our sport, ice quality is a major factor in skater safety. The current ice maintenance system, a combination of a half-ton truck with a blade, another half-ton truck with a sweeper, and a water truck, is simply not able to produce consistent, reliable quality ice for competitive or recreational speed skating. Our club has also been told by Speed Skating Canada officials that without the support of a Zamboni for quality ice maintenance, Regina will not be eligible to host national level events. As a result, all national level competitions hosted in the province will only take place in Saskatoon, where a long track oval supported by a Zamboni is already available. With only 2 competition levels, the level ovals in the entire province, our club believes that Regina residents should have access to the same ice quality standard and event hosting opportunities as Saskatoon. Longer term, there are some other issues that are related to this, that are related to the use of the facility as it is now. The master plan of recreation site classification chart should be used as a guide when assessing
You have about a minute left to go in your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Should be used as a guide when assessing existing recreation infrastructure and considering potential future actions. For citywide facilities and spaces such as the Oval, the report notes that facilities should be located adjacent to other elements of community life, like libraries, high schools, parks, should generally have accessibility for vehicles and public transit, and should be centrally located and or on major transportation routes. Again, our club completely agrees with the master plan in this regard. The current location of the Regina Oval does not meet those citywide facility specifications, and this definitely impacts the use of facility by Regina residents. Our club believes the location is a key future consideration for the development of speed skating as both a recreational and competitive winter activity. Ultimately, our club encourages the city to relocate the Oval to a more accessible, centrally located area of the city that is surrounded by residential neighborhoods rather than industrial or commercial areas.
Ms. Gorman, I'm going to have to stop you there. You've got your 5 minutes. But there are questions from members of council.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks. Welcome. I want to compliment your club because whether it was a young man named Noel or somebody named Moody, I know those families, and so you really have punched above your weight, so well done. You heard my questioning with the people from aquatics, and I'm going to throw the same kind of thing at you. Okay. So are you aware of the federal and provincial funding or lack thereof for recreation? And because of the national nature of your sport, but also the success, not only with Olympics, but so on in terms of medals and so on, do you have access to any kind of funding there that was beyond looking after the athletes?
Actually, no, not as a club. Really, as a club, the level of support is local. We have a connection through our provincial sport governing body, but really the funding that happens for national athletes and even the developmental team athletes is given directly at the provincial level and to those athletes directly. It does not come down to the club level. Thanks. So there isn't anything specifically for us available that way. And we haven't gotten to the point in terms of looking at provincial or federal funding for facility development, et cetera. We're just at the beginning stages of that sort of work. But our club has actually, over the years, put in significant time and resources from our volunteer end, but also we've had community involvement. For instance, a couple of years ago, we did a major lighting project at the Oval, so that we had an area of the Oval that before, when the skaters went to a certain corner, we couldn't see them for a period of time. We used to refer to this, they've gone on the other side of the moon, and then they came back out and we could see them again. Obviously not the safest. They're going at great speeds. So we improved the lighting. We also have a number of buildings on the facility that we as a club have actually put there and put all the infrastructure to and do the support for. So.
Good for you. So would you be willing in the future, as this is one of those projects that may be looked at, that you would also, both financially, et cetera, get involved?
Absolutely.
Okay.
100%. It's one of the things, as a club, we've actually developed a certain amount of funding that we have set aside, sort of with a look for maintenance and improvements in the facility we have and or relocation. And we've already talked about doing fundraising initiatives in order to increase that with the specific idea of the oval, the long track oval.
Well done. Are you willing to talk to the provincial and federal government, make your case as to the importance of these facilities?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The other thing that we're starting to do, and we've started to reach out already to other sports that are opposite seasons, but using similar facilities. So cross-country skiing, not an opposite season, and track and field, so that we can look at co-use facilities as much as possible.
Brilliant. Last question, I did not ask the other people this, but I'm going to assume that you attract some folks who don't live within the exact boundary of the city of Regina, but may come into our city to use facilities.
Absolutely. So we have, in our membership, we have people from White City, we have just north of the city. We actually have people drive that are literally almost past, like a couple that are past Lumsden.
Sure.
That are coming down. And we have a coach that's coming from Lumsden actually to coach with us, to coach our Masters Club that we have going right now.
Yeah.
So all around the city is where we draw from. And when we host, because Regina and Saskatoon are the only two locations with long track facilities, when we host a competition, we're literally drawing from the entire province.
Sure.
So 2 weekends ago, even though it was not quite as cold as today, very close, our skaters were out and we were hosting a competition that had 66 skaters and was supported by 40 volunteers, to give you an idea. And those skaters were coming from Nipawin, Prince Albert, Saskatoon, Melville, Moose Jaw, everywhere that we have skating clubs, basically.
Good. So simple encouragement, when you start talking about that in the breadth and scope, you're making an argument for provincial funding to be one.
Yeah.
But also one of the things that we grapple with, and I'm not looking for an answer, is that we grapple with as we provide facilities for those that don't live within our boundaries, only people that are paying from here, we have to come up with some notion as to how to deal with that. And maybe your club could give that some thought if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. There's no other questions. Thank you very much. You can
Thank you.
return to the gallery and ask for a motion to receive and file communication 19-2 from Jim Elliott. I have a motion. Councillor Young, a seconder. Councillor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we'll go to the main report. This is from Community Protective Services Committee on the Recreation Master Plan. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll just pull up this technical difficulties here. Great, thank you very much. Recreation Master Plan came before Community Protective Services. Basically 2 recommendations: that the attached plan be approved, authorizing the use of the document to guide recreation program and service delivery decisions, and second, that administration be directed to provide an annual progress report regarding the implementation of the Recreation Master Plan. Can I get a seconder, please?
Councillor Young, I already seconded it.
Terrific, thank you very much. I'll save my comments and questions when I close debate. Well, we'll ask administration perhaps to open up, give us the high-level overview of the plan and where we go from here.
Mr. Onrait.
Thank you. Through your worship. So it has been 9 years since the last Recreation Master Plan has come forward. Since that time, the city has grown, population has grown, it's become more diverse. We've adopted a new official community plan. There is new facility condition information available to us now. And as we all know, public expectations have changed. In 2016, we secured the consulting services of RC Strategies to develop a new Recreation Master Plan for the City of Regina. Recreation Master Plan, which aligns with other strategic city and national recreation documents, provides a framework for sustainable delivery of quality recreation services into the future. It's a long-term plan intended to guide the city administration and council in their decisions related to investment in recreation services. So the development of the plan included industry research and background review, extensive public and stakeholder engagement, which included a telephone survey, an online survey. A survey was sent to over 600 user groups. Youth surveys were provided to schools through both public and separate school boards. One-on-one and group meetings with over 200 stakeholders. Public meetings, a community advisory committee, and meetings with affected community or city departments. The plan was drafted taking into consideration all of those conversations. Input and industry best practices were also considered. And the information was shared internally, and that draft was taken back to the shareholders, allowed some time, took their input back, and the final draft is in, or the final version is in front of you this evening. The proposed plan envisions four-season sport and recreation opportunities that improve the quality of life, and make Regina a more vibrant and attractive place to live, work, and visit. Its goals are to enhance the well-being of all citizens and community health and wellness, and to provide healthy indoor and outdoor environments. The plan's prioritization tool allows the flexibility needed to capitalize on future partnership opportunities, as well as changes in trends. The tool considers several criteria, including items such as alignment with the master plan foundations, public and user group demand, alignment with trends and demographics, community accessibility, current provision, and cost savings through partnerships and grants. In future, as opportunities arise or as administration plans to move forward with recommendations, these items will be shared with Council for your consideration. Similar to other master plans, administration will also provide Council with annual updates on the progress of implementing the recommendations. So I think as all of us look at the plan, we will all have a different version in our mind of what the plan can be. And I think it's important to keep in mind, as we heard the delegations earlier, as these projects come forward, the plan will be used as a guiding document to better inform the decisions that Council will have in front of them. And I think it's also important to realize that as these projects do come forward, Council will be the committee that represents the community to put forward what they believe what is important to the community at that time. So taking all that into consideration, the plan in front of you tonight has been extensive work, both through the consultant that was hired to do the work, the support of our administration project team. And joining us this evening, we have Lori Shaley, Director of Parks, Recreation and Cultural Services, Joe Hargrove, Director of Facilities Services, and Janine Deradich, Manager of Recreation Planning and Partnerships. And we were here to answer any questions you may have. Back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevens, you want to close the debate. Is that correct? Okay, so we'll go on to other speakers. Councillor Bresciani, you're up.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the work the administration has done. So what is the plan for the outdoor rinks? So in this document that has brought forward, it talked about actually reducing the amount of outdoor skating rinks and more of a quality quantity and less quantity. So it really didn't address, though, the new areas as to the growth. So can you just elaborate? I'm on the southeast, as Kai spoke tonight. Where does that fit into this document?
Mr. Onright.
Through Your Worship, I'll ask Ms. Shaley to provide comment.
Ms. Shaley.
Through you, Your Worship, what the plan recommends is that we have a 3-kilometer service standard for outdoor rinks, meaning there would be a rink within 3 kilometers of the average household. For most of the city, we currently meet that target. We're aware of the gap that the delegation spoke to. There is a gap in the east area of the city, and we've been working with our colleagues in the planning department to plan for a boarded rink similar to what we have in Harbour Landing in the Towns development. It's currently included in our servicing agreement model, and so it would be funded through development. And so the timing of that rink will really be dependent on the pace at which the development of that area takes place.
Okay, thank you for that. I just saw a real big smile on Kai's face there. So that leads to my next question, though. So when we talk about growth in the southeast, growth has slowed down a little bit. What does that mean? So what just elaborate a little bit more as to the growth? Like that could be 5 years out, or what does that mean?
Ms. Shelley?
Through you, Your Worship, it's hard for us to determine exactly when that development would take place, so when the rink that we currently have planned would be built. We would have the ability to look at other sites in the East End, but it'll be dependent on the availability of sites, and there would be an additional cost to the city. If we build the rink in the towns, it's, as I said earlier, would be funded through development activity.
Okay, so that was my next question. Would the rink in the southeast, because it's new in the growth, would that come out of service agreement fees, not the taxpayer dollar? Through you, Your Worship.
John Wright?
Through Your Worship, as Ms. Shelley indicated, if the rink proposed was to be built in the towns, it would be done with service agreement fees. If there was another site chosen, that would come through the 2020 budget process. If it was just a park site, existing park site, that would come through the budget process.
Okay, so so it sounds like administration is working on this, and this is on the radar. Is administration, is there a need for a motion, or is this in the works? Through you, Your Worship.
John Wright?
Through Your Worship, administration would suggest not a motion, that we deal with the master plan this evening, and as that comes forward through the budget process, if it did come through the budget process, it will allow council to make that decision.
Great, thank you for that. The rec, I want to talk about pathways. Pathways was number 1 on the list. I have a question. So in some of the newer areas, is that going to be connected pathways that are there through other neighborhoods? Is that part of this? It's going to be the connectivity through the different neighborhoods. When I looked at the towns, and I looked at the Greens on Gardner and those new areas, the areas that I know, I want to ensure that there is going to be connectivity in this plan. When we talk about planning, working with developers and connectivity, is that part of this? I did read it in here.
John Wright?
Through Your Worship, I'll ask Ms. Shelley to comment.
Ms. Shelley?
Through you, Your Worship, the Recreation Master Plan does speak to the importance of pathway development, but the connectivity is defined through the Transportation Master Plan. And so in an effort not to be redundant, the direction for pathway development comes from the Transportation Master Plan rather than the Recreation Master Plan.
Okay, but just to be clear, those plans do talk, so there is the connectivity. That's a big piece. Is that accurate then? Through you?
John Wright?
Through Your Worship, that is correct.
Okay, great. I'll leave it there. I want to say thank you for the work. I think this is something that we've been waiting for. Residents of Regina have been waiting for that as well. And I'm glad to see that the rink and the multi-use facility is in the works. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bashani. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. Going through here in all different components of the plan, there's different recommendations with different sports and amenities. Listen to the speed skating delegation. They were talking about the quality of the amenity being offered, but looking at the plan, in other categories, it's quantity, reduced quality, improved. I don't see any strategic action for addressing quality issues they talked about. I'm just wondering, being that they're the use of the oval, when looking through the plan, it doesn't quite align with what's being said. Do we have to augment the plan to reflect what they're saying?
Mr.
Chair.
Through Your Worship, the Recreation Master Plan guides those discussions. The specifics won't be in the plan. That comes through the discussions that are held either with community groups or with our internal groups. I'll ask Ms. Shaley to further comment.
Ms. Shaley.
Through you, Your Worship, there are many user groups that we work with on a regular basis to deal with quality issues. There are other user groups that also have concerns with their clubhouses, and we meet with those groups on a regular basis. Typically, the kinds of requests that this group is making tonight would occur through partnerships, and so we would be happy to meet with the group to have those conversations moving forward.
I guess that makes sense because at the last line of that it says partnership process proposed herein. So thank you very much for the clarity. Another question here. These all seem to be facilities. Looking at the background review, it talks about the different plans that come together to overlay each other to make this plan and feed off each other. In looking at this and trying to understand the structure behind it, how would we fund some of these actions that they talk about in this plan to come to fruition? To repair some of the quality problems or to propose new. That all comes year by year. Is there a plan that there's a funding structure that's already been made that we're filling or following through with as it exists?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'll start and then I'll maybe ask Ms. Hargrove to comment also.
Thank you.
So the process, as we see each year in budget, so if it's major capital repairs to be done or major capital work, replacement or repairs, that comes through the budget process. So that becomes a decision of council as to where that money gets allocated. Administration will bring forward the recommendations for a number of recreation facilities, and then council will make the decision as to whether or not they're going to fund those. The source of finances will come through those recommendations also, or options for council to consider. I'll ask Ms. Hargrove to further comment.
Through you, Your Worship. Basically, when it comes to the facilities, we have programs and we have projects. And our program funding, our facility asset management funding, is allocated to existing facilities to maintain their quality. And so the Recreation Master Plan will guide community services in providing recommendations to facilities in where we should be investing our program dollars. When it comes to the renewal or replacement or creating of new facilities, those would come forward through the budget process as part of a project ask. And so they would come before council for your consideration.
Thank you. So in here it also mentions the Recreation Facility Plan 2010 to 2020 is one of the papers that educated this one. If I remember right, I read through it and there was something like 32 or 33 recommendations back in the 2010 plan. Do we do a report card as we do the new plan to know what we've achieved and where we've gotten that time? Is there a move forward, stopgap measure there?
Through your worship, as I noted in my opening remarks, there will be a report come to council annually. We do the same with many of our plans. Cultural plan would be an example of a report that comes forward annually to talk about the work that has been done in the prior year.
Okay. I guess being this a dated plan, upon its conclusion next time, it'd be nice to have a closing report on the previous plan. So when we come up to the 2020 to 2030 plan, or I guess it's past that already, but if you get my meaning, it'd be nice to know the achievement point to that stop point in time when going to the next plan, just for the next council a decade from now. That's all I have for comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Manselli. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I will be certainly supporting the report. I like the overarching nature of what's here, consistent with, I think, discussion we've had, so I'm all good. I'd like to focus in on one thing, partnerships, if I could. Just curious if the administration heard what I heard from at least a couple of the delegations today, that they're willing to partner financially. Big money. I think I heard big money, but anyway.
I definitely heard that. It's in the minutes, actually. Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, yes, Councillor, we are, as Ms. Shaley has indicated, we are constantly in communication with partners in the community. As the delegation spoke about the potential for a new indoor aquatics facility. We did have an initial meeting with them. These partnerships are very important, as are the partnerships when it comes to sponsorship opportunities also will be very important moving forward.
Thanks. I'll follow up a second question I offered to the delegations, and it's about national infrastructure dollars and provincial to some degree. I really haven't seen much in terms of recreation availability. Is that still the case, or is there any indication that that will change because there's 2 elections coming?
Mr. Enright? City Manager.
Through you, Your Worship. In terms of infrastructure funding and the next phase of infrastructure funding, there is $60 million that's been earmarked for recreation and culture. There hasn't been any details yet as to how that money will be allocated.
Right.
If we were to receive allocations consistent with what we've received previously, Regina's share would be around $8 million. So although we wouldn't turn our nose up at $8 million, when you look at the scale and scope and cost of some of the projects, it won't go very far. So the more we can pressure provincial and federal counterparts to increase that funding, we would benefit.
I appreciate that. Thanks. I'll give you a couple specific questions now, if I could. But I should say this. In the document, it's one of the things I appreciated. There was always a notion there that said, you go ahead and build something when it's the right time, when there's partnership there, and so I thought it was reinforced many times. So that's good. Let's talk about schools and joint use. It certainly wasn't clear for me from the document, but I'm wondering if through your discussions is the type of joint use facility we have with school boards consistent with what goes on across Canada, and to a different degree, is that also part of when capital projects come up, a new high school or new elementary school, that other jurisdictions or maybe even us are considering that that's an appropriate time to build a bigger gym, build a bigger recreation area, build a bigger, I don't know what, to accommodate community and so on. If you don't mind commenting on that notion.
Mr. City Manager?
Through your worship, absolutely. I think organizations realize that it's very difficult to do things alone. We had the example tonight with the YW. As recent as last week, we met with both the Public School Board, the Catholic School Board, the YMCA, and we started to have conversations about new high schools potentially in Southeast Regina. We talked about right now our plan has 2 separate elementary schools. We know that that isn't the model that the province is promoting. And the conversation also turned to what would the other partners look like in terms of if we built a campus-type facility. And also, we talked about regionalization. So is there an opportunity to build some capacity for, the communities to the east of Regina, so the Pilot Buttes and the White Cities? If we can come up with a unique partnership opportunity, then obviously that increases the priority for the project and moves it up the list of the provincial government. So that's just one example. And as has been indicated, there are constant conversations with partners, and the more partners we can involve in a project, the easier it is for us to fund it, and I think the greater benefit it adds to the community.
Good thoughts. If I could just follow that up with that campus approach, there's land assembly then needed, which makes me wonder a little bit about role and responsibility of, say, a developer. Now, if I was a developer and I have this large tract of land, I'd love to have I'll leave it blank, but facility there. One, is that something that happens in other communities? And 2, is that something that maybe it's time for us to have some conversation with here? Role of the developer, and I mean, there's always cost, don't get me wrong, but how does that play?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, again, we have had some preliminary conversations with some of the developers in the community to say, would the city be interested in a partnership? What would it look like? So I think right now, everyone is feeling the crunch within our economy, and we're looking for opportunities to, leverage their development dollars. What opportunities are there for the city to get involved? Ultimately, when we're dealing with public dollars, obviously there always has to be public access and public benefit, but definitely there are opportunities for those types of discussions.
Good, thanks. City Manager's doing a great job of reading my mind. So my next thought goes into that tough times. And I'm wondering, because if I was to go to a U.S. college campus, I'm going to tell you there's a building there, it's got a name on it, and some family donated it and so on. We have not done that very often in our community where we've reached out to the community and said, here's a need, by the way, and so on. And I get the city manager's comments on that type of approach, that I know we've used the word a little bit sponsorship and so on, but if you could comment, please.
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, now the councillor must be reading my mind. We are just completing some work. We had hired the partnership group to look at a sponsorship, naming rights, advertising policy. We're just finalizing that report, and we'll be bringing that to council for discussion and consideration. We have a number of assets in our community that have some value in terms of naming rights and just in terms of being a presenting sponsor. So although it may not be something like a new stadium, Mosaic Place, but people want to have their name associated with community facilities. It's goodwill in terms of corporate recognition. So we'll be bringing that probably before the end of Q2 for council's consideration.
I appreciate that. Thanks. I'll finish with just a couple of thoughts. One of them is I've heard the word campus approach, and yet we always also have, but what about my neighborhood? What about what's needed over here? What about having this in my neighborhood? And so I think that's part of an interesting public debate we'll have when we actually start to look at facilities. I think that we short sell ourselves. So think about earlier tonight when the Y came and said, well, we went ahead and did some work and we want to put all these people together. Think of the Mama Wayathan Center. Think about the vision. I think it was a great vision way back when people said in the middle of our city, we're going to have our exhibition grounds. Oh, we'll have a hockey rink. Oh no, we're going to have 7 hockey rinks. Oh, let's put a football stadium. No, let's put a Lawson there. That was pretty smart because it brings people back together again. But I think where we sell ourselves short is that if we don't do it, meaning we in this little forum here build it, that it doesn't then get done. And I think we have to start that invitation process. Sponsorship being one, but maybe people have to understand in the community, whether you're in a swimming group, you all have friends, whether you're in the speech, you all have friends, and say, can you help us? Like, where can you help us? But I also think we have to extend an invitation, not a threat, but an invitation to the communities that are around us and say, we want to help look after your kids, your adults, and your seniors. And we might have a little bit more ability, but we invite you to help as well. So I like what's here. I'll be supporting it. I appreciate the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bryce.
So I want to talk a little bit about Regent Park and how that fits into to the Recreation Master Plan. I could tell he was reading my mind. So we've done a lot of community consultation around Regent Park Golf Course and recreation needs for that community. So what if with that consultation, the community says that we need A, B, and C, and our master plan says, no, we need E, F, and G? How does that meld in when we're doing public consultation, what the needs of the community are, having this with it?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship. Yes, Councillor Bryce, I was reading your mind.
I knew it.
So I think when we look at the Rec Master Plan and we get into those discussions, we really end up doing a bit of a cross-examination on the community needs, but what the Rec Master Plan is telling us, and pulling into those discussions, what can we afford as a city to do in that area? And I think when that comes forward to council, that allows council to have a conversation, what's important to that community, to your community, and the discussions that we have with the community inform a lot of our decisions. We don't sit down with the community, listen to them and not listen to them. Regent Park is a prime example. I think between Ms. Howerluck's team and the team I had in my old portfolio, they've done a really good job over the last 6 or 8 months in having those discussions with the community. And those options, there will be options that will come forward for discussion, and allowing council to have a look at that using the Recreation Master Plan as a guiding document to further those discussions.
Thanks. I just want us as a city to remember that if we're doing true public consultation and we're getting information of what communities need, I don't think that we should have in our mind before we walk into those sessions what we think needs to be going on here. We're there to get the information from the community, not to guide them down a path that we think they should be on. We can give them complete information, but we also need to keep in mind we're there asking for their consultation, and we should be listening to it. That being said, it would be nice to see a plan moving forward with Regent Park. I'll just throw that out there. I know we're a little off topic a little bit, but it's been a very long time in coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. If the city manager is reading my mind, he'll know it's a terribly short story. I have 3 questions. The first is, the promise of Mosaic Stadium was that it would be something more than just a stadium for the Riders, or even the Riders and the University football team, the Rams. What progress have we made in terms of using that stadium for recreational community needs beyond those 2 examples I cite?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, so community use in the stadium, there is 600 hours a year that is guaranteed to the community for use, high school football, soccer, community events, so there is 600 hours that we guarantee through SAS Sport for use of this stadium.
Is there any plan for extending that use of other recreational uses been posited for the stadium? I know this is difficult, but could ice be put in the stadium at any point to make it more usable when it's minus 30 outside? Is there any further potential for use by the community of the stadium?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship. So I think, and I see Mr. Reid here this evening, the NHL game that is coming, I think it was Councillor Bryce asked about keeping the boards and the surface for community use. That, for a variety of reasons, can't be done, but I think in the future, those are some of the things that could be talked about as potential use for the stadium moving forward, and I'm sure Mr. Reid already has that plan in hand.
Thank you very much. The second question, I think, builds on Councillor Bryce's line of questioning. The thrust in the plan which says because of wear and tear, because of changing population demographics, because of changing preferences and needs, there are going to have to be some facilities closed. And yet every time we try and close a facility, and I think of 2 examples in my 6 years, we hear very compelling stories from the community that's caused us, I think rightly, to pull back. How are we going to solve the dilemma of having to close facilities, understanding that that's going to make some people unhappy, and yet build new facilities? How are we going to square that circle?
Mr. Onright, are you a politician? No, you're not.
Through your worship. So I think the reference to the 2 that came forward that did not close ended up going in a different direction than what administration had recommended. It really boils down to the affordability moving forward. I think when you look at the facility plan for our recreation facilities in particular, we have some that are 40 years, 50 years, 60 years old. The reality is that I don't think this would be a surprise to anyone, any of our residents, that the city would not be able to afford to rebuild every single one of these facilities. So they will be tough discussions coming forward. Council will have difficult decisions in front of them, but I think referencing back to the Recreation Master Plan, at least there's a framework in place with the plan to have in-depth discussions about what is right in both from a financial perspective and a community use perspective.
Thank you. The third question involves financing for these facilities. And we've had a financing model for the new stadium and certainly for the wastewater treatment plant that involves P3 financing that looks to combine finance, build, design, build, maintain, operate, maintain. Is there any scope for P3 approaches in dealing with the need for new recreational facilities in the city?
John Wright?
Through your worship, I'll maybe ask Ms. Shaley or Ms. Hargrove to comment. I'm not sure that, in Canada, if there's any examples of that today, but I'll ask Ms. Shaley to maybe comment.
Ms. Shaley?
What I can say is that for each facility recommendation coming forward, we would look specifically at the best way to finance the facility, and we'll bring back specific plans. We know it'll require some innovative approaches to financing that we haven't looked at before, a combination of partnerships. We've talked about regional partnerships, sponsorships, provincial and federal funding. So for each facility option that we bring forward, we'll bring forth a full business case for council to consider.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. In general, with respect to the recreational master plan, I understand the direction it's going in. I think the challenge will come in explaining it to the public and allowing the public to have an opportunity for input in making some of these hard choices. But I appreciate very much the work that's been done in setting the direction, which I suspect is not only a good direction, but maybe the only direction.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Everybody's talking about mind reading. I would be impressed if administration reading my mind, because I'm thinking in Polish right now. So that'll be pretty good. Question that I've asked the consultant about regional partnership. So the question to the administration, do we have contacts with other small municipalities around us? Because most of the municipalities come to us. We, as a bigger city, we draw that crowd to our city and the use and all. So we hear about the regional partnership, or has that been worked out? There's been discussions?
Charlotte?
Through you, Your Worship, we do have partnerships. We sit on the Moose Jaw Regina Corridor and the White Butte Planning Commission, so we have a number of conversations over the years about recreational facilities and the needs of the region, and those conversations will continue to evolve as we move forward. I think with the plan that we have as a basis, it's going to help those conversations as we move forward.
Okay, and I think Councilor O'Donnell mentioned a few things about school and school boards being involved, because there's a lot of facilities, basketball courts, tennis courts, different things that are at the school boards. Is school boards part of being involved or being as a partner?
John Wright?
Through your worship, I would definitely say yes. We are in constant communication with the school boards. We have joint meetings with the school boards, and I do believe there is a high level of interest in any of these conversations around recreation facilities. I had the opportunity to visit the Shaw Center in Saskatoon, which is a makeup of a partnership, which includes sponsorship agreement on that one also, and it is working quite well.
Okay, thank you. To your worship, and in the survey, you notice that the residents express a low willingness to pay for investing in the recreational infrastructure. So we talk about it's going to be difficult choices, and how would you read that? I mean, I'm trying to figure this out. Now we have all the asks, but yet when residents were asked, yes, we want something, but the residents had a low interest on funding all that. So that's I'm not going to ask that question. This is a question or comment. Finish with, I have a comment or a help with Kai with his outdoor rinks. I have a suggestion. It's called the beach soccer during the summer. So there's another partner that can be involved with, as the rinks are sitting empty. and they're there, you could involve the community. They could use the facility, and there is an interest in beach soccer. I've talked to a few people. They actually go and add it through the province. So we could, add a couple more rinks, get more people involved. So my help Kite to bring a rink into his neighborhood a little quicker. This plan's been going on for a long time. It's an interesting plan. I can see a lot of people are involved with that. Recreation is good for the wellness and health of our community. But again, the biggest question is going to be, how do you pay for it? So it's a magic word or whatever you want to say it. So I definitely support this to go forward. But like I said, it's an ongoing, it's a living document. As it lives, we'll add things to it, and everyone around is going to get involved. And we all have, citizens have from baseball to softball, like I said, swimming and indoor, outdoor. Everyone would want something, right? So, if I find a couple $1 billion when it drops in from somewhere, we'll do it, right? But the biggest thing is, how do you fund it? That's going to be a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is brief, and it feeds on what John said a little bit. There are two reviews, there's one review I know about for sure, which is the Community Association review, and the lack of space that is open to them sometimes, and some areas don't have community association buildings to help with that, but they do have schools. And so I'm wondering if that review will be also feeding into this. And since we donate land to schools now, we have a stake in those schools. Is there any thought to opening the agreement with schools and the use of the building before and after school?
Through your worship, I'll start and then I'll ask Ms. Shaley to comment. There are initial discussions with the school boards on the joint use agreements. They have not been opened up for discussion for a number of years, so that has just started. So moving forward, we hope to be able to open up those spaces a little more for public use. I'll ask Ms. Shaley to also comment further on the community associations.
Ms. Shaley.
Through you, Your Worship, in many areas of the city, our partners have been successful in accessing space in the schools. In other areas, they're less successful, so it's really inconsistent in terms of how it's working right now. We are in the process of scoping out a review of the joint use agreements, and the school boards are both interested in undertaking that work with us, and so the work will be initiated this year.
And will the needs of the community associations, once that review is finished, will that also figure into this as well?
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, the needs of the community associations will be included. We are, as you know, we have another project underway which involves assessing the needs of community associations. Right now we hear about 3 issues typically from them: volunteerism, space, and access to funding. And so we'll be in conversations with the community associations later this year in Q3 and Q4 of this year with respect to those issues and how we might collaboratively address those issues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. The Council seems to know you want to close debate. But before you do that, I'm going to ask Councillor Barchiani to take the seat. I have a few comments to make. Then you'll have the floor.
Mayor Fougere.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. All great comments from everyone tonight, and fully support the plan. This is, of course, not a forum tonight for deciding anything. It really is receiving the report and asking the administration to go away. Now we've given the report and give us a plan of how they see this going forward in the future. What's the first priority, second priority? We know what the consultant said, but we have to sort of begin to put it in our budget process each and every year. So that's an important element. No decisions tonight, except that we accept the master plan as being our roadmap for the future. So the timing of projects, the way we fund them, are all subject to council deliberation. and the partners in the gallery and others who we've said have resources, they want to partner, and we mean that seriously. We want you to do that. If this is important, and council says it's important for a project, a speed skating rink, another Lawson Center or Lawson 2.0, we expect to see and want to see partnerships by the private sector, those families that want to be involved. We want to see that happen. Councillor Bryce raised a point I want to talk about too. It sort of typifies an issue with respect to our recreation needs. Let's not forget and be mindful of the process we put in place before this plan was approved. We cannot allow those decisions to fall off the table because we have another plan, the new shiny object over here, to forget what's happening in other places. Very important we keep our commitments and our promises to residents. Madam Chair, I want to move an amendment to the report, wholly in keeping with our discussions tonight. And I'm asking Council to give me the authority to write to Minister Goodale, Federal Minister of Infrastructure, Minister Champagne, and Provincial Minister Keating, requesting that they begin discussions on opening up infrastructure money for recreation facilities. I think the place to start this discussion, if I have a second for that, please.
Councilor
Councilor Donald has his hand up there. I think it's important to have the discussion to let the federal government and the province know we are serious about this quality of life issue for us. We've just finished a master plan, so we're not asking because we have an idea today and an idea tomorrow. It's a strategic plan that talks about how we can go into the future. So I guess I'll wait for a moment while the
just wait to get that up there.
the clerk writes that down. Second by
Okay.
Councilor Donald. That the mayor write to. And it should be plural for discussions.
Okay, so the amendment is up there. Any, it is open discussions. Anyone have any?
I'd like to make my comments on
Okay,
it, if you don't
go
mind, Madam Chair, just to comment, once we know what's up there.
Okay.
So, in the spirit of the wording, I mean, I think it's generally, I think we understand what is being asked here. If you don't ask the question, we don't know what answer we're going to get. We have roughly $8 million. Roughly, that could be Regina's portion of this pool. And I think it's election year for the federal government. People want to get elected. The people have spoken. They want to see some support financially for a strategic master plan on recreation. And I think that now's the time to ask the question. It can be raised at FCM, Big City Mayor's Caucus, SUMA, City Mayor's Caucus, and begin the discussion. So, Madam Chair, I'll stand down, then I have a few extra comments at the end
Okay.
to close
Thank
my
you.
time.
Okay, so discussion on the amendment. Councillor Hawkins. Oh, O'Donnell, sorry. There. Yeah, Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. So the mayor kind of finished with timing in life is everything. We're in SUMA next week. We're on the floor. Not only do we have Bear Pit, we have an opportunity to speak to the ministers directly. And in this case, this is one of the topics I will do. But I think to the audience that's here, if I would just to say to the aquatics people, there's a whole group of people that you're part of. If each one of you took the opportunity to speak to individually as well as collectively, that helps. One letter to Minister Goodale or to the minister is one letter, but of many, many voices can be a difference maker. So to all the organizations and friends, family, voters, it helps.
Okay, Mayor Fougere?
Do you want to vote on the amendment?
Oh, should we vote? Do you want to
Unless
speak?
no one else wants to speak, you can vote on the,
Okay, no one else, there's no other speakers? Did you want to?
I want to close it by the time off, so if you call the question. then-
Okay, yeah. So I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Thank you. Just very quickly. When we had the discussion of Maple Leaf Pool, Minister Goodale's staff was in the room. They were listening. They wanted to help. Those letters are critical, those public expression beyond City Council are critical for this dimension of work that we have to do. We have the worst form of taxation in Canada in municipal government. 8 cents of every dollar that you pay for taxes in the audience and around those listening goes to municipal government to provide the services you see today. So we have a 18th century taxation model in the 21st century. We have a rigid, non-growing form of taxation as a base or a pool to move forward. So we need partnerships. It's not that we don't want to do things. We need those partnerships, P3s, private people coming forward, citizens coming forward, other forms of government coming forward to make this happen. These are not going to be easy decisions we're going to be making it over this budget year and succeeding years. It's very easy to put a list together and say, let's build it. It's very hard to say, if we build this, then we make choices, we don't do something else. So be careful what you ask for. We just got it. That's called the master plan, making tough decisions in the next couple of years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Worship.
Councillor Stevens to close debate.
Two questions. Following up on the recommendation in the plan around certain amenities that we have fewer but higher quality, how do we balance that with the OCP's commitment to complete communities and the Transportation Master Plan's commitment to advancing multimodal forms of transportation? In other words, if we're centralizing, does that not then assume that we're expecting more driving around the city? So how do we balance these different perspectives and interests?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship. So the amenities for recreation can mean many different forms. They can be parks, pathways, so it doesn't necessarily go to a facility. As you read through the report, it talks about many different areas and encompassing really all residents of Regina. It talks about being affordable for every resident in Regina, being accessible for every resident in Regina. I'll maybe let Ms. Howrluck comment on the fit into a transportation master plan or a couple of the other plans that you've referenced.
Ms. Howrluck?
Through you, Your Worship, as Mr. Onright said, it is about complete communities, but that doesn't mean that every community might have a recreational stand facility. There's other opportunities within the recreational components within the neighborhood to make sure that we have those amenities. And of course, the Transportation Master Plan, ensuring we have bike networks and all of those things that can link together. I think the key is that, as Mr. Onright said, if it is where a facility is more centralized, it's about ensuring that our residents have the accessibility through transit and other modes to get to that facility.
Terrific, thank you. My final question has to do with another element of the decision-making framework here, specifically social inclusion. What I found fascinating is the report explicitly recognizes and references truth and reconciliation. So how does that inform our decisions on recreation? What kind of unique and very material forms of engagement will we have with Indigenous peoples in our community when it comes to designing recreation amenities and services? Through the chair.
Mr. Onright?
Your worship, I'll ask Ms. Shaley to comment.
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, Your Worship, there's a few different levels through which we engage the Indigenous community in our work. with respect to design, I would use the Mamaweatatin Center as an example. We worked with some of our partners, groups like RITSIS, Regina Treaty Status Indian Services, to develop an engagement plan. We engaged elders, we engaged students, and so we often rely on the community to help us design an engagement strategy. In this plan, we talk about engaging the Indigenous community when we're designing multi-purpose facilities. We have other ways that we work with the community to try to meet truth and reconciliation recommendations. We engage our partners in discussions related to the delivery of programs, and so they shape the programs we provide within our facilities. We've also built truth and reconciliation recommendations into our grant program, which enables us to provide funding for organizations that also want to work with us to deliver programs that achieve some of the recommendations in the TRC recommendations as well.
Wonderful. Thank you.
You just closed debate, Councillor Stevens. Thank you so much. I'm going to call the question on the report before us. All those in favor? Those opposed? Just let's vote first. All those opposed? Carried. Okay, let's move on to the Maple Leaf and Wascana pools. We have a delegation for this, and it's Glennis Eberly. Come forward if you don't mind, please. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, maybe questions from members of council. The floor is yours.
My name is Glennis Eberly. I am representing the Friends of Wascana Pool, the Friends of Maple Leaf Pool, and I suppose the Friends of Wascana Park. And Friends of Wascana Pool are happy and relieved to know that Wascana Pool will be rebuilt in its present and most perfect location in Wascana Park. Thank you. Thank you, too, to the City of Regina City Council for its recent unanimous decisions to protect Wascana Park from commercial development, to make Regina a 100% renewable city, to rebuild Maple Leaf Pool. These positive decisions give us hope. They also tie into ideas that Friends of Wascana Pool proposed in 2012 for Design Regina. A renewed Wascana Pool should embrace green, sustainable technology while preserving Regina's recreational history and heritage. We advocate that Wascana Pools focus on swimming, offering an accessible swim experience for ages 1 to 100 years. It should include a competitive size 50-meter swimming pool with cooler water for athletic training and recreational swimming and for national and local swim competitors. A second warmer pool with beach entry for children, for aquasize for seniors, a toddler's pool. A renewed Wascana Pool should be as ecologically and environmentally sound as possible. Green, sustainable technology is now well developed for public pools. A solar-powered hot water system could save the cost of heating the pool and shower water. Excessive energy could be sold back to the grid, earning money to finance pool operations for perhaps a longer outdoor swim season and earlier swim times. Connexus CEO Eric Dillon announced that the new water mains for Connexus will also serve Wascana Pool. If the Connexus building is using geothermal heating, might this not be shared with a renewed Wascana Pool for hot water? We suggest an alternative to chlorinated water, perhaps ozone with ultraviolet or a saltwater system. Wascana Lake was created for leisure sports and recreation. When Wascana Lake was founded to be dangerous for swimming in 1947, Wascana Pool was built. We encourage you to look carefully at the 1948 Cornell building as it was when it opened in 1948, with its streamlined architecture and its jaunty rooftop cafe, a great idea to bring back. To safeguard our geographical memory and to nourish our love of place, a renewed Wascana Pool should maintain this geographical aspect, which functions so well as a sun catcher and windbreaker nestled in the trees with bird song and the view of the lake. Wascana Pool is already a destination pool. As our only outdoor 50-yard pool with dedicated lap lanes, it is well used by triathletes, Ironman competitors, master groups, and recreational swimmers of all ages from across the city, as well as water polo, synchronized swimming, and diving clubs and playing children. Water slides for a destination pool seem to move it in another direction.
Ms. Eberle, you have 1 minute left in your time.
Thus, as a destination fun park, does not recognize or place importance on swimming as a life skill that serves us our whole life as a skill that can save lives. Wascana Pool is critical to the health and well-being of so many people. As an all-body activity, swimming will help us age well and reduce health costs and lowering society's health costs. If we want to save money, simplicity of concept, offering a quality outdoor experience in nature, in summer in a prairie city with a harsh winter, far from the ocean and beautiful Wascana Park is a swimming utopia that is already our reality. Swimming in the beautiful location of Wascana Park is a wellspring of joy, filling us with energy and euphoria. A renewed 50-meter Wascana Pool should reinforce our long-term happiness.
Ms. Eberle, I'm sorry to stop you, but there may be questions.
I've stopped.
Okay, we have read your report as well. It's quite lengthy and it's quite good. Thank you very much. Are there questions of the delegation? Very thoughtful piece. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. And we will now consider report 19-7, which is from the Community Protective Services, the Maple Leaf and Wascana Pools. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. CR 19-7 is fundamentally about getting the design, concept planning, and rebuilding process off the ground for both Maple Leaf Pool and Wascana Pool. And
Can I have a second for this,
yeah,
please?
Please.
Councillor Hawkins.
Specifically in alignment with the motion that passed at the budget meeting, getting Maple Leaf Pool open and operational by 2020. The committee also approved two amendments that are worthy of note. One recommendation here is that administration bring back a report in Q3 of 2019 on the condition of outdoor pools and financial implications as part of the 2020 budgeting process. And third, much like what you heard this evening through the delegation, that Maple Leaf and Wascana Pool concept plans and design explore renewable technology features such as, but not limited to, solar heating and solar power generation. So the First Amendment is really about looking at the financial situation facing us with regards to all of the outdoor pools. And secondly, kickstarting our commitment to the renewable Regina motion in both the short and long-term objectives. And I'll reference here the amendments made by Councillor Hawkins during that debate, which had some very focused and tangible outcomes by, I believe, 2024. And I believe if we kind of carry through with that and see renewable technology implemented at the construction of these two pools, we're well on our way. I'll ask administration if they have any other comments to highlight here.
They say they have none. That's good. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other speakers to the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Next delegation, this relates to the front yard parking amendment to the Community Standards Bylaw. Brian Black. Mr. Black, welcome back to Regina City Council. If you identify yourself who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation. There may be questions afterwards.
Okay, thank you. I'm Brian Black, a resident and taxpayer of South Regina. I voluntarily serve on 2 local community association boards as Director of Community Issues for the Hillsdale Community Association and as Vice President for the Whitmore Park Community Association. I'm here tonight to provide you with our Community Association's view of the proposed amendment to the Regina Community Standards Bylaw. First of all, I want to compliment the City of Regina for their positive efforts related to establishing more focused property maintenance standards for houses and yards. It's refreshing to see that significant results have occurred, and we hope the city continues with their efforts to improve their processes. My neighborhood borders the University of Regina and the Polytechnic educational institutions. Unlike other areas of Regina, we have more demands for parking by tenants living in rented housing that have become more common in single-family detached residential zones. Compounding the issue is the fact that numerous streets closer to the schools have become no parking or restricted parking zones on the city streets to deter student and staff parking. This has created some big nuisance problems for our community. The simple solution for some of the tenants has been to park across front lawns and side yards of corner lots of the houses with these negative results. First of all, ruined attractive front and corner lot yards, deep ruts due to soft ground plus erosion of soil from the parking impact onto the streets, gravel, slag, and crusher dust dumped on yards to provide non-durable parking areas. And according to the Regina zoning bylaw, only durable hard surfaces are allowed. Vehicles driving back and forth across sidewalks, challenging the well-being and safety of pedestrians, especially the elderly and young. Some properties take on the look of small apartment buildings with vehicles parked across the entire front yard and/or along the entire side yard of corner lots. Plus dilapidated, non-licensed vehicles parked for years without moving from driveways and yards. The city's bylaw enforcement unit doesn't seem to approach the situation as effectively as we would have wanted to them over the years that has been occurring. It seems there has to be some frustrated citizen phoning into the city to report these infractions, or they just don't get dealt with. It is also a citywide situation and not just an issue that we are concerned about. The city bylaw enforcement had quoted in its report prepared for council in November 2017 that 20% of the front yard parking violation cases are turned over to the current planning branch for follow-up because that unit is responsible for the zoning bylaw regulations. Having the amendments made to the Regina Community Standards bylaw would most likely reduce that considerably, creating a more efficient and effective process that reduces the necessity for costly administration. Our community associations are fully supportive of the amendments outlined in the January 17, 2019 report prepared for the Community and Protective Services Committee. We look forward to the positive results that will be forthcoming from them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. Black, are there questions of the delegation? Oh, got it easy. Thank you very much.
Okay.
You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
And we will now look at report 8, which is the front yard parking. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Seeking a seconder, amendment to the Regina Community Standards bylaw.
Sorry, I didn't...
I'm seeking a seconder.
A seconder for this, please. Councillor Maselli.
Perfect. Nothing to add. I was wondering if administration could simply walk us through the fundamentals of the change here, as well as the enforcement process.
Mr. Brewery.
Your Worship, the changes that are proposed here are relatively straightforward in nature. This report is recommending transferring some of the enforcement of front yard parking to the Community Standards bylaw. This would supplement, not replace, the provisions that are currently in the zoning bylaw that were discussed at the Community and Protective Services Committee meeting earlier this month. What's proposed is to create a new offense that would be added to the offenses, the nuisance offenses that are already in the Community Standards bylaw. And that's described in the report as vehicles parked in front yard. The second thing that will be included in the report is a list of fines for violations. There's a voluntary payment fine and an escalating fine schedule that's proposed in the draft bylaw. And then for those who don't pay the fines, then a higher escalating fine schedule. The final thing to note is that the liability for front yard parking is not with the driver or the owner of the vehicle, but the owner of the property on which the vehicles are parked. And so that's important to make note of. I think the problem that's been defined has been outlined by Mr. Black, the delegation, and it's also said on the report, we get roughly 300 complaints a year. Many of those are cleared without charges or formal enforcement. Roughly 10% do result in the need for more formal enforcement. So this is viewed as a more timely way of dealing with this problem because it'll be brought within the community standards bylaw. And then the enforcement process, walk through very quickly. If there's a complaint or our bylaw enforcement staff see a violation or receive a complaint of a violation, they will investigate. If they find a violation, the person in violation will be given a notice and then an opportunity to comply. From there, if that is not effective, then we go into a more formal process. A ticket would be issued, a notice, an order to comply would be issued, and then there is an opportunity for the individual who's in receipt of that to appeal that. And if they don't do that, then more formal enforcement can take place up to and including towing of vehicles. So that's what's proposed here as a way to address this issue outside of the zoning bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weary. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to clarify that all of these things were in the land use bylaw 9250, and this is only pulling out front yard parking, not parking pads and driveways. This only refers to front yard parking. Parking pads and driveways stay in 9250, and they would, after the investigation, would have a different process for resolving them. This only takes out of there where we have people driving over curbs and parking in this front yard landscaping area. That's all this does. The rest of it's still in 9250. Am I correct?
Mr. Weary.
That's correct, Your Worship. The zoning bylaw provisions still relate to the placement of these pads or driveway structures from a planning standpoint. Yeah. What we're dealing with here is simply creating an offense under the community standards bylaw for those types of nuisance parking issues that happen. So they will still continue to be regulated under the zoning bylaw, and if there's anything that needs to be added to what I've said, would look to Ms. Dawson to provide that.
And so just to further clarify this, the parking pad and driveway stay in land use because there are bylaws that talk about who can have parking pads, who can't, the size of them. Some of them have been there for many years without a permit, and so that's an issue that has to be addressed. Some of them have been permitted years ago without a hard surface. So there's all kinds of things with regard to parking pads, and this community standards bylaw just gives them the tools to work with the front yard parking where you've gone over the curb, onto the lawn, into the landscaping area. It doesn't give community standards the ability to ticket or tow with anything having to do with driveways and parking pads. I think I was correct. Is that correct?
I think you repeat it again, Mr. Weary. You want to add any comments to that?
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I understand the question. Yes, that's correct. If there is, if the pads are improperly placed on the property, that would be a zoning question. It would not be something that the community standards and bylaw enforcement people would be.
Right. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you very much, Mr. Weary and Councillor Young. Further discussion on this? Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering for a definition of compliance, and I'll just give you a case. For example, enforcement comes, there's a vehicle parked illegally on the front yard, the warning ticket's issued, there's a complaint 3 weeks later, enforcement comes by, the vehicle's not currently there, maybe tire tracks or something. Another 2 weeks later, there's a complaint, enforcement comes back, and now there's a vehicle there again. Would it be reinitiating with the first stage of compliance, or would that take it up to the second level?
Mr. Weary?
Your Worship, the scenario that's been described is probably separate offenses. We would be looking at prioritizing those violations that involve kind of more frequent and ongoing, like people that are using it as a parking space, like street parking or a driveway parking. probably what would be prioritized from an enforcement perspective. But what you've described is probably three distinct offenses. Likely if we were to attend at the property and we saw that the vehicle was parked there, we'd be able to take pictures, and that would probably be the best evidence we would have in terms of the time and date and location of the offense. And in my view, that would form the basis for a proper charge. Just ask Fire Chief Jackson if there's anything to add from the enforcement side from our current practice.
Chief Jackson?
Thank you. Through you, your worship. So when a complaint comes in, it's assigned to a bylaw enforcement officer. They'll go out and investigate. So once it's determined, and that investigation is, so they'll do the site inspection, they'll document, they'll take the photographs, and then also there'll be some communication at that time, if possible, with the owners or with the occupants at the residence. So, and as the solicitor said, you know, at that time there'd be an issuance of a warning and a notice. And, you know, in regards to if they come back and there's another complaint and it hasn't been remedied, or there's a continuation of the problem, there could be a ticket at that time and an order. But again, it fits with that investigation and just how long the period has been. So I mean, if this is encountered once a year or something like that, it's going to vary by the case by case.
So I guess you can imply that discretion is being used. We're looking after the outright people who are just ignoring the bylaw, basically.
Chief Jackson?
Through you, your worship, that's correct. So there will be some discretion, and then the inspectors and the enforcement officers will deal with cases case by case.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Manisali. Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. Through you. So all of this has come from the homestay and all the stuff that's been happening, where it was 3 or 4 cars parking on the grass. Is there a need to specify what this bylaw do, say if we're looking at grass, soft part of your landscaping, xeriscaping, or does this give the residents or interpretation between the two bylaws what the specifics are about this, what we are doing tonight?
Mr. Wurry?
Your Worship, the bylaw essentially has been carried over from the zoning bylaw into the community standards bylaw, but I might ask Ms. Atchison to comment on that because she's the one that drafted the proposed bylaw and reviewed the definitions. So,
Ms. Atchison?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Worship, your worship. The intention in the drafting is to make something that if we do prosecute it, we can prove. So in this case, we would prove that it's not parked on a hard surface driveway. So that would include a variety of other surfaces. Instead of listing every possible surface that it could be parked on, it's easier to define it in this way, what it's not parked on. And that's the approach here. If there is some kind of situation where it's looking like it's an older driveway, we would certainly be working with planning to ensure that that it's not something that is or was permitted at some time under the zoning bylaw. The discretion would be used not to enforce in those situations.
Okay. Through your worship, reason for the comments and questions, there's already difficulties out there with a neighbor is fighting a neighbor and using it. So I'm curious and worried about if this particular bylaw will allow, again, give the neighbor a more strength to, for no particular reason, have a fight with a neighbor. So for instance, when there is a driveway and a carport beside it, there's a double car garage in the back, no back alley. So that's what I'm asking about. This is a specific, what we were dealing with when there was 4 cars parked on the lawn, when there was 5, 6 people renting in the house. This is what we're trying to clean up. Is that what the intent is?
Mr. Weary?
Your Worship, yes, that's correct. That's partially what is at issue here. I think the comment I would make is that this is probably a bigger issue in older neighborhoods which have larger front yard lots. And we are conscious in investigating complaints, the reason for the complaint, and we will exercise discretion if we think that it's just a neighborhood dispute as much as it is a violation of a city bylaw. We are conscious of that. If there is a complaint that results in a violation of a city bylaw being substantiated, we obviously would be in a position to warn individuals about complying with the bylaw and ask them to voluntarily do that. But we would also be conscious of exercising discretion not to inflame a neighborhood dispute by the enforcement of our bylaw enforcement provisions. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. No other speakers to the report. Councillor Stevens, do you want to close debate on this? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we have another delegation here, Alison Thole. You're going to come forward and identify yourself, who's with you. You have 5 minutes for your presentation and maybe questions afterwards.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Alison Thal, and I'm the Executive Director for Sandcastles Childcare, Inc.
And I'm Kenneth Monastersky. I'm the co-chair of the Sandcastles Board of Directors.
So I want to begin by acknowledging our appreciation for City Council's decision to give daycares owned and operated by licensed nonprofits a tax exemption equal to 40% of the taxes levied for 2019 and 2020. It's a positive first step in continuing to work together with municipal and provincial governments to help support childcare in Regina. This tax exemption assists our operations at our north location on Coventry Road and would go a long way in supporting ownership of our new tentative south location should council approve our discretionary use application this evening. Sandcastles Childcare Inc. is a licensed nonprofit childcare center that has operated in South Regina for more than 40 years. Early childcare educators support the development of a child's strengths and abilities in a supportive early learning environment. Our programs allow for creativity, wonder, growth, discovery, and the development of healthy relationships with peers, parents, educators, and the community. It is with great excitement that we have potentially secured a purchase of sale to relocate our South Daycare Center from a leased facility to ownership of property within the Lakeview community. The location we have selected would be at 3615 Kings Road, just north of Argyle Elementary School. Our childcare center would provide an increase to the high demand of childcare spaces needed in the city of Regina. This new location would continue to be licensed under the Ministry of Education Early Years branch and would have the capacity for 90 children aging from 6 weeks of age to 6 years of age. We look forward to answering any questions you may have regarding this exciting endeavor. And we as well are very open to partnerships. Fougères Future Community Leaders Learning Center would be a great name, and we'd be certainly open to that. So
Well, that is a novel idea.
Thank you.
Haven't heard of that before, but there you go.
I had a few hours to come up with that one.
You got a great imagination. Thank you so much.
But since we're in the Lakeview community area, I could sure come up with one for Councillor Hawkins, I'm sure.
I did just want to mention that Nathan Brenner from Oka House Design was intending to be here tonight, but due to his work commitments wasn't able to attend. So please be kind with the technical questions, as I, from memory, will be the only source of that information.
Thank you very much. We do have some members of council for questions. So we'll start with Councillor O'Donnell.
Ladies, thanks for your patience tonight and the humor, by the way. So I just want to review. So you have a location in the south. How many kids are in there?
79.
So this will be a slight expansion.
Mm-hmm.
Would you suggest that the current location, once you leave, could be available to someone else to start another daycare?
Absolutely.
So there could be the possibility of some really expansion going on here.
Yes.
And I think you have a loose organization of daycares, so if upon success and if upon leaving, could you spread the word that there may be a space there that I'm assuming, because it served you, would be usable for the future?
Absolutely.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Perfect. That's all I ask.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Welcome. Sorry you had such a long wait.
No worries.
So while you're here, it would be good to have you speak a little bit about the fact that you're going to be repurposing a religious building. And would you talk a little bit about the parking you have available?
Great. So currently the parking, the way the building is set up, there's enclosed fenced parking. So you'd have to drive into our current fenced area to park. And so we're working with Nathan Brenner just to sort of figure out some way of having a direct in and out passage so that there isn't a turnaround and that we're not dealing with congestion at one end of the parking or the other. That would probably entail doing something with the current fencing. The current fencing, you can't see through it. It's solid fencing, so we'd have to look at some redesign there to have that view opened. So just for safety and all of that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. No other questions? You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we will now move to our report on this discretionary use application for a child daycare center on Kings Road. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. CR 199 is a proposed child daycare, which we just heard about at 3615 Kings Road. And I think that the speakers just talked about the fact that this is going to be regulated and licensed by the provincial government, so that's not part of what we do. But they are going to add a small 97 square meters of floor space will be added, and they'll be getting the permits and working with the city to do that. And they will have 23 parking spaces here, and they only need about 10. So it's also repurposing a building that was abandoned, and so all of the conditions have been met, and Planning Commission approved the recommendations contained in the report, and I ask for concurrence.
Seconder for the Councillor Hawkins. Any discussion on the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Oh, got to be quicker than that, Councillor Fundura.
Yeah.
Councillor Fundura.
Just want to rise to support this. This daycare is going to be close to school, right? So this is really helpful for working families, and this is very, very well needed. So supporting that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Now I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Last item of business is the 2019 NHL regular season game at Mosaic Stadium, our support for that. Mr. Reid is in the audience, but he's indicated he is not making a presentation, but we would be available for questions. So does anybody have any questions of Mr. Reid? Mr. Reid, you want to come down? Better be a good one, Councillor Fundura. He's already been in the committee once.
Outstanding already.
Better be a new one. Mr. Reid, for the record, if you identify yourself, who you represent, and you have some questions.
Tim Reid, President and CEO with Everaz Place with the Regina Exhibition Association Limited.
So, to Your Worship, you came in all the way here, waited all this long, so we might as well ask you a question. I'm getting questions from, and I know it's in the report and people read it, but a lot of residents don't see, they look at how does it impact me? Like, for instance, what do I get out of that as a homeowner? And they say, well, we're paying taxes and all that, and you're getting so much back. Can you give, from the standpoint of view, let's say profit for, or how much money is coming back to Regina, and then how much money is coming back to, let's say, the City Hall, or the City Administration to put that money to something else?
That's a great question, and through Your Worship, perhaps I'll answer it in a couple formats. You just approved a recreational master plan, and in that master plan, I believe you operate 8 arenas at a cost of $2.3 million. We operate 7 arenas at a cost to you of $200,000. And so when we can be entrepreneurial, we use those dollars to offset traditional recreational services. And so in some ways, the better we do on our budget, the more we make, the more we can invest in assets that you own, but most importantly, the less we have to come back and ask you for on an annual basis. Our financials always roll into yours. And so we're going through the audit process right now, and it's full transparency on the books. And at the end of the day, because you are our owner and shareholder, at the end of the day, how we do really is the same as how you do. And so if we can make money on this, this goes directly back into our, from a global perspective, kind of network of capital as well as operations. But I come back to the recreational plan because I think being entrepreneurial and having opportunities like this that generate positive cash flow go directly back to subsidies on traditionally recreationally funded amenities. The other piece that I would speak to is the ticket fee at the stadium. The reality of it is every time we sell a ticket, you get $12. Sometimes it's not quite there just because the ticket price doesn't have it in it. But if you think of the pretty basic math on this, 33,000 if it sells out times 12, is 400,000 bucks or thereabout, and we're asking you to invest 150. And so from a taxpayer's perspective, from a personal perspective, if somebody said, Tim, invest 150,000 and we'll write you a check for 400 in 3 months, I would do that 10 times out of 10. That's great return on investment. The last piece I think that we have to be considerate of is we've invested millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in infrastructure to build a campus that we think will be competitive for tourism, economic growth, and for showcasing our community. And we have an opportunity with this event to have 4 hours of 6 million viewers across North America with their eyes and ears talking about Regina. And I think beyond the practical side of we will ask for less money and you'll have to put less money into arenas and you're going to get 12 bucks a ticket, the big aspect to this, I think, for the taxpayer is about future business. It's not just about what this will bring today, but it's about what that 6 million people that view this on television will think of Regina and how they'll bring business there in the future. And so that's what I would say. I think there's strong fiscal practice behind this, but I think the opportunity for our community is perhaps even greater than the financial one.
So we thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you, Councilor Fundura. Councilor Bersiani.
That's right. Yeah, welcome.
So just a question. You heard a young gentleman tonight speak that he would be excited to go to the game. You did talk a little bit about pricing, to your worship. What have prices been set yet, and how is it going to be affordable for young families? Tell me about the festivities that are going to happen that are going to be inclusive to that.
Well, through your worship, thank you for the question. We have not set the prices yet, and once again, those prices are set by the NHL. We are anticipating that announcement will happen in mid-March. As we've shared at our previous session, I don't think those dates have changed. In terms of the festival, what I can share is we're working with a number of local organizations. I want to be cautious because we're in the approval process with the NHL, but we've been approached by a number of local organizations about how they can participate in this game. And we've brought that request forward to the NHL, and there seems to be positive response, as well as various levels of hockey and outdoor sport that you might expect to see around a festival. What we have received from the NHL is a commitment that they will bring their festival package that's associated with outdoor games. And so that's all the traditional NHL gamesmanship that we're probably most familiar with around a Grey Cup festivity. Just picture that on the hockey side of things. In terms of affordability, I do believe we're going to have some very exciting opportunities for affordability. Record-setting and historical opportunities if we're smart about it. And what I would suggest is the last time that a game was hosted in Western Canada, on the Calgary side, they set a record in the WHL. And I think we're working very, very hard with local partners to make sure there's an affordability aspect and so that everybody can participate. I don't have all the answers yet, but I can tell you we're working on it, and it's important to us as well.
Good. Thank you. I think young hockey players, like we saw tonight, want that opportunity to be there. I will ask, as far as the funding from the other, I'm going to call them partners, has that been, I guess, is that a go-ahead?
Yes. Just perhaps a little bit of a refresher through the chair. we brought this forward when we were competing with 5 other cities in North America for the state. And to the credit, I think, of your administration as well as you as council for considering this, this had to move very quickly because they were looking to make an announcement. We brought a request for $500,000 through to the province. We brought a request for $150,000 to the Hotel Association and a request to you for $150,000. All partners came forward very, very quickly. And I think the value in that isn't necessarily only monetary, because what the NHL was looking for was a commitment from our province and I think our region that we would support this endeavor. And so I think being able to turn a request like that so quickly, so the $500,000 is committed from the provincial level. RHA has committed their funds and we're working through the process. But certainly want to acknowledge the leadership that we've had from yourselves as councillors as well as your administration, turning something so quickly that allowed us to announce this on New Year's Eve, which got the impact of everybody that tuned into that outdoor game talking about Regina.
Okay, and to just one last question. In regards to pumping up our city, spreading the word, getting us on, we'll be on national TV. I was just at a Winter City conference. Pictures and photography are huge to share our story. Are we going to have extra photographers other than, I know I'm sure Tourism Regina, but again, really telling our story. That's what I think we really have to do. Is that going to be like, and warm, joy, good pictures? Is that?
Through the chair, I think this is probably one of the best opportunities we may ever have to tell that story. And that's likely bigger than just ourselves as ever has place. We have a role to play, and we're certainly happy to hang anything up you might want to tell. But I think we'd be delighted to work with council as well as your administration to tell an appropriate Regina and Saskatchewan story. And I would encourage everybody engaged with this property to make sure we do that. So we're certainly happy to help, but I think that story is told actually by your leadership team and perhaps others. We'd love to put the posters up.
Thank you.
Thank you. So why do we need tax dollars into this event? Why do we need this money from the taxpayers of Regina to bring NHL here to Regina?
Through your worship, thank you for the question. Because we're a very small facility that doesn't have an NHL team. And there's 2 factors around this. Although we think we have a very large facility when it comes to stadiums, we don't. The last game was played in front of 80,000 people. The next one will have 78,000 seats. And so the offset in simple math is when you have 40,000 more seats to sell, it becomes easy to make the math work. Reality of this game is we have 33,000 seats, and we don't have an NHL team here. When they did it in Edmonton, they had 56,000 seats. When they did it in Calgary, they were 40-ish. When they did it in Winnipeg, although the seating was similar, they could just walk the team across the city. And so one of the limitations that we have is just our stadium's not big, in contrast. And it's cost prohibitive in the fact that both NHL teams have to come from out of market. And so we're trying to offset a delta that we had between us and those other competitors that were seeking the venue, which is why we're before you asking for these funds.
Thank you. Did you base your bid on this based on a commitment from the city in September when, I think it was September when it first came forward? Did you base your bid on that?
Through your worship, thank you for the question. We did, and I think the NHL based their decision on this. And I think part of that was how responsive we were at all levels of government, as well as the Hotel Association committing funds quickly to say we want this. At the end of the day, whether this wasn't supported, we would continue with this event. And I think we would still see all the benefits come to council that we would. But we would lose an opportunity for $150,000 to tell a national sporting organization that we want them to come back. And I think that's the important in this. Yes, your investment was of incredible importance in the decision, but not just the financial side. I think it's a strong side that you as council and as you as administration support this endeavor.
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Tim. Compliments to you and your staff for just giving us the opportunity to have this discussion. So
thank you,
it's
sir.
a great event. I want to ask about the stadium and so on. So I've heard kind of 2 things. One is that we seat 33 currently as it sits. That's great. But we have the ability to expand. Could you just comment about the ability to expand or not? Because it hasn't been done yet. built it accordingly but hasn't been done? Please.
Through your worship, thank you for the question and a great one. To those that designed the stadium before I ever had the privilege of working at it, it was designed so that at the south of the stadium you could add 10,000 potentially more seats. It was designed to receive essentially a Grey Cup or a premier level of event at an international or a national level. So the model that we've used, and we are currently in the development side of using and pricing for a number of events, potentially this as well, is the expansion of 10,000 seats at the stadium. We know that we can do it. It was designed accordingly.
So would, if you're looking at that expansion, is as in seating, so you would bums in a chair, versus standing room on that end side? Could you comment on that, please?
Through your worship, it would look and feel exactly like the seating does today. Perhaps the quality of the seat that you actually sit in would be more portable, but at the end of the day, it would be a fixed seat with a full back. Okay. And similar to what you'd see at any expansion for a Grey Cup or other major events.
Perfect. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. There's no other speakers. Thank you, Mr. Reid, for waiting so long to answer a couple of questions.
It's a delight. Thank you for the opportunity.
So from Executive Committee, we'll look at the proposal to host the 2019 regular season game at Mosaic Stadium from NHL.
Thank you.
Councillor Berciani.
Thank you. I bring CR 19-10 to support to host the 2019 NHL regular season game at Mosaic Stadium. This is the Tim Hortons Heritage Classic, which is set for October 26th, Calgary Flames and the Winnipeg Jets. Key here is that the city is being asked to contribute $150,000, $100,000 cash, and city services valued up to $50,000. And that's in support of Real, which operates Evraz. And the bid is to host, of course, the NHL game. Evraz Place has also, as Mr. Reid has indicated, has they've secured the $500,000 as well as the $150,000 from the Hotel Association. One key important note is that that the recognition of the Evraz Place the city accepts no obligation for any deficits, loans, or guarantees incurred by Evraz Place in hosting the 2019 NHL regular season game. And so I'll leave it at that and I'll ask you.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor O'Donnell. Okay, that's good. We have speakers to the report. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment. That administration return to council in Q1 of 2020 with an economic impact assessment of the NHL regular season game at Mosaic. Seeking a
seconder for that. Councillor Marcinelli.
Terrific, thank you. So we've seen the economic impact assessment, and that number is formulated by, as Mr. Reid kindly walked us through at the executive committee meeting, a methodology with the acronym of STEAM. And STEAM is the brainchild of the Conference Board of Canada and the Sports Tourism Alliance. What I'd like to see here is a very clear outcome. And we've donated in kind in the past. This is actually in alignment with other forms of event, some that are actually less spectacular, but still important. We've certainly contributed more money to other events, but since we're in the early years of using the stadium for non-football events, this is something quite sensational, once in a lifetime. Going forward, I would love to see an on-the-ground assessment of what the economic impact has been. We see what's anticipated. I want to see a breakdown. I would feel more confident going forward with this motion if I was assured that beyond the bigger picture financial documents, which Real kindly provides us, and there is a level of accountability, I'm not second guessing that, I'd like to see this breakdown. I also understand that there is some proprietary information that might go along with this deal we're brokering with the NHL, certainly with other acts, concert events and so on. I'd be happy to see some of that information in private if it certainly is proprietary. But I think the public and certainly me as a councillor deserve a very focused analysis of what the outcome is. The 15 to 18 million is a great picture. How is that broken down? If I look at how the methodology works, in some cases it's new infrastructure. the proprietary method itself doesn't allow anybody in the public to actually dissect how it makes those decisions. So this would give us a very clear picture of the reality versus the estimation constructed by proprietary methods that the public can't actually access. So I would seek council's support to see this amendment go forward, just to give us some clarity and some comfort down the road that this money certainly yields the kind of economic impact we're promised.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Speakers to the amendment. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I know that putting reports together is not a cheap thing, and I want to know how much it would cost to do this sort of thing. Did you already ask?
Is it less than $100,000?
I'm just wondering if anybody happens to know that ballpark.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. I think, I can't break it down to an exact cost. I think that we'll be relying heavily on EVRES, EDR, the Hotels Association, all of those to gather the data to actually put the report together.
Okay. I just thought if we had a ballpark of how much it was going to cost, that would be a good thing to know.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I want to know how feasible a report like this is. Some of these metrics are very hard to measure. Some of them may be beyond our ability to measure them. Some of them, as Councillor Bryce has queried, may be very expensive to measure. And some of this may be very time-consuming. So I'd like, first of all, to know, is this a feasible request?
Mr. Holden.
Through you, Your Worship, often after events, we do this type of analysis. When I say we, we have an event alliance that includes REAL, it includes the university, ourselves, EDR, Tourism Regina. So we do have processes where we collect this type of data. Sometimes we have the expertise within EDR to do it, depending on the level of detail. Sometimes we've gone out and hired an external consultant. So definitely we can bring a report by Q1 of 2020. And I think we could detail the process as well as to what it takes to do this kind of work. Because sometimes I think we can give a higher level overview that may not give the level of detail that Councillor Stevens is looking for. Depending on that level of detail, there could be a cost. But so I think it's better that we bring what we have, Q1 of 2020, but we also bring you just a description and overview of the process and the costs associated depending on the level of detail that Council would like to see.
And my second question is really an observation. I don't want to see any proprietary information. It's confidential for a reason. I expect that the board of EDR has it, but there is a problem with the diffusion of proprietary information and the potential for that proprietary information to leak that could destroy the credibility, in fact, of the whole organization. So I would move an amendment to the motion to exclude any proprietary information from this report.
You mean you second it? Okay. This is an amendment to the amendment.
It's an amendment to the amendment.
Unless Councillor Stevens would take this as an amendment to it. But I'm asking you, though. Okay.
Through Your Worship, I was just going to provide additional comment. So it's important to remember that this is an NHL event. So obviously Mr. Reid and REAL have contracts. There is proprietary information that cannot be disclosed. And obviously we will not be able to report on that. And I think, Councillor Stevens mentioned that. And so depending on who's taking the risk in terms of hosting the event, Mr. Reid's providing the venue. The NHL is bringing the event. They're taking all of the risk in this case.
Okay. Any speakers to the amendment to the amendment? Is it a friendly amendment? Okay. Are you finished?
I just want to say I'll support this, but my support is on the understanding of the outline that the city manager gave for what this involves, a high-level report with an outline of what it would cost to go further. Now, I don't know if I need an amendment for that or if there's an understanding amongst council that that's how this is being read.
City Manager, is that your understanding?
Through your worship, yes it is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the amendment? Councilor Bresciani, can you take this in, please?
Okay, Mayor Fougere.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm sort of somewhat undecided on this motion because I'll be open and say frankly on this one, we do an economic analysis that's been done. It's a standard industry practice that is done. It will be done. There'll be a report on it. We've seen it for years. And now we're being asked to do another report. And I think it's a question of trusting those who do the work, that are the experts in the field. I trust that work. When I see an economic indicator that talks about the impact for a number of hotels, restaurants, discretionary spending, I'm going to accept that. So I'm not sure I accept even the amendment on the motion because I think the work's been done already. I trust what's been done, and I'd ask members of council to think this through, that the reports that we get are very clear and are an accepted standard by all municipal governments of how we look at economic indicators and impact on an event that takes place. So now what we're asking for is to do that, but then have another report come back about what it would cost to do something more. And frankly, I think we have more important things to do in council. We already have the impact on this one. We already know what that's going to be. And if you don't trust that information, let's have a different kind of discussion. But it is industry standard across the piece. I accept that. So I ask members of council to go with what's there. If there's a discussion that we want to have about proprietary information, I think I'd be cautious on that because the NHL would, well, we can't reach that proprietary information. But it's not clear to me what the intent is of the amendment, other than to ask for a report that's going to be done in any case. So I will not support the amendment because the work has been done. It's added work that will get us to the same place in any case. I trust the source of information.
Thank you.
Councilor Massanelli.
Thank you.
On the amendment.
On the amendment, through the chair. From my understanding so far, this is a new facility in Regina. This is a new event in Regina. Some of the forecasts done were based on what happens in other cities taken back down to scale for Regina. As we use this new facility for a new event, I find this useful information for the development of our facility, for knowing the future, and for measuring it in true Regina fashion, not just assumptions based on other municipalities and pared down to our size and our stature. I hope I'm not misunderstanding how the work's been done, but from what was explained to me, it's algorithm they developed and they applied the different variations into that spits out a number. And being this hasn't been done here before, I have to assume those variations are from other municipalities. So I think this is important information for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Councilor Bresciani.
Your Worship. I will support the amendment, and for two reasons. I think we owe this to the taxpayers. It's good information for council. We hear all the time the economic impact it brings back to our city, which is great. But I think that it's great to have some numbers. We've already got the partners doing the work. They're going to actually bring those numbers for us. Administration said they'll bring a report, and if there's another fee for that, then that would be a decision of council. But I think we are then looking at this in good judgment to say to our residents, the $150,000, you know what, it was an investment, and this is what we got back. And it's not, I agree with Councillor O'Donnell, it's not all about financial. there's other things as well. But at the end of the day, the residents of Regina want to know about their tax dollar. So this is something that will, I think, give added information on a report that will actually look at our facilities here, the impact, the hotels, EDR. I think it's easy to spoof off 10 or 15 million is what we're going to get in, but it would be good to see some numbers. And I think if we do it once, we at least have an idea. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brashani. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question for the administration. I think I heard you say, and I heard Mayor Fougere say, you usually do reports on these. There are a lot of reports generated by the different organizations that are part of this ask. Would that just be a normal part of what would happen? And do we even need this amendment because that was going to happen anyway?
Mr. Holden.
Through you, Your Worship. So when we put bids together, we use the STEAM model to project what we anticipate the economic impact will be on the community. After the event, obviously we do have a number in terms of ticket sales, and we have information from the Hotels Association, so we can actually validate through the processes that we have and the information we have what the actual economic impact is. If we wanted to go to a consultant to actually prepare that report, they would do it through whatever means they would utilize, and they would give us their assessment. The cost to do that usually is around $10,000 to $15,000. So I think that's why municipalities accept, industry models, STEAM being one, that we can use to project an initial economic impact for an event, and then we can use that same model to actually plug in the results of our experience and provide information back to council and the community as to what the experience, the actual results were for our community. And we often do that in the follow-up evaluations of the events that happen in our community. We don't always bring that full information back to council.
So then this would, the way it's written now, would just be asking you to bring all that information you will have gathered back to us. It wouldn't even have to entail an outside consultant doing it. You already are going to do that. This is just saying, we'd like to see it.
Mr. Holden.
Through your worship, that's correct.
Okay. Councillor O'Donnell.
So I'll be honest, I'm of mixed view, and I'll go this way. One, publicly, and every year, if not more than once, Economic Development Regina comes before us with a whole pile of information and talks about how they are operating. And by the way, they're appointed by us. We select them. And we ask them to do some things. In other words, with the tourist folk, go out and get activities and bring them in, whether they're athletic or not. And then we have Evraz Place, which is, however you view that, a bit of a subsidiary of us. And we say to them, operate in a certain fashion. So they've gone out and got a hockey game, which is pretty unique. And we do everything here. And so for me, all of this financial information keeps flowing all the time. And all of a sudden to separate this or not, I'm not sure it makes sense to me. Just do your job. Just bring the economic stuff in. Bring the Evraz Place, do your stuff. That's what we've been asking. And then, so where I get confused, maybe a bit annoyed, is now all of a sudden like, whoa, don't do your job. Just a minute, hold on. You need to take a break here. That's the part that bothers me. And so the mayor used the word trust, and it's not a word that gets used in this hall very often. I think sometimes, and this is where I'm confused, I'd like to send a message back to the folks that we've appointed, economic development, Tim and his friends and so on, and say, do your job, do the best you can, and then let's talk about it after, because we will. And so to separate that doesn't make sense to me. So honestly, I'm not going to support it.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. To close debate on the amendment. Councillor Stevens?
So just to be clear, I'm not looking for the logistics and costing of a mission to Mars. I am looking for some high-level economic data that we already collect, not a line item. I'm simply asking what should be a simple request that we provide and we compile the outcome. An assessment of an economic impact is not the outcome of an economic impact or an event. That's pretty simple. I'm not asking for a questioning of administration or of real. I want to see the outcome. I have yet to see a single assessment like this. I see it in the high-level data that we get on the financials. I'm not questioning that. I want to see a specific outcome. We're kind of using this as a test case for a mega event. All I'm asking for is a better understanding of the outcome. We have an educated and expert guess. I want to see what that looks like after the fact. I want to see how many people came. We have an economic development agency which can do some of this work. We have the Hotels Association as a partner that can give us some estimates on how much they've collected by way of their destination fee, bookings, you name it. We have the Chamber of Commerce. We have the CFIB. We have the bids that can provide us an assessment. I'm looking for something high level. I don't need a consultant. I need a high level assessment. I would imagine they would be pleased to furnish us with that data so we can then make more informed decisions and maybe make an economic case for a greater economic contribution. I was willing to support this $100,000 in cash and $50,000 in kind. I'm a bit worried now that when it comes to asking specifics about the return, there's less interest in that. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Closing debate on the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? The motion is defeated on a tie. Speakers to the report, on the main report? Pardon? I don't think he's there. You could ask him, yeah. He's not there. Okay, other speakers on the report? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We are almost finished this evening. We're now going to go to bylaw and related reports. This is a Finance and Administration Committee report on the Heritage Building Rehabilitation Program at 13th Avenue. Councillor Bryce. Oh, sorry, we know. I'm sorry.
I thought we did.
Sorry, we have a bylaw to do. This is committee standards bylaw. Councillor Bresciani, sorry about that.
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw 20196-6 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw 2019-6 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that Council hereby consents to bylaw 2019-6 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaw 2019-6 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Now we will go to bylaws and related reports. Councillor Bryce, you have the floor.
Thank you. And you have to excuse me, my glasses are in my car because I had to run out during the break. So I'll move CR 18-113, Finance and Admin, the Heritage Building Rehab Program for 3225 13th Avenue, Sacred Heart Academy. The recommendation is as follows: that a tax exemption for the property located on 3225 13th Avenue, being units 1 to 30 in the condo plan, be approved for the amount equal to or lesser than 50% of the eligible costs for the work completed as described in the conservation plan in Appendix B, or B, the amount equal to the property taxes payable on the subject property for 10 years. And number 2, that a provision made, the provision of the property tax exemption be subject to the following conditions. A, that eligibility for property tax exemption excludes the requirement that the property possesses and retains its formal designation as municipal heritage property in accordance with the Heritage Property Act. B, property owner shall submit detailed written documentation of payments made for the actual costs incurred. And C, that the work is completed and invoices be submitted by September 30th each year to be eligible for the exemption for the following year up to 50% of the costs of the work. Number 3, that the city solicitor be instructed to prepare the necessary tax exemption agreement and authorizing bylaw. Number 4, that the executive director of city planning and development or designated be authorized under the tax exemption agreement to make all documentation requirements regarding reimbursements of the costs incurred for the work done for the property based on the City of Regina Heritage Building Rehabilitation Program and Conservation Plan for the property. And number 5, that the Executive Director of City Planning and Development or designate be authorized to apply the Government of Saskatchewan on behalf of the property owner for the exemption for the education portion of the property taxes that is $25,000 or greater in any year during the term of exemption. Pretty good for no glasses.
Councillor Hawkins, discussion on the report. The administration have any comments on this at all? Okay. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'm going to ask for a tabling of the bylaw 2019-4, the incentive program. Some of the documents are not complete, so a tabling to the next meeting of City Council. Councillor Murray, second by Councillor Price. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The last bylaw. Councillor Barshani.
It's the bylaw 2019-5 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaw 20195 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that Council hereby consents to bylaw 2019-5 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2019-5 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Price, Councillor Murray seconds that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much.